Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this going. We have a long day ahead of us. I may or may not have been able to sleep at all last night. No idea why I couldn't go to bed. But we will be here and we will be live streaming until kickoff. Let me go ahead and give everybody the injury updates that we've had since yesterday. So Deebo Samuel will be playing this week. Don't know if we covered that last night or not. Nick Chubb, yada, yada, yada. Sounds like he'll be good to go in 2024, but I mean, no reason in talking about that now. Deshaun Watson expected to play. Jimmy Garoppolo is ruled out, and this was a big surprise to me. Derek Carr will play in week 4. At least that's how it's leaning right now. I mean, I was hoping that it was going to be Winston. I don't know. I wanted to see some Jameis Winston action, but it is what it is. I mean, I think that now maybe you have a little bit of a higher floor with guys like Michael Thomas and Olave. Going over to what we have with Las Vegas, you still do not have Jimmy Garoppolo officially ruled out. So you have Aiden O'Connell as the starting quarterback this week in week 4. You have Hollywood Brown good to go. You have Miles Sanders good to go. You have Elijah Mitchell missing this game. And then Jonathan Taylor to have 21-day practice window opened entering week 5. Which is good to hear. I mean, it would be better if we just heard, yeah, he's good to go. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor will be playing in week 5. The fact that he'll be practicing at some point, I guess, is nice. But at the same time, obviously, we just don't know right now. I mean, it is a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. But let me know if y'all have any other questions regarding these injuries. The other thing that we could possibly look at is the fact that Saquon Barkley, we haven't had an update. The last status that we have is that he is listed as doubtful. So yeah, it looks like you are not going to be able to rely upon Saquon Barkley. But Finn coming out says, good morning, brother. Who do I start? Tank or Amari? I'm going to be going with Amari Cooper. I'm not going to be thinking about this one too much. I mean, with Tank Dell, definitely exciting, right? But ultimately, we've had a 2-game sample of Tank Dell being any good. The passing volume probably comes down in Houston as well for where it's been. You don't know if it's going to be Tank Dell or Nico Collins as the wide receiver 1. So I would way rather just go ahead and get the guy that we've seen forever now. I'd go Amari, my man. Simon says, Mr. Unlimited, or do we stick with Lawrence? I think we're going to stick with Lawrence, my man. I mean, obviously, Mr. Unlimited has a pretty good matchup going up against Chicago. It is a really tough spot, though, to go through and say that all of a sudden Mr. Unlimited is going to go from being what he has been to now being someone that we can start in fantasy. I mean, I honestly don't even think that it's a stretch to say maybe he shouldn't be rostered, if that makes sense. Now, Theron says, Amari for James Cook. We have Lamb, Adams, Puka, and Watson. I think that these players are pretty damn close if you look at our rest of season overall rankings. But with that being said, especially if we are this strong at wide receiver, typically we are wanting to charge a premium whenever you're going to be looking at what we have with running back. So I am going to go through and take James Conner here, my friend. Now, Christian says, Tank or Jahan Dotson at the flex in a full PPR format. Probably going to go Tank Dell. Like we said, I don't necessarily think you can view Tank Dell as some locked and loaded must-start stud wide receiver. But obviously, if you're going to be comparing him to guys like Jahan Dotson, just a much lower bar to clear than if you're going to be looking at someone like Amari Cooper. I definitely think we go Tank over Dotson. Now, Sahil says flex Godwin, Addison, Palmer, or Roshan. This one's actually a little closer for me, my friend. If you would have asked me last week, about Addison versus Godwin, I would have said go ahead and go with Chris Godwin. But now that we have some more data under our belt whenever we are looking at Jordan Addison in particular, where we have another week where he goes through and he puts himself in a good spot with his overall usage, probably want to be going Jordan Addison. At least I would. I mean, with Addison, every single week, he has increased his route participation rate, where at this point, it looks like you're going to get less and less KJ Osborne and more Addison. Now, David says Addison or DJ Moore, full BBR. Thanks, my man. No, appreciate you, my dude. I honestly probably go ahead and take Jordan Addison over DJ Moore as well. Similar spot that if you would have asked me last week, I would have gone DJ Moore. But typically, I'm always wanting to be late to the party when it comes to these rookies. I want to roster them. I want to understand their rest of season long-term upside. But typically, I don't want to start them until we actually see the role, see the production, what it looks like. I feel like we have had a good spot to actually see just that with Jordan Addison. Now, Mike says Geno or Anthony Richardson. Geno's a pretty good matchup this week, Monday night against the New York Giants. Obviously, we've seen quarterbacks perform against the Giants so far. But with that being said, Anthony Richardson is a locked and loaded top 5 quarterback rest of season. And top 5 quarterback, I don't say top 5, top 5 to 10. I want to be aggressive and say that you can pencil him in as a top 5 guy, but minimum, you are looking at a top 10 guy where the man has so much damn rushing upside. It's been much better as a passer than people are expecting as well. Now, LJ Romero coming out says Elijah Moore or Godwin in the flex. We will go Godwin, especially if this is somehow actually good win and not a typo, we go Elijah Moore. But if it's Godwin, I think we go with Godwin. Frank says full BBR, 1 flex spot, Tank Dell or Jerry Jeudy. Thanks. This one's close. I honestly think that you could go either way. I personally probably end up going in the direction of Jerry Jeudy. And I know a lot of people are going to hate to hear that, but I mean, with Jeudy, this is someone that we were hesitant on when he came back from the hamstring. But every week that goes further by is a week that you can be a little bit more confident. And just to give a baseline expectation on what Tank Dell is going to be like this week and the expected volume that you have, Underdog is Tank Dell at 3.5 receptions. You know, I like the more than 3.5 receptions, but ultimately that is the baseline expectation at the moment with Tank Dell. So I'm going to go Jerry Jeudy there. Cameron says Pierce, Madison, or Brian Robinson at RB2. I personally kind of want to just say go ahead and take Brian Robinson. The issue is obviously Brian Robinson has arguably the worst matchup in the NFL this week for a running back going up against the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, with that being said, your other options, Alexander Madison, where you don't necessarily know what the workload for Cam Akers is going to look like. If you're not worried about Akers stealing some portion of this backfield, I think you can go ahead and take Alexander Madison. Much better offense, much better matchup. But with Brian Robinson, you do have, a higher overall floor when it comes to his usage. That is. Jeremy says full BBR, Devon Achane or Calvin Ridley in the flex. Definitely going to go Calvin Ridley here, my man. This one's not going to be too close. Devon Achane is going to be a pretty fun player. And obviously, we like the ceiling that he has. But at the same time, it's hard to go through and say that he's someone that you know exactly what the volume is going to look like. Where Calvin really is the volume and an incredibly high ceiling. Juwan says, should I start Joshua Palmer or Joshua Kelly at the flex? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be taking Kelly here. 99% of the time I'm asked about Joshua Kelly, we're going to say to bench Joshua Kelly because obviously, I have just been getting absolutely crushed when it comes to Kelly over the past few weeks. But if you're looking at Palmer, kind of a similar spot, right? You don't necessarily believe in the talent. You just believe in the offense and the fact he's stepping into a good role. Now, Scott says, full BBR, need a flex between Roshan, Jahan Dotson, Justice Hill, or Quentin Johnston. We are going to go ahead and play, oh my gosh. I'm going to go Roschon in a good matchup going up against Denver. I think you can kind of go back and forth on this. I think you could go over and play Quentin Johnston as well if you really wanted. I think maybe next week, once we actually get confirmation of the role that we have with Johnston, I guess in week 6 because he's on bye week 5, then that's probably going to be the player that we're going through and starting. But at least for the time being, you do have a really good matchup when it comes to Roschon. Now, King of Kings says start Devon, Godwin, or Andrews in the flex. We're going to go Devon, and I'll say, my man, if we have somehow Andrews in the flex, I don't know who we have starting at tight ends, but we probably should go through and consider selling Mark Andrews and getting something really nice. Damien says we just got Higgins for James Conner and Christian Kirk. Was this a fair move? We have Etienne, Cook, Evans, Pickens, Garrett Wilson, Kelsey, Khalil Herbert. Honestly, if we lost Nick Chubb, I would have assumed that we could have gotten a little bit more and maybe would have been a little more inclined to go through and hold on to James Conner and Christian Kirk. I don't mind at all trying to sell high on Christian Kirk, just looking at the fact that a lot of this volume has been fueled off the fact that you had no Zay Jones in this offense. No Zay Jones in this offense clearly is going to bump up Kirk, who outside of this has primarily just been someone that played in 3 wide receiver sets, or at least that's what we saw in the preseason with healthy Jones and week 1. So I like the idea. I just assumed we could have gotten a little bit more. Now, Lucifer coming out says Ayuk over Kamara. Probably go Kamara now that Debo's playing. Pittman over Brian Robinson. We will go Michael Pittman in a full PPR format. We'll go Pittman in a full PPR format, my man. Now, Brett says PPR start 3. Madison, Moss, Lockett, Sutton, Nico, and Gabe. 100% you have to play Zach Moss. I think we're going to be playing Lockett as well in a full PPR format. It's really going to be down between Madison, Sutton, Nico, and Gabe for us. Typically, I am trying to avoid Madison just because we don't know what the workload's going to look like with Cam Akers in, but I think we can go ahead and play Alexander Madison here. Luke says PBR pick 1, Sutton, Addison, and Brian Robinson. We are going to go ahead. We will take Brian Robinson. Full PBR format. I understand if you wanted to go Jordan Addison just because how bad this matchup is for Robinson, though. Gio says flex start Palmer, Pacheco, DJ, or Najee. I'm actually going to go ahead and take DJ Moore in a full PBR format. I mean, Najee and DJ Moore both have great matchups. The thing is with Najee Harris, if you look at how this usage is trending, right now Jalen Warren is taking 50% of the backfield. And I don't know. I mean, Najee Harris is like 2 receiving yards on the season as well. Now, Ryan says, good morning. Full BBR pick 2 receivers and 2 flexes. We have Pickens, Flowers, Garrett Wilson, Calvin Ridley, and Alvin Kamara. Our 2 wide receivers, we are going to be going with Calvin Ridley and George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. And then with our 2 flexes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Alvin Kamara and Zay Flowers with no Odell Beckham Jr. and with no Rashad Bateman. And then between Lawrence and Anthony Richardson, we definitely have to go ahead and we definitely have to play Anthony Richardson. I mean, excited to watch Lawrence play. I think that he does give us a small bounce back. But Anthony Richardson, based off his rushing upside, is going to be a top 10 quarterback no matter what, pretty much. Ben says, hey man, happy Sunday. 2 questions, both in a 10-team app PBR format. Start 2, Debo. I think he will play. Higgins, Pittman. I think we're going to go Debo and, oh my gosh. Higgins, Pittman are going to be pretty damn close. Higgins has a great matchup. Long term, I really do like Higgins as well. Obviously, the issue that you run into is the fact that you don't have a fully healthy Burrow. Even though Burrow's been removed off the injury report, we'll keep it with Michael Pittman over T. Higgins. And then start 1, Terry McLaurin or Gabe Davis. I'm actually going to go ahead and play Gabe Davis over Terry McLaurin. I think that McLaurin probably gives you a higher floor given his overall target volume that is not as consistent with Gabe Davis. But at the same time, Gabe Davis plays the highest scoring game of the week. I mean, a game that we want pieces of. Christian asking if we think JT plays next week. I am very much hoping that Jonathan Taylor plays next week. Obviously, it's hard to know what's going to happen, though. I think Jonathan Taylor has an incredibly high ceiling if he does play. And for that ceiling, it's fine to roll the dice and go out there and see if we could get him in trade if you wanted. Dispatcher says start 2, Higgins, James Cook, Ridley, or Joshua Palmer. We're going to go James Cook and Calvin Ridley. Higgins, I really like the matchup, but I want to see a healthy Burrow. Now, Chris coming out and saying, full BBR, pick 2 running backs. Moss, Madison, Pierce, Ramondre. Full BBR format, I still think you have to play Ramondre Stevenson. And we are definitely going to be going with Zach Moss here as well. I mean, Zach Moss, 30 carries last week. And on top of this, I mean, Zach Moss, a running back that saw 100% of the snaps 2 weeks ago as well. And then should I replace Pittman in the flex with one of them? No, I think we would go with the running backs over Pittman. Now, Robert says, Flowers with a tough matchup. Jacoby without Jimmy Garoppolo. Definitely going to go Flowers over Jacoby Myers now that you have no Jimmy G in Las Vegas. And also, keep in mind, with Flowers, you have no Rashad Bateman and no Odell Beckham Jr. So I'm going to go with Zay Flowers here, my man. Isaac says, we sold Puka for Higgins and Cousins. We are starting Lawrence. Now which 3 do we start? Evans, Ridley, DK, Higgins. We're going to be going with Ridley, DK, and honestly Higgins. I think that we do go ahead and I hate to say it, but I think we most likely do bench Mike Evans, even if he's kind of been the best player out of this group so far. Evans just has a really, really tough matchup going up against New Orleans. Javier says, morning everyone, Ertz, Ferguson, or Kyle Pitts. I'm going to go ahead, play Kyle Pitts in London. I mean, while Kyle Pitts has been disappointing, he is tied for the team lead right now in targets in Atlanta. Carson says, start Sutton, Devon Achane, or Ford as a flex, full PBR format. It's going to be up to you between Ford and Devon Achane. I think that Devon has a higher ceiling. Ford has a higher floor. So it really comes down to what you need between those two, my friend. Will, thank you for stopping by, my man. And AJ says, Hopkins or DJ Moore. We are going to be going with, oh my gosh. We'll actually go Hopkins now that you have no Treylon Burks. If Burks would have played, I would have gone DJ Moore. And then Zach Moss or Alexander Madison. This one's going to be easy. Zach Moss. I mean, with Madison, it's hard to assume that he has the same workload that he did last week as you're getting Cam Akers into this offense. Now, Brett says, start 2 PBR, Moss, Ramondre, and Devon. We're definitely going to go Moss and Ramondre in a full PBR format. Nate says, full PBR, 6-point rush, 4-point pass. Lamar or Cousins. And then start 2, Evans, Debo, Pittman, or Hopkins. We're going to go Debo and Pittman here. And then between Lamar and Cousins, it's tough because even in this format, Kirk Cousins has been the #1 quarterback overall so far this season. Lamar does have a super tough matchup as well. So with that being said, we probably go Kirk Cousins, even if I want to say Lamar. Probably go Cousins. Now, Edel says, Kyron or Metcalf? We're definitely going to go Kyron Williams. I mean, one of the very few players in the NFL seeing like 100% snaps at the running back position. And then Geno or Justin Fields. We're definitely going to go Justin Fields. Super disappointing so far. But I mean, ultimately, this is a pretty good matchup. This is a matchup that's given up a zillion points approximately. And with Fields, he does still have rushing upside. So Justin Fields is on a very, very short fuse. But I think he is who we go with out of this group. Now, Joe Sue coming out, always happy to see you, says, should we sell high on Romeo Doubs? If you can, yes. Keep in mind, Christian Watson and Aaron Jones were both on a snap count. So it's really hard to look at that Romeo Doubs usage and say that's going to continue going forward into the future. Now, with that being said, of course, it's just hard to imagine that you're going to get a ton. I don't see like a lot of people assuming that Romeo Doubs is like a top 20 wide receiver rest of season. Wide receivers are Amon-Ra, Devonta, Keenan, Ayuk. Yeah, you're never going to use him here. Running back, we have Ford, Montgomery, Roschon. I would definitely try to get an upgrade at running back if we can. Double flex league, 3-0, looking like 4-0. Hal, yeah, happy to see it. Congrats on the super hot start to the season. And thank you so much for always hanging out with us. Joe says, Russ, Bijan, Etienne, Ayuk, Ridley, Ingram, Mostert, Connor. On the bench, we have Higgins, Moore, Lawrence, Godwin, Javonte, Ford, Devon. Fix the lineup. I would go ahead and play Trevor Lawrence over Russ despite the matchups. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has had a 2-game stretch of being disappointing. Russell Wilson has had a 2-year stretch of being disappointing. So I think you have to go Lawrence over Russ at this point. And then if you were to switch anything out, you would possibly go through and play T. Higgins in a full PPR format. But honestly, in reality, I think you can keep the rest of the lineup as is. I would just prefer to go through and I'd prefer to play Lawrence over Russ. But Josu says, thanks for all you do, Mason. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And Will says, happy Sunday, flock. 18 PPR. We got to pick 2. Oh, these are great options to pick from, to be honest. Waddle, Moss, Mostert, and Kyren Williams. So I think what most smart people would say is they would say, take the bell cow backs, take Zach Moss, take Kyren Williams. I personally just love Zach Moss. I want as many pieces in this game as I can possibly get as well. So I possibly want to go through and, I love Jalen Waddle. I possibly want to go ahead and take Jalen Waddle and maybe end up benching Zach Moss. So it's really up to you. I think a smart person would go Kyren Williams and Zach Moss. I personally would probably go Kyren Williams and Jalen Waddle. Okay. Cameron says, Ayuk or Jacoby Myers? How do we feel about Lawrence or Geno over Burrow? I probably would go Lawrence over Burrow for now, just given the fact that we don't have Burrow at 100%, even if it's a good matchup. And then if we were going to be looking at Ayuk or Myers, I really don't think Myers is some must-start wide receiver. Like, I know he's been great for 2 weeks now, but keep in mind, it's a very small sample, and now you have no Jimmy G under center. So I don't know what's going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from 200 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please hit that like button. We have slept for like 4 hours last night so we can wake up as early as possible and get you all this live stream. Sunday is by far and away the most important day for us streaming. So if you have not done so, please go down there, help us out, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. Of course, we're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets tonight. But our next question coming out from the real Superman, it says, flex 1 in a half PPR format. Moss, Ridley, Kyren, and Myers. Half PPR format. It's definitely going to be down between one of the running backs. Your call on Zach Moss or Kyren Williams. Both running backs look great for this format. Mizro says 2-1. The team is Anthony Richardson, Tony Pollard, Kenneth Walker, Kyren Williams, Kareem Hunt, Mitchell, Hill, Ridley, Pittman, Moore, McLaurin. Should we make any trades? I don't think so, my friend. I think it's a very well-balanced team. I think you're in a great spot, especially as Anthony Richardson continues to improve as the season goes on. It's going to be very difficult to make any trades right now, too, when we only have like 4.5 hours till kickoff. I mean, for the Jacksonville game, we only have like an hour and a half. But DB12 says, which one sits, Addison, Flowers, or Joshua Palmer? I think we probably will go ahead and make Palmer sit here. I really like the opportunity Palmer has in this situation, but it can't hurt to wait and see it before we have to play him. Now, for the Republic coming out, says, good morning, Mason. Trade question. Double flex format. We lost Chubb, have no solid RB2. Should we flip Pollard and Judy for Ramadre and Taylor? Thanks. Oh, hell no, my man. Hell no, hell no. You're taking on all the risk here and getting only a marginal improvement with the upside. I mean, I would say once we have full confirmation that, yes, you have Jonathan Taylor back, you have Jonathan Taylor playing, then maybe at that point we can go ahead and make this deal. But until we get that confirmation, I mean, you have to hold on to Pollard. Now, Thatcher coming out says 12-team full BBR 0-3. We have Tua, CMC, Gibbs, AJ, Amari, Goddard. We need a flex. Godwin, Gabe, HN, Tank, Ford. Also, Richardson over Tua this week. Thanks. So appreciate you. I'm still going to go ahead and take Tua. I understand that, yes, he has a tough matchup on paper against Buffalo. In reality, nobody's been able to stop this Miami offense so far. I think that this is going to be a game where you possibly have a full-blown shootout, highest scoring game of the week. And if we're starting 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs in a flex, I'm assuming we already started Gibbs. So we're going to go CMC Gibbs, wide receiver AJ Amari, and then the flex, we are going to be going ahead and we're going to be taking Ford if you want the floor. If you're going for the ceiling, maybe Devon Achane. But the issue with Achane is even if he did see 50 points last week, his role is very uncertain and the floor is extremely low as well. Like, it's super hard to answer questions regarding Devon Achane just because you have no idea. John says, best in the business, man, Burrow or Stroud. Appreciate you, my friend. And I mean, it is encouraging to see that Burrow's not on the injury report anymore. I'd probably go ahead and take Joe Burrow over Stroud at this point. Jeff says, a full BBR, DJ Moore or Joshua Palmer for the flex. Once we actually get to see what the role looks like for Palmer in comparison to Quentin Johnston, maybe we can go through and take Palmer. But for the time being, you have to go DJ Moore in a good matchup. Now, Cosington III says, start Swift or Zach Moss. I will go ahead and take Zach Moss over DeAndre Swift, where with Swift, while he's in a much better offense, behind a much better offensive line, at the same time, you're having to deal with Jalen Hurts taking rushing touchdowns. And on top of that, you're having to deal with some usage from Kenneth Gainwell. Zach Moss, I mean, this is a man who's getting literally everything in his backfield. Like, you have no hesitation at all with Zach Moss. Just the offense is going to be a little bit worse. Now, Tim says, full BBR, who do we bench between Puka, Moss, Swift, and Jalen Waddle? Super tough. I would love to play all these guys. I think it's going to be down between Puka and DeAndre Swift for who you bench. If it was a non-BBR format, I think we probably bench Puka. In a full BBR format, we probably bench Swift. Now, Sean says, 2 running backs rest of season. Hubbard, Bigsby, Dowdle, and Miller. I'm going to be going with Chuba Hubbard and Miller as well, my friend. Then Bigsby, Dowdle last. Lucas says, full BBR start 2. Devon, Javonte, London in London. We're going to be going with Devon and Javonte. Obviously, it'll be exciting to see Drake London play, but nonetheless, I mean, the passing volume just not there in that offense. Isaac says, need upside. We started Aaron Jones. Who do we play? Joshua Kelly or Rashad White? I've learned this one the hard way, my man. We do not play Joshua Kelly, even if it's a great offense, even if he has the role. The man just simply cannot get it done. So, yeah, I think we go ahead and we play White. John says, RB2, Swift, Hall, Devon, or Rashad White. We're going to be going with Swift, then White. We're going to go Swift, White, Achane, then Breece Hall. Matthew says, waiver wire pickup, Palmer or Myers? I think we probably go ahead and take Myers because we have had that considerable size sample now that Myers is going to go out there and do well, at least with the healthy Jimmy Garoppolo. And if this is just a waiver wire pickup, we don't have to play him immediately. Jesus says Zach Moss or Ridley in the flex. I would love to play both guys. In reality, we probably should just play it smart and go with the guy that's seeing every snap in his backfield. We should probably go Zach Moss. Now, Cruz says, Kirk or Tua this week? I am an idiot, so I'm going to go ahead. I am going to take Tua just because I want as many pieces that we can get in this offense as possible. But with that being said, Kirk Cousins is the #1 quarterback in fantasy at this moment. So if you wanted to go ahead, if you wanted to take Cousins, not going to fault you at all. Now, Jonathan says, trade Lamb for ETN. We need running back help. We're going to offer Miles Sanders for Sutton. I would way rather trade away Sutton for Miles Sanders. That's a massive upgrade there, my man. Wide receivers are DK Watson, Gabe. Yeah. Please go through, trade Sutton for Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders should play today, and he should help us out. Yeet says, pick 2 standard, Palmer, Pickens, Garrett Wilson. We're going to go Pickens and Wilson. I think Palmer has upside. I would just rather see it before we have to believe it. Michael says, full BBR, Higbee or Hunter Henry. Because Higbee's not 100%, I will be going Henry. I mean, Higbee almost missed this week. And then Kirk or Palmer in the flex. Kirk's been very productive over the past 2 weeks now with no Zay Jones. I think we are going to go ahead and take Christian Kirk here, my friend. Now, Applejack says Devonta Smith or Waddle in the flex spot. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Jalen Waddle coming back from a concussion, so you're not really worried about him playing like half the snaps or anything. And like I said, want as many pieces in this offense as I can get. Now, Keona says, 10-team PPR, we're trading Allen, Lamb, Mostert, Montgomery for Mahomes, Eckler, Higgins. Still have Diggs, Godwin, Judy, Javonte, Pierce, Ford, Andrews, Mahalo, Mason Mahalo, my friends. Okay. Allen to Mahomes, lateral move up to you. Lamb to Eckler. If we are 2-1, 3-0, completely fine. Probably Eckler. Mostert, Montgomery versus Higgins. Probably Mostert, Montgomery. I think that this trade's probably up to just your personal preference. I may not do it. The reason being is I just personally see Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes kind of in the same, kind of in the same tier. Okay. Now, Steven says, PBR, pick one quarterback and one receiver. Stroud, Fields. We're definitely going to go Fields given the matchup. DJ Moore, Tutu. We're going to go DJ Moore given the same matchup as well. Larry says we have Fields as our only quarterback. Is it worth picking up and starting O'Connell? Hell no. Please play Justin Fields over him. You're saying Fields is really that bad right now. I would not argue with you if you wanted to say, Mason, I think Kevin O'Connell is a better real-life quarterback than Justin Fields. If you think that, sure, you do you. I'm not going to sit here and waste breath arguing. It's kind of up to you. However, if you are looking at what you have with, say, fantasy football in particular, which obviously this is, we probably want to go ahead and take Justin Fields because he still has the rushing upside. And this is still a great offense as well. Colton says, should we start Kamara over Debo in the flex? I probably would if Debo's not 100%. And should we start Kamara over Zach Moss or over Etienne? No, I'm going to go Moss, Etienne over Kamara, but I will play Kamara over Debo Samuel. Debo not at 100%. Now, Rod says, have BBR. Need to start 2 and swing for the fences facing Montgomery. We have Nico, Dell, Gabe, Hopkins, London. Leaning with both Texans, what are your thoughts? If we need to shoot for the fence, I think, honestly, I go with Gabe and DeAndre Hopkins. Hopkins has no Burks. Gabe's in the highest scoring game of the week. I think the Texans wide receivers do give you a much higher floor than Gabe Davis does. Harrison says, what's up, Mason? Happy Sunday, my man. PBR, pick 1, 10-team league. We need a flex. Brian Robinson, Hopkins, Hollywood Brown. I love Hopkins, but I'm starting the Cincinnati defense. Don't really care about that. Love Hollywood, but his injury scares me, and we can't do Kelly again. Appreciate you, my friend. If it is a full PBR format, we go Hopkins. Playing a wide receiver. This is something I used to think as well, going, oh my gosh, I'm playing the defense. I don't play anybody against the defense. In reality, it does not matter. Like, the only time it would matter is if, like, okay, I'm up by 6 points. Both these guys go on Monday, and then you're doing the calculations with the correlation there. If it's just going into Sunday main slate, you just play the best plays. You don't really care about having the defense going up against your receiver. So I think you probably do go ahead and play DeAndre Hopkins now that you have no Burks. Now, Moan coming out says 12-team PPR, where we have Allen, Walker, Swift, Hill, Waddle, Thielen, Waller, Sanders, Mitchell, Charbonnet, Godwin, Hollywood, Elijah. Should we bench Adam Thielen? Well, we're going to be playing Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. For our flex, we are going to be playing Miles Sanders. So, yes, I think you should bench Adam Thielen. I think it's a great team as well, my friend. Now, Austin says, full PBR, 10-team league. We need 2 RBs. Roshan, Ford, Stevenson, Spears, Kelly, LOL, JK. We're going to go ahead. We will play Stevenson and Ford here, my man. And then pick one between Dell, Lockett, or Addison. Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. Probably I go Jordan Addison. I mean, now that we've seen that route participation go up, I am pretty excited about Addison. Sean says was offered Stevenson Avant for Bijan. You definitely want Bijan, not close. Please go Bijan. Now, WC Finn says start 3, Waddle, Pittman, Ridley, Puka. Full BBR, congrats on 200K. Thank you so much, my man. I will go Waddle, Ridley, Puka. This is going to be for this week, of course. Long term, if you were to be in a spot where we get back Cooper Kupp next week and we want to go through and we want to play Pittman over Puka, not going to fault you whatsoever. But until Kupp is back, I don't know. Until Puka is back, Kupp is back, we got to go Puka, right? I mean, he's at the very top of the NFL in targets. Now, Samir says, Morning Mason, full BBR, double flex. Pick 2, Mixon, Stevenson, Madison, or Tank Dell. We're definitely going to go Mixon and Stevenson. Mixon has a very tough matchup, but what I'm more so worried about when it comes to Alexander Madison is the fact that with Cam Akers, I don't necessarily think he's going to come in and be a starting running back by any means, but I do think that Cam Akers will have a role, and I don't know if Madison can be productive enough in a committee. One running back and one in the flex. Yeah, we'll still play both running backs. Go Mixon and Stevenson. Steven says, full PBR, we need a running back. Stevenson and Jalen Ward are my top 2. Receivers are Chase and Monrod, DJ, London, Atwell. Can you list a few potential trades we could do? I'm 1 and 2. The primary move that you'd be looking to make is by packaging together one of these depth wide receivers with Jalen Warren to get an upgrade. If you could go like DJ Moore and Warren to get to it, or maybe even Drake London and Warren, or Tutu Atwell, especially in Warren. If we can go get like Rashad White, that'd be great. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from 400 likes at this point. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream for us. I have live streamed every single day for 156 days in a row, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us, and it's not even close. That's why we slept 4 hours last night so we can get up nice and early and get you these. So, of course, if you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And right now, my favorite pick'em on Underdog Fantasy is going to be Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions. On top of this, if you use promo code FLOCK, you're actually going to get a free pick'em as well. Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a total yard. I would look to pair that with Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions, though. Now, Braden says Gainwell, Gibson, Zeke, or Kareem Hunt in a full PPR format. Tough spot. We probably go Gainwell, though, right? Gainwell's in the offense that you would feel most comfortable, assuming that you actually can get some production here. Now, Bowles says start 2 PBR. You have Myers, Warren, Tutu, Ramadre. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be playing Ramadre and Tutu. Now that you... Actually, no, we're going to go Ramadre and Warren. I don't know how excited you would be to play Myers with no Jimmy Garoppolo. And then start 1, Warren, Gainwell, Gus, Breida. We're going to be going with Warren if Saquon's not officially ruled out. We'll go Breida if Saquon's officially ruled out. And then start 1, Shark, Aguilar, or Brian Robinson. We'll go Robinson easily, even if it's a tough matchup. Ty says, PBR need 1 flex, 2 running back, 2 receiver. We have Smith, Waddle, Bijan, Kyron, Addison, Dell, Puka, Devon. We're going to go with Bijan, Kyron at running back. We're going to be going wide receiver, Smith, Waddle, and at the flex spot, we go Puka. Puka's a must-start wide receiver until Cooper Kupp is back here. Lloyd says, pick 1 at BBR, Dell, Pickens, McKinnon, Elijah, and Dotson. You're going to go ahead, you're going to play George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson, my friend. B-Mad says, is there an over-under lock this week? I always love the Chargers overs. Curious on your thoughts. Are you meaning in terms of underdog pick'ems? Like I said, some of my favorite underdog pick'ems that are here this week are going to be, I also like Najee Harris for fewer than 70 total yards. I mean, given the role that you have for Jalen Warren at the moment and the fact that Najee Harris just is not catching the ball whatsoever, And then also like Alexander Madison for fewer than 75.5 total yards. Because, I mean, if you are looking at those, it's just, if you have Warren and you have Akers expanding roles, I don't know if these other running backs can be productive in committees, at least based on what we've seen with their efficiency so far this year and last year. But let me swing this to the other page, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to just have to take 1 second here to do this. And I probably should have grabbed some caffeine. I don't know why. I mean, after the live stream last night, I tried to go to bed early, and I probably laid in bed for, I don't know, 3 hours before I could go to bed. And we even read before we went to bed. I'm reading Moby Dick right now, if anybody wants to know. Actually, pretty good book. Only about 100 or so pages in, so maybe it gets worse, but so far it's pretty good. Okay. So looking for our next question here. This one coming out from Tucker. Tugger says we have Burrow, Eckler, Ramondre, Kyron, Ford, Pierce, Montgomery, Kupp, Waddle, Higgins, London, Dell. 10-team, full BBR, 6-point passing touchdown. Should I trade Puka and Ford for Jalen Hurts, or is that too much? No, 100%. Go get Jalen Hurts. I mean, with Puka, obviously, if you were to have no Kupp rest of season, this is a wide receiver that could look like a top 12 wide receiver rest of the way, and you probably would be giving up too much. But I think we trade for Jalen Hurts, and then if we end up getting a spot where Burrow starts producing again, we can throw him on the trade block. Cameron says, you're the GOAT. Devon, McLaurin, Pacheco, or Kirk at the flex. Really appreciate you. Probably going to go Devon if you're chasing the upside. We're going to go Kirk if you're going with the higher floor, given the fact you have no Zay Jones. Tyler says, Mooney or Downs in the flex spot? Which one this week? We're going to go Josh Downs over Darnell Mooney. I mean, even if Mooney has a good matchup, Downs coming off a double-digit target performance. Eddie says, need to pick one. Dameon Pierce, Ford, Hubbard, or Roschon. Full PBR, thanks. And good luck, everyone, today. Yes, good luck, everyone, today. We are going to go ahead. We will take Jerome Ford. I am very interested to see what this split looks like between Ford and Hunt at this point, though. Now, Frobro coming out to start 2, Adams, Amari, Lockett, Higgins. You have to play Adams regardless of if you have no Jimmy G or not. So we're going to go Devontae Adams, and we're actually probably going to go with Amari Cooper as well. He's been getting the volume. Obviously, it's not a great matchup. Watson is banged up. So, I mean, definitely sucks that both these guys have injuries to their respective quarterbacks. Now, the Julius EV coming out says 12-team at BBR, double flex. Who to start? We have Smith, Myers, Sutton, Wilson, Madison, Ford, Kamara, Downs. Sadly, Montgomery was on the bench with Reed. Thanks. So appreciate you, my man. Our 2 wide receivers, we are going to be going with Smith and Wilson now that you have no Jimmy G for Myers. And then for the running back, we're going to be going with Kamara. And then for the 2 flex spots, we're going to go with Madison and Jerome Ford. Now, Joel says, start 3.5 BBR format. Olave, Ridley, Puka, Hollywood, Dell, Pickens. We're easily going to go with the first 3 guys. Maybe we can reevaluate this next week if we have Cooper Kupp back in. But at this point, with no Kupp, you have to play Puka, my man. Now, Camo says, Dell or Elijah Moore in the flex. We will go Dell over Elijah Moore, especially with the Watson injury. Jerma says, 10-team full BBR, conflicted on what running back to start. Too many options. We have Bijan, Swift, Mostert, Kamara. We're going to be going with Bijan and Swift here. Receivers are Jefferson, Evans, and the bench is Devonta Smith, Thielen, and Hopkins. Probably go Smith in the flex spot too if you need a flex. Now, Devin says 12-team at BBR, start 1, Myers, London, or Joshua Palmer. Oh my gosh. I hate to say this. We probably go London in London, my man. I mean, I just do not have much faith in Myers with O'Connell at quarterback. C-Dog says, pick 3. We have Ridley, Amari, Evans, Dell, and Tutu Atwell. We're going to go Ridley, Amari, and Evans. Not close. Dell and Atwell, I know have been good, but I mean, we've seen large samples of the other three performing. Luke says, Lockett or Ramondre for the flex. We'll go Ramondre even in a tough matchup. Shadow says, full BBR, should we trade Bijan, Addison, Palmer for Stevenson, Pittman, Johnson? If not, should we start Palmer or Addison this week? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Addison this week. And then honestly, hell no, you cannot make this trade. I mean, you're giving away, I may rather have Bijan Robinson over Stevenson, Pittman, and Quentin Johnson all together. Please keep Bijan. Lettuce says PBR for the flex, London, Roshan, or Dotson. We probably end up going in playing London in London. I think they're all very close. Obviously, London 2 weeks ago did look pretty good. Also, you get the added on bonus, so we get to have some entertainment before the games kick off today. Miller says 3-0, 12-team at BBR double flex. We have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Waddle, Evans, Puka, Watson, Devon, Javonte, Everett. Offered Waddle for Andrews and Pickens. Double flex, 12-team format. If our starting tight end right now is Gerald Everett, I probably would rather have Mark Andrews. And I wasn't even a big Andrews guy coming into the season. I loved Waddle coming into the season. But if you're getting Andrews and Pickens in a double flex format, we may have to do it. Mike says, need 2 running backs and 2 flex, full PBR. We have Kamara, Ford, Moss, Javonte, Higgins, Gabe, Ridley. Also, Lawrence or Richardson. Definitely going to go Richardson over Lawrence, even if I'm excited about a potential Lawrence bounce back. Our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Moss and Kamara. And our 2 flexes, we're going to be going with Ridley and your call between Higgins or Jerome Ford for that second flex. If it's a full BBR format, I probably go with Higgins in a good matchup. Now, Simon says, full BBR, we need a running back and a flex between Etienne, Mostert, Puka, Evans, or Ridley. Nervous about the London game production. Well, our running back for sure is going to be Travis Etienne. Don't overthink that. And if you're very nervous about the London game and you don't want to play multiple Jags, then you can go ahead and play Puka there in the flex spot if you'd like. AP says, have BBR, James Cook, Mostert, Kyron Williams. We have to sit one. Oh my gosh, this is brutal, my man. I would love to play all 3 of these guys. If we had to sit one, we probably end up benching Raheem Mostert with the outside chance Devon continues to expand his role, and with this clearly being a very tough matchup. Now, Dutch says, Adams, Dell, Nico. Which 2 out of 3 while we wait for Cup? I'm going to go Adams for... Oh, no, I'm assuming this is Adam Thielen. We're going to go Adam Thielen here. Your call between Dell and Nico. If you look at the Underdog Pick'ems this week, they have Nico ahead of Dell. I want to kind of stand by Dell being the guy. I think I'd rather have Dell over Nico. Big Route says Lawrence and Ridley or Gino and Lockett. I'm 1 and 2. Definitely going to go Lawrence and Ridley and assume that we get a small bounce back here. King of Kings says swap out any starters. We have Goff, Pollard, Ford, Chase, Dobbs, Laporta, Devon. On the bench, we have No Cup, Andrews, Godwin, Hall, Sanders, Palmer, Stroud. So if we were to do anything, I'd want to get Miles Sanders in here. But I think we probably keep the lineup as is. I mean, great call on playing Romeo Doubs. I wasn't playing Romeo Doubs on Thursday with the addition of the other pieces in this Green Bay offense, but I mean, a great call. Clearly it worked out for you. Beth says, drop Dak for Stroud. No. And for my running back to Javonte or Jerome Ford. We will go with Jerome Ford, even if Javonte has the good matchup. And you're saying full PBR, by the way. Yeah, if you don't say what it is, if you don't specifically say non-PBR, I naturally assume it's full PBR. Kareem says bench 1, Waddle, Pittman, or Calvin Ridley. We will bench Michael Pittman even if he's been crushing it. Brian says Kelly versus Addison in the flex, standard scoring. If you mean non-PBR, which is what standard scoring is supposed to mean, I think we go Joshua Kelly. If it's a full PBR format, we go Jordan Addison. Obviously, I mean, I've gotten crushed the past 2 weeks starting Kelly. Nate says, full BBR, we have CMC, Pacheco, Najee at running back. Should we offer Kamara, Walker, Dell for CMC, Najee, Higgins? First-time fantasy player, so I don't know. So going from Kamara to CMC, massive upgrade. Going from Walker to Najee, downgrade. Going from Dell to Higgins, upgrade. Ultimately, CMC is by far and away the best player in this deal. We definitely want to go ahead and we want to take the CMC side here, my friend. Shadow says, start Devon or Roshan? We're going to go Devon. And how's the value of Christian Watson? I mean, Christian Watson's someone that I really like in the long term. If you were to try to go through and buy him, I wouldn't be paying too. I think the value's low. With a low value, I am a buyer. I don't want to go out there and trade like Calvin Ridley or anything for him, though. Now, Rusty says, trade Allen for Burrow and JT in a 2-player app PBR. Running backs get, okay, so in this format, I'm fine doing this if you really wanted to. If your running backs are horrible and running backs are going to get double points, if you wanted to send Allen for Burrow and JT, you can. If you're in last place, though, my man, it is a tough spot to go through and trade for 2 injured guys. Omar says, start 3, Dell, Pickens, Flowers, Atwell, and Judy. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go Flowers with no Bateman and no Odell. We're going to go Pickens with no Deontay. And we will go Jerry Judy with another week removed from the hamstring with a good matchup. Mike says, do we start Richardson or Lamar? I'm going to go Lamar this week still, even if Richardson looks to be in a better spot. And for receiver, we need to start 2 out of these. DJ Moore, Flowers, or Pickens. Thank you. No, thank you, my man. And we will go Zay Flowers and George Pickens. Coffee says, should we trade Amonra Ramadre for Bijan and Javonte? I actually would make this deal. I think Bijan's by far and away the best player in the deal. Let's go get Bijan Robinson. Ben says, hey, man, thanks again for all the help. Congrats on 200K. No, thank you for being a long time member of the flock, my man. Saying Judy, McLaurin, Tank Dell. We got to pick 2. I'm going to go with Jerry Judy and Tank Dell. I mean, in my mind, it's just so hard to get excited about anybody in Washington at this point. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 600 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, help us hit 600. I mean, we have live streamed every single day for 156 days in a row, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important days for us, not even close. So if you could help us out and hit that like button, it would be big time. And also, of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 with the new Underdog account. Plus, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that. Now, Dan says Higgins, Flowers, or Kamara in the flex. I think we are going to go ahead. We will play Alvin Kamara before Joe Burrow is fully healthy. Once Burrow is fully healthy, then maybe we can reevaluate. Now, Legit Savage says, full BBR 14-team format, 2-1, and traded depth to build the best team. We have Tua, Saquon, Eckler, Waddle, Addison, Tutu, Hawk. On the bench, we have Davis, Quentin Johnson, Matt Breida. I think it's a very strong team in a 14-team format. 14-team league, depth is going to be a little bit harder to come by as well. So I'd say at this point, you're probably in a position where you can't afford to continue to go through and trade away depth. You're probably going to have to hold on to depth going forward. Ryan says, should I trade McLaurin and Devon for ETN? I personally would. With how bad this Washington offense looks, I would go get ETN. Now, Rusty says, play Breida over Ford in a half PBR format and 1 point per 5 rushing attempts, so 0.2 points per carry. I would still probably go Jerome Ford, my friend. SG says 12-team full BBR, start 2. Tutu, Lockett, and Adam Thielen. We're going to be going with Lockett, and you have to play Lockett, Adam Thielen versus Tutu Atwell. Really up to you. I think we could go back and forth between these guys. But let me swing this back over to the other page, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second to do this. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Jesus, who says, Tank Dell or Zay Flowers the flex in a non-PPR format. Non-PPR league, Tank Dell's been crushing it given his touchdowns. I still probably go Flowers with everybody banged up in Baltimore. Kobe says, full PPR league, single flex. We have Walker, Kyron, Kamara, Puka, Waddle, DK, and Amari. Our 2 running backs, we're going to go Kyron and Kamara. Our 2 receivers, we're going to be going Puka and Waddle. And then for our flex spot, we're going to go DK with Deshaun Watson banged up. I think we want to avoid Amari. Trey says, PBR need a flex, Javonte or Ramondre. Definitely going to go Ramondre over Javonte, even in a tough spot. Jay Grimm says, appreciate your work, my man. No, thank you. A full BBR to start 1, Lockett, Kirk, Evans. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Mike Evans despite the tough matchup. Also, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but Cousins or Richardson. Thanks, dude. No, thank you, my man. I think long-term, you can make a strong argument in a 4-point passing touchdown format to go ahead and to take Anthony Richardson. Short-term, we probably have to go Kirk Cousins. He is the number 1 quarterback in fantasy at the moment. But Toxic Mix coming out says, at BBR, Dimes or Stroud. We are going to go with Danny Dimes given the matchup. And then Puka or Brian Robinson. We will go Puka over Brian Robinson. But Brian Robinson, horrendous matchup going up against Philadelphia. Logan says 12-team full BBR flex, Flowers, Palmer, or Javonte. I will go ahead. I will take Flowers here. Reese says PBR need a flex and a receiver. Dell, Addison, Devon, and Roshan. We're going to be going with Jordan Addison at wide receiver. And the flex, I'm going to go to Von H.N., even though it's a play that has a wild range of outcomes with a very low floor. Josh says full BBR starting the flex. Ridley, Javonte, Kyron, Mostert, or Lockett. And should we start Kamara this week? For the flex spot, we are going to go ahead. We are going to play Kyron Williams. Over these guys, like, no, we're not starting Alvin Kamara over someone like Kyron. But I think, yeah, Kamara can be a fine start depending on your team, especially when you have no Jamal Williams here. But Kyron Williams, literally the definition of a bell cow running back at this point. It's like CMC, Kyron Williams, and Zach Moss if you look at usage. Orlando says, we need one in a 12-team app BBR format where we have London, Mims, Akers, Justice Hill, and Osborne. Oh my gosh. I hate to say it. We probably end up going with Drake London. I know Mims been very good, but he hasn't been, he's not even running every route. He's like running fewer than 50% he's playing fewer than 50% of the snaps in Denver. Insole says, should we go Russ or Deshaun? We're going to go Watson, even with an injury. And then Higbee or Komet. We're going to be going Higbee now that it sounds like he will be good to go. Kyler says, pick 3, Kamara, Henry, Mostert, Kyron, and Zach Moss. Appreciate you, my friend. I think Kyron and Zach Moss will be must-start running backs. All these guys are so damn good that I feel like we should probably end up just trading someone and getting some value elsewhere. If you look at how I rank these guys, I have Derrick Henry at 19, Kyron Williams at 20, Zach Moss at 21 in our flex ranking. So back to back to back. We have Raheem Mostert at 23, so to back. And then we have Alvin Kamara is the lowest guy just because we haven't seen him yet. So definitely bench Kamara. And then out of those 4 other guys, you can play any 3. Trevor says, PBR, pick 2, please. Zay, Palmer, or Lockett. Thank you. No, thank you, my man. We'll go Flowers and Tyler Lockett before we see the actual production from Palmer. David says, good morning. Start Logan Thomas or David Njoku this week. Both tight ends dealing with injuries. If David Njoku's good to go, we probably go Njoku, but I would assume that honestly, there'd maybe be a better waiver wire option, just considering the fact that you have Njoku coming back from burns. Ozzy says 6-point passing touchdown. Do we start Burrow or Daniel Jones this week? 6-point per passing touchdown. You're a little more inclined to go with Joe Burrow than in a 4-point league where you want more rushing upside. Honestly, up to you. I maybe still go Daniel Jones. Great matchup, and he was leading the NFL in rushing yards at the quarterback position before the Niners game. Eric says, second part help here. At BBR, Evans in a tough matchup, Dell or Sutton, and then the defense, Buffalo or Indy. Ooh. Interesting spot. I'd probably go with the Indy defense going against the Rams. I don't know if we want to be playing a defense against Miami at this point. And then we will go Mike Evans. I agree. It is a very tough matchup for Mike Evans. And you have to lower your expectation in comparison to where he's been over the past few weeks. I still would easily rather have him over Dell and Sutton, though. Now, Oramus says PBR, Pitts or Tyler Higbee. We're going to go Pitts, especially if Higbee's not 100%. And then Palmer, Rice, or Shaheed. We will go Joshua Palmer. This is about the range where I think we should have some Palmer questions. And this is about the range where definitely Palmer is a must-start player. Francis says, flex Kelly, Breida, or Gabe Davis. My guy, appreciate you, my friend. This does not bring me any joy. It brings me the exact opposite of it, to be honest with you. After we've been crushed by Joshua Kelly, I think we still probably go through and play Kelly here. I hate to say it. I think we have to play Joshua Kelly. Now, John says, full BBR, pick 2 receivers and 2 running backs. We have Olave, Waddle, AJ, Ayuk, Kamara, Javonte, Barkley, Kyron. One last week, thanks to you, Vice. Appreciate you, my dude. No, appreciate you, my friend. 2 receivers, we're going to be going with Olave, AJ Brown. 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Kyron and Kamara. Now, the Barkley's not going to play. And then if we needed a flex, we are going to be going with Jalen Waddle. I mean, I'd love to play Waddle. It would suck if you were telling me that we weren't going to be able to get Jalen Waddle in here, my man. Now, Andres says, we have Burrow, Moss, Bijan, Jefferson, Ridley, Goddard. Who should we put in the flex? Devonta, Thielen, or Courtland Sutton? Currently 3-0. Thanks to you, Boston. Appreciate you, my man. I definitely think we go Devonta Smith. I mean, I don't think we overthink it. I know that Thielen and Sutton have been crushing it as of late. Smith is just in a completely different tier than these guys. And great spot to be like sitting here going, oh, do we play Devonta Smith or not in our flex spot? I mean, great situation. Now, Wescalad coming out and says, full BBR, flex, Tank Dell, Judy, or James Conner. We will go James Conner. I'm going to be honest with you, though. It is a gross situation going up against the 49ers. Now, Pop Swiss says, hope you're doing well, Mason. Have BBR starting Tua, Bijan, Connor, Kirk, Addison, Kelsey, Myers, Evans. Should we swap anyone for Matt Breida, Breece Hall, Dalvin, JSN, Quentin Johnston? So if we were going to start anybody here, we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to get Matt Breida in. But the question is, who would we start him over? It's really, do you want Matt Breida or Jacoby Myers? If you don't for sure get Saquon Barkley ruled out by the time you have to make this call, I'm completely fine if you go Jacoby Myers. But if we have Saquon Barkley officially ruled out, I probably go Matt Breida over Myers with no Jimmy G. Peyton says 14-team full PBR 1 and 2. Our receivers are Waddle and Godwin. We traded Michael Thomas and Kendrick Bourne for Brandon Ayuk to upgrade our flex. What are your thoughts? Love the content. You're a boss, Mason. Appreciate you, my man. 14-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. But with that being said, specifically someone like Brandon Ayuk is not, someone like Kendrick Bourne is not going to matter at all. We talked about this week 1 when everybody's rushing to pick him up off the waiver wire, saying like, what's the realistic upside here? Are you ever going to be able to consistently rely on this guy on a week-to-week perspective? I don't think he has that kind of upside. So 100% I agree. I think that we want to go through and want to get the upgrade in Brandon Ayuk, even in a 14-team league. Sean says, 1 wide receiver rest of season. Elijah, DJ Chark, or Quentin Johnston. Rest of season, we're going to go Quentin Johnston with this upside. I would not play Quentin Johnston over these guys this week, though. Now, Maximilian says, have BBR need a wide receiver in a flex. We started Gibbs, so looking highly unfavored. We have Pittman, Thielen, Kirk, London, Elijah, and Michael Thomas. I think if we're going for the highest ceiling possible, we're probably going to go Pittman and Christian Kirk. One, it's nice that we're actually going to get to see Christian Kirk in about, an hour and a half, or maybe half an hour. Is that 8:30 or 9:30? Or maybe it's 9. I'll look it up. But nonetheless, I mean, with Kirk, you have no Zay Jones. And with Michael Pittman, he's been dominating target volume. Latest says, favorite secret stash ahead of week 4. Let me take a second to actually think about this one, my man. And as I do this, we are actually 3 likes away from hitting 800 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hit that like button. If you have not done so already, please drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed every single day for 156 days in a row. I have not missed a single day since April. And Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important days for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, I would really appreciate it if you decided to do that today. And also, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, some of my favorite pick'ems this week are going to include I will just show you one here. I will show you two. I like Najee Harris for fewer than 70 yards, and I like Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions as well. But if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you take advantage. What I would look to do is typically I just look to roster as many running backs that are possibly like an injury away from making a difference, right? So I think someone that you'd be looking at in that mold is like Keontae Ingram, where with Keontae, if you have an injury to James Conner, then honestly, maybe it could be something. Now, Raphael, that's not to say go drop an exciting player for Keontae Ingram. That's like talking about like a depth guy where it's a 14-team format. Now, Raphael says full BBR, leave one out of Pickens, Wilson, Evans, Dell, and Hopkins. I think if we had to go through and bench one of these players, my man, we're probably going to end up benching Tank Dell, even though I know everybody's going to hate it. But I would play Hopkins over Dell now that you have no Burks. Now, Machu says, good morning, Mason. Full BBR start two. We have Moss, Ramondre, or Chris Godwin. Worried about Moss with Richardson coming back. Thanks, Mano. Appreciate you. I'm not going to be worried about it. I think we play both running backs. I think you go with Moss and Ramondre, given their guaranteed workloads. Isaiah says, a full BBR start two. We have Ridley, Dell, Addison, and Breece Hall. We're going to be going with Calvin Ridley and Jordan Addison. Addison is just consistently trending in the right direction with his route participation. Now, Alexi says PBR start Watson, Geno, or Wilson. We're actually probably going to go Geno now that Deshaun Watson's not 100%. And then start Godwin, Myers for Rachaad White. We're going to go with Rachaad White there relatively easily. Then Godwin, then Myers. Myers not too exciting with no Jimmy G. Yeah, a great matchup, but no Jimmy Garoppolo. You have a rookie quarterback that looked decent in the preseason, but still, what does that really mean? Now, Dylan says 10-team, 2-quarterback, full BBR format, where we have Hurts, Love, CMC, Gibbs, St. Brown, Puka, Andrews, Ayuk. We have Connor and Higgins on the bench. Should I switch someone? If we wanted to get someone in the starting lineup, it would be James Conner. If we could go in a time machine and play James Conner over Jahmyr Gibbs, that'd be nice, but obviously you never know. And if we're really going to be looking at Connor versus Ayuk, it is up to you, really. Because you have Deebo Samuel coming in, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to make that play, but keep in mind at the same time, James Conner does have a brutal matchup going up against San Fran. Okay. Now, next question coming out from Ethan says, can't find how to like the stream on mobile, but just want to thank you for being here every day, brother. You've taught me a lot in the past few months. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning and for the kind words. Thank you so much, my man. Now, Dutch says 0-3 have a first time playing fantasy football, where we have Richardson, Love, CMC, Swift, DK, Cup, Higbee, Nico, Dell, JSN, Thielen, Reed, London, Herbert. Any possible moves or just be patient with Cooper Kupp? Looking at the team now, if we could go through and trade like JSN and Tyler Higbee to go get like an immediate upgrade at tight end, that would be something I would look to do. Really like the long-term upside of Jackson Smith and Jigba, but the issue that you have with this team in particular is if you're in a spot where we're dealing with, an 0-3 start, we really can't think about the long-term upside, and instead we have to think about what we have right now, right? So if we have to think about what we have right now, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to see if we could try to cash in some of that long-term upside for production immediately. Now, let me swing this back to the other page. Our next question is going to be coming out from NL Souls. Who says, should I trade Jalen Hurts, Zay Flowers, and Joshua Palmer for Watson, Ridley, Pacheco? Hurts versus Ridley, give me Hurts. Flowers versus Watson, probably give me Flowers. Palmer versus Pacheco, but who the hell cares? No, I would keep Jalen Hurts here, my friend. Ray says, have BBR, Breida, Spears, Woods, or Chark at the flex. I'm going to go Matt Breida. I mean, assuming that Saquon Barkley is missing. If he's not ruled out by the time we have to make this call, if you wanted to swap over and if instead you wanted to go DJ Chark, I wouldn't fault you. But I think we're going to be planning on Breida, my man. Now, Kevin says, full BBR need Madison, Sanders, Devon. If I had to pick between one of these guys, I'm going to go Miles Sanders with Alexander Madison. Not too pumped considering the fact you have Akers coming into this offense. Coffee says, PBR double flex league. Amon-Ra and Ramondre for Bijan and Javonte. I think we already answered this, my friend, but I definitely am going to go ahead and we're going to take Bijan Robinson. Now, Adrian says, we need 1 flex, 2 running backs, 2 receivers. Full BBR format. Tutu, Debo, Ayuk, Judy, Mixon, Jacobs, and Pacheco. We're going to be going with the San Fran guys. We're going to go Debo and Ayuk at wide receiver. Running backs, we're going to be going Mixon and Jacobs. And then in a full BBR format, we probably go Jerry Jeudy in at the flex with another week removed from this hamstring. Now, Master Funk says, have BBR, we need a flex between Madison, Ford, Devon, Nico, and Adam Thielen. I'd probably go Ford for the floor, Devon for the upside. I mean, if Alexander Madison did not have Cam Akers, it would easily be Madison. The issue is, like we were saying, I mean, if Cam Akers just comes in and sees 30 to 40% of the backfield, can we be confident that Madison's a good enough player to overcome that? Now, KS says, hey, Mason, appreciate your work. Appreciate you, my man. Full BBR league. Shall I trade Ramondre and Zay Flowers for Dameon Pierce, Montgomery, and Adam Thielen? Ramondre to Montgomery, full BBR format, kind of up to you, lateral move. Zay Flowers for Pierce and Thielen. Honestly, I think it's a very fair deal, and it's up to you. I'd say if it was a non-BBR format, easily get David Montgomery. Full BBR league, obviously get a bump with Ramondre. Jack says, Jacobs or Connor? Don't trust Jacobs without Jimmy G out. So the question is, do you expect now with no Jimmy Garoppolo, the Raiders offense to be worse than the Cardinals offense? I don't. I don't know. O'Connell's a worse quarterback than Joshua Dobbs. I mean, also Jacobs does have a much better matchup. Oh my gosh. Going up against the Chargers in comparison to James Conner going up against the Niners. Now, Downstage Dungeon says, appreciate the videos, man. Can you tell me what to do with this 1 and 2 10-team BBR league? We have Love, Williams, Devon, Diggs, Chase, Andrews, Pittman. On the bench, we have Burrow, Moore, Davis, Khalil, and Hunt. I don't necessarily think that there are too many trades that we can make at this point. We don't have like a ton of value we can extract down there on the bench. The only thing that I'd say is going forward, especially if Burrow shows us that he looks closer to being 100%, we probably want to be starting Joe Burrow, my friend. Probably want to start Burrow going forward. And AR Cruz says, PBR start 1 today. London, Gabe Davis, or Zay Flowers. We're going to go Zay Flowers. Really, really tough matchup. But at the same time, it is a nice spot considering the fact that you have no Odell and you have no Rashad Bateman. Now, Mark says, I'm playing 3 wide receivers in a full PBR format. We have Diggs, Olave. Do we go with Evans in the tough matchup or Tutu Atwell or Quentin Johnson? Don't overthink this, my man. Yes, you maybe should lower your expectation a bit with Mike Evans, but you are 100% going to play Evans regardless. Now, David says, rate the team. We have Keenan, CMC, Lamb, James Cook, Frymuth, and David Montgomery. I think it's a phenomenal squad, my man. It looks like, Keenan Allen, top 5 wide receiver rest of season. CeeDee Lamb, another wide receiver 1. We have the number 1 player in fantasy and CMC as well. I think you love it. Joe says, Devon or Ridley in the flex. We're going to go Ridley. And when does this Jags game kick off? Let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. I need to see if I need to prepare to put this on another monitor or something. And also, do you need ESPN Plus to watch the Jags game? So 15 minutes. Okay. Because I saw that you needed like ESPN Plus or something weird like that. Something weird. Now, Kimbo Killer says Tyler Lockett or Tank Dell. Everybody's saying yes. All right, so am I not going to be able to watch the Jags game? Are you kidding me? I'm not streaming it illegally. That's not happening. Not that my ethics are above that or anything. It's just I don't want to risk getting a computer virus or something. Oh, that sucks. We'll figure it out. Kimbo Killer says Tyler Lockett or Tank Dell. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take Tyler Lockett over Tank Dell. Okay, so what's going on with this like Toy Story broadcast? Because I saw this as well. So if I have Disney Plus, I can watch it like in Toy Story version. Honestly, that's what I'll be doing if that's the case. I know my family has Disney Plus. I may have to text them for the login real quick and see if I can get this set up on the computer. Hopefully they're up. But yeah, your boy's probably going to be watching Woody go out there and throw it to Buzz Lightyear. If y'all don't know, I was a massive Toy Story fan when I was little. Derek says 2 questions. With Igby injured, expected to play, do we keep him in or Everett? And full BBR, I'm going to go Igby if he does play over Everett. And then Thielen, Pickens, or Sutton. Thanks, man. Always appreciate you, Derek. I think we are going to go ahead. We will take George Pickens and no Deontay Johnson, even if Thielen's been crushing it. Jose says a full BBR, Thomas, Myers, Sutton. We need a flex. So we're going to go Michael Thomas, especially when you have no Jimmy G. And then LVR says Evans or Ayuk this week. Thanks. Appreciate you. I probably go Evans now that, oh my gosh. It's honestly up to you. They're in the same tier. If you had no Deebo Samuel, it'd be easy to go ahead and take Brandon Ayuk. But with Deebo Samuel playing, obviously, it's a little tougher. Now, Callum says flex Tutu or Gabe Davis. I think Tutu has higher floor. Gabe Davis has higher ceiling. Nerd says still debating to start Richardson or Cousins. I'm going to go Cousins this week. I think you can go Richardson long-term if you wanted. Nathan says, Cousins is the number 1 quarterback in fantasy at the moment. Nathan says, Happy BR, Lockett, Tank Dell, or Pacheco. We got to pick a receiver and a flex. We're going to be going with both a Lockett and Tank Dell. I really don't want to be playing Isaiah Pacheco. This is a 3-man RB by committee where KC just does not want to run the ball. Now, Fishing Bass says Godwin, Wilson, Hopkins, Tutu, Addison in a half PPR format. We're going to be going with Godwin and Jordan Addison. If you really wanted to play Garrett Wilson, actually, no. If you want to play Garrett Wilson over Godwin, I'm going to be fine. As long as we play Jordan Addison. I'm really excited about Addison now that we've seen that route participation go up. Joseph says, Happy BR, Devon or Addison, already playing Waddle if that changes anything. I will probably go ahead and take Devon. I think both players maybe don't have a super high floor, but if we're chasing the ceiling, we probably should go with the guy that just dropped 50 points. Bet these, always happy to see you. My man says, need a flex. Options are Amari, Nico, Addison, Tutu, Ford, and Moss. Also, what's a realistic trade-off for AJ Brown? If you were going to look to do anything, I would trade any 2 of these players in a package for AJ Brown. If you would say Amari and Addison, Addison and Moss, Amari and Moss, any 2 of these players I would send for AJ Brown. And then you're definitely going to go ahead. You're going to take Zach Moss here at the flex spot. Zach Moss must start running back before JT comes back. John says, have to bench one, Amari or Madre or Ayuk. Probably going to end up benching, I hate to say it, but Ayuk now that Debo's back. David says, Kamara and T over Lamb. Feel like Dallas will run the ball a lot. No, I go CeeDee Lamb, my man. Nerd says, start 2, please. Full BBR, Sutton, Flowers, or Addison. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. We are going to go Flowers and Addison with these rookies. I tend to be a little bit conservative at the beginning of the season, but as you see them expand their roles, I'm more and more willing to go out there and say, yeah, these are guys that we should just go ahead and start. Now, Derek coming out says, we need a flex. We have Palmer, Madison, Zay, Gabe Davis. Running backs are Moss and Kyron. Starting receivers are Ridley, Metcalf, full BBR format. Thank you. No, thank you, my man. Zay, Flowers, Alexander, Madison, really up to you. If you wanted to go Madison, I'm not going to fault you. Like I said, I'm a little bit concerned about the usage that you have with Cam Akers. Underdog Pick'ems will tell you to go Cam Akers. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, Go down there, hit that like button, be our 1,000th like of this live stream. I mean, we live stream every single day. I've not missed a single day since April. Not going to miss a single day until 2024. And Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important live stream for us. It's not even remotely close. So if you are ever going to go down there and hit that like button, please make sure you are doing it this morning. Help us out. I may actually be able to watch this. So how I do like my TV is, there's like YouTube TV. I have Hulu TV. I may get to watch this. I don't know. It's obviously Hulu and Disney are connected. Does anybody have Hulu TV here? Are you able to watch it? Are you able to watch the game on Hulu TV? Or do you specifically need ESPN Plus? But Ryan says, want to know what you think of the team. It's a 10-team PBR format where we have Richardson, Pollard, Bijan, Amari, Waddle, James Cook, Laporta, Browns, and then on the bench we have Breece, Addison, Watson, Quentin Johnson, Zach Charbonnet. I think it's a great team with a lot of upside. I like that down there on the bench, we are primarily focusing in on younger players that can improve as the season progresses. I think it's a good team now, and I think it's going to be a team that gets better as the year goes on, my man. Now, John says Kincaid versus Miami or Ferguson versus the Pats. I think I'd probably go Kincaid long-term. I go Ferguson right now, though. Nathan says Ayuk or Alexander Madison. I am going to go ahead. We will take Brandon Ayuk over Madison with Akers coming in. Ryan says start Devon or Palmer at the flex. We will go Devon. Kelsey says trade Devonta Smith and Puka. What receiver should we target? You're going to need a round one player. You're going to have to go for someone like CeeDee Lamb if we're playing. I'm sending that, my man. These are two great options. Now, Bo says, good morning, Mason. I'm debating on who to start at the flex between Dell Myers or Jalen Waddle. Not even remotely close. You have to go Jalen Waddle, my man. Please, please, please play Jalen Waddle. Play Waddle. Okay. Now, we are going to have to go through and refresh this. So, as I do so, let me remind you, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you will get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you'll be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you will be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the New York Jets tonight. So please make sure you are taking advantage. And yeah, I mean, you're going to get my rest season rankings. You're going to get all that only with promo code FLOCK. Link in the live chat. Okay. Now let's swing this back around. In our next question, we just ended with Bo. So this one coming out from Todd says, standard PPR. Thoughts on Roschon over Jacobs or Moss? Denver's run defense is terrible, and Roschon looks like he's ready to explode. I agree with you. Roschon looks great. Denver's run defense is terrible, but this would be a horrible call if you were to go through and do this. Please do not do this, my friend. Now, Kevin says 10-team, full BBR, 1 flex. Pick 3, 2 running backs in a flex. We have Lamb, Ayuk, Judy, McLaurin, Shaheed, Mixon, Brian Robinson, Pacheco, Breida. You're the man. Appreciate you, my man. Our 2 running backs are going to be Mixon and Brian Robinson. And then our flex, a wide receiver, we're going to go CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, and our flex will be Jerry Judy. I'm not super pumped to go through and play Matt Breida or anything. Mark James says, at BBR, Kamara or Zach Moss. Thanks, Haas. I appreciate you, my man. We are going to go ahead. We will take Zach Moss over Alvin Kamara. Lorenzo says, start Lawrence or Watson. I'm going to go Lawrence. Especially as we watch this little pregame thing here. Get a little hyped up. 40 Law says, traded Puka and Laporta. Hulu Live has ESPN Plus so you can watch it. Hell yes, we're in this, my man. We actually get to watch the game. If none of y'all have ESPN Plus, I'll be happy to keep you posted. I mean, hell, stick with us during this live stream this morning. We're going to be commentating the game and everything. We just have some fun this Sunday morning. So stick with us. We'll be happy to go through and talk through the game as well. 40 losses traded Puka Laporta for Diggs. We have Hawkinson as well. Great deal if we have Hawkinson, my man. Lance says, trade Godwin Deontay for Derrick Henry. I'm not even a Derrick Henry guy, but I'll go Henry. Martinez says, Zay or Pickens in the flex. Love both wide receivers. I don't think you can go wrong with either with their situations. But I think we probably go Pickens because he has a slightly better matchup. Now, Pop Swiss says Amari Judy or Adam Thielen. We're going to be going, if we have to sit someone, we're going to be sitting Adam Thielen, expecting that they're not going to continue to have 60 passing attempts a game. Now, Sawyer says we need a running back and a flex. We have Ford, Williams, Kirk, and Tutu Atwell. We're going to go ahead and we will play Christian Kirk and Jerome Ford. With Kirk, I mean, I think this is a wide receiver that should have a good game with no Zay Flowers. Then possibly we can go through and look to sell. Mike says 2 questions. Who do I bench between Madison and Javonte? We're going to be benching Javonte. And who do I bench between Amari, Puka, and Ridley? Oh, tough spot, my man. Love everything you do. No, thank you so much. If you'd have asked me earlier in the week, I'd have said possibly to go through and to bench Puka. But honestly, now that you don't have Watson at 100%, I think you have to bench Amari. Young Lock says, should we trade Mixon for Jacobs? Literally just up to you and your personal preference. I think Jacobs is a better week this week. Long term, I think it's close when Burrow gets healthy. Julian says Sanders or Jerry Jeudy in a half PPR format. Give me Miles Sanders. Clay Daddy says half PPR Jacobs or Kamara. We're going to go Jacobs even if you have no Jimmy G. I don't think it impacts Jacobs too much. Austin says Swift, Mostert, Ridley, 1 flex and 1 starting running back. We're going to go Swift and Calvin Ridley in a full PPR format. Interested to see what role Devon has this week. Now, Mark says pick 2, Thielen, Devon, Sanders, and Quentin or Nico. I'm going to go Nico over Quentin for this week, Quentin long term. And then we're going to go Sanders and Devon H. And we're going to take both running backs. Dub says Calvin Austin or Marvin Mims. This is the range where you can play Marvin Mims. I think we can go ahead and we can play Marvin Mims here, my man. Mike says, full BBR, we need 2 flexes out of Debo, Freiermuth, Madison, and Downs. We're going to go Debo and Madison. Jeff says, Brian Robinson or Jerome Ford. Thank you. No, thank you, my man, for being a member of the flock. I think we are going to go ahead. We will be taking Brian Robinson before we see what the workload looks like for Kareem Hunt when he's not on a snap count. I mean, if you are looking at Brian Robinson, he's a much tougher matchup, though, so I don't want to act like it's a no-brainer. It's definitely a close-ish call. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Aiden says, lineup is Moss, Madison, Puka, Ridley. Flex is Alvin Kamara, and then the bench has Mike Evans, George Pickens, Tank Dell. Any changes that you would look to make? I would like to get Evans in, but hell no. I mean, Actually, I probably would start Evans over Madison with Akers coming in. So I probably would go with Alvin Kamara at running back 2 and then put Evans in at the flex. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Mike Evans or would you rather have Alexander Madison in your starting lineup this week? Would you rather have Alexander Madison or Mike Evans? Please let me know in the live chat. We got 1 vote for Evans. Evans. Trey says he agrees with us. Evans. Madison. Evans. Everybody's saying Evans. I do think that Evans takes a step backwards. I mean, he's had 75% of the touchdowns in Tampa. This isn't going to keep up. And it's a tough matchup. But, I mean, with Madison, it's just a super unknown workload. God, Calvin Ridley looks old. Dan says lineup is Moss, Madison, Puka, Ridley, Kamara. No, I'm sorry. We already answered that one. Now, Pokemon coming out says upside flex, Nico, Madison, or Jacoby Myers. We will go Alexander Madison in this range. Jeremy says Devon or Puka in the flex. We're definitely going to go Puka until we get cut back in. Plushy says second running back for Saquon. Zach Moss, Roshan. Oh, it's Zach Moss by a mile, my man. Zach Moss is a great play at running back. Not even close to those other guys. Sean says 12-team at BBR format, play 3. Henry, Kamara, Mostert, Wilson. Help me know. Appreciate you, my man. And we are going to be playing all the running backs. Go Henry, go Kamara, go Mostert. With Garrett Wilson, I mean, at this point, he's in a bottom 5 to 10 offense in the NFL. I mean, bottom 5 offense in the NFL locked in. Eduardo says, any upgrades, 8-team full BBR format, 2 receivers in a flex. We have Fields, Herbert, Olave, Chase, Ayuk, Zay Jones, Mixon, Mostert, Laporta, and Dallas Goedert. Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man. Really, the only thing I'd say is if we could go ahead and take like Brandon Ayuk and Sam Laporta, or maybe even like Chris Olave, Sam Laporta, and get to Travis Kelce in an 8-team format, I would definitely look to go ahead and do that. Now, let me refresh this, ladies and gentlemen, so we can keep on bringing in questions here. And as I do this, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems for the games tonight, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets this Sunday. But, okay, let's swing this back around. Our next question coming out from, I believe, Repair Rosie says, non-PPR, we need a running back and a flex. Sanders, Roshan, Brees, Elijah, or Joshua Palmer. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Miles Sanders, and non-PPR format, we actually go Brees Hall. We go Sanders and Hall and play both running backs in the non-PPR league. Cedric coming out saying, full PPR 1 and 2, single flex league. We have Daniel Jones, Ramondre, Pacheco, Olave, AJ Kelce, Puka, Judy, Hollywood, Roshan, Zach, Mims, Stafford. Should we start Stafford for DJ? I don't think we make any trades right now. Obviously, super hard to make a trade in the next 2.5 hours. And I would start Daniel Jones over Matthew Stafford with the good Daniel Jones matchup, my man. But we have Vincent, a longtime member of the flock, coming out. Thank you so much, my man, as always. Really do appreciate you. Know that said. First of all, if you haven't dropped a like, fix your life and like the live stream and sub. Good to see you, Mason. Hardest worker in the industry, and it isn't close. Quick Dynasty question, little crazy, but Caleb Williams for Joey B. Is this too far out? Thanks, Kino. Really appreciate you. Obviously, this goes to show how much value Caleb Williams has already in Dynasty Fantasy Football, that I don't think this is a crazy question by any means, because Caleb looks like an elite level prospect, and at the same time, you have that rushing production. I don't think we overthink this, though. I mean, you still have to go ahead and you still have to... take Joey Burrow, my man. I mean, you make an argument Burrow's been disappointing because the calf strain, and maybe it's going to be disappointing for the next few weeks. But, I mean, you're not even going to get Caleb Williams anytime soon. I mean, quarterback's kind of an old man's game in Dynasty. I think we hold on to QB there, my man. Now, Will says, 10-10 BBR, we need a flex between Mixon, Dell, Devon, Myers, and Wilson. We will go ahead and we'll play Joe Mixon, even in a tough matchup. Brad says 12-team, 3 receivers. Who's the flex? Brees, Kelly, 3-0 in a tight league. I will go Joshua Kelly over Brees Hall as much as it pains me, my man. And we have Allen, Connor, Swift, A.J. Brown, McLaurin, Pickens, Kelsey. And then trade A.J. for Montgomery and Flowers. 3 wide. I would actually probably rather have A.J. Brown in a full PPR format, especially if we're 3-0. Great team, though. Great team. Gordy says, need a flex in app PBR league. Terry, Joshua Kelly, or Hollywood. I hate to say it. I'm going to tell the vast majority of people to bench Joshua Kelly here. He has crushed us over the past few weeks. I do think that we go Kelly, though. Number one Stunner says, 8-team full BBR format. We have Cup and Waddle for Pollard and Judy. 8-team league, I think we actually take the best player in Pollard. Especially if those were our other running backs, I think you want to go ahead and take Tony Pollard there. Memphis says, start 2. We need a receiver and a flex. Full BBR with bonuses. Tutu, Wilson, Pico, Pickens, Nico, Brian Robinson, Brees, and Pierce. We're going to go George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. And I think we're also going to be taking Brian Robinson. Travis Etienne already out there looking good. I will keep y'all updated with everything today, ladies and gentlemen. We will keep y'all updated. Now, Adam says, better flex, full PBR. Devon, Doug, Godwin, or Flowers? Probably going to go ahead and take Devon if you're chasing upside. Obviously, it's so damn hard to know, though, when he has such a low floor. Flowers also in a very interesting spot with everybody else injured. Joseph says, Connor or Alexander Madison? I'm going to go James Conner. Really tough matchup, worse offense. But, I mean, I think you have the guaranteed workload. Now, Willie Pete says, pick 2 receivers, have PBR, Addison, Hopkins, Puka, Tank, Michael Thomas, Cup on the IR. We're going to go with Puka for sure with no Cup. Then we're going to go Jordan Addison as well over DeAndre Hopkins with him just being in a much better offense. Andy says, have PBR, pick 3, Etienne, Brian Robinson, Connor, Kyron, Madison, and Christian Kirk. We're going to go Etienne, Kyron Williams for sure. Hopefully we already played Etienne. And then between Brian Robinson, Connor, Madison, and Kirk, I guess we will take Connor even if it's a horrendous matchup. Rob says, underdog going upside, Devon, Mixon, Dell, Flowers. We're going to go Mixon over Devon, and then we're going to go Flowers over Dell. Nick says, pick 4, Kyron, Moss, Kamara, Madison, Mostert. We're going to be going with Kamara, Moss, Kyron for damn sure. Madison, Mostert's a little bit tougher. We will go ahead and we will take Mostert, though. But Travis Etienne getting targeted out of the backfield. Love to see it. Love to see it. Picks up the first down. Abraham says, full BBR, pick 2, Lockett, Thielen, Ayuk, and Addison. We're going to go ahead. We will be taking Ayuk and Jordan Addison. I'm ready to say Addison over Lockett. Maybe it's a little bit too early. Not going to lie to you. We could be making the wrong call, but I'm ready to do it. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Fall, who says, pick a flex, full BBR format, Pierce, Dotson, Palmer, Brian Robinson, and Elijah Moore. We will go ahead and we will take Brian Robinson. Tough matchup, but guaranteed workload. Plushy says, second RB, Charbonnet, Roshan, Gainwell, Akers, Hunt. We're going to go with Roshan with the great matchup against Denver. Short check down to Evan Ingram. Looks like, I mean, Jacksonville hasn't really had anything big play-wise, but they're able to slowly move the ball down the field. But yeah, please, I mean, don't leave the live stream. Hang out with us in this live stream as we watch the game, ladies and gentlemen. We watch this game together, especially if you don't have ESPN Plus. So try to keep you posted with what's going on. Nicholas says, a full BBR, we need 1 flex, Moore or Mims, and Brian Robinson or Jacobs. We're going to go Jacobs over Brian Robinson, and we will go Moore over Mims, my friend. And ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,200 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, help us out. And also, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $500. Plus, you'll be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Jets tonight. But Omar saying we have Allen, CMC, Swift, AJ Amari, Hawkinson, Ayuk. We have a flat bench with some long-term upside. Should we make any moves? Nope, I don't think we make any moves right now. I think it's a great team where we are prioritizing upside down there on that bench. Now, Lawman Guy says 1 quarterback for the flex. JSN for Quentin Johnson, a future second. I would rather have JSN in Dynasty. In a 1 quarterback Dynasty league, that second round pick's not worth much. Now, H-Town says, non-BBR 10-team league, start Sutton or Pickens. We're going to go Pickens with no Deontay, my man. Other receivers are Cooper, Waddle, and on the bench we have Quentin Johnson and Bourne. Great team, and yeah, I think we go ahead, and I think we take George Pickens. Brandon says, PBR need 2 flexes. We have Mostert, DJ Moore, Dell, or Nico Collins. We're going to be going with Raheem Mostert and DJ Moore in a plus matchup. Okay, Mrs. Who was that on the outside? Mrs. Evan Ingram, 4th down. Looks like Jacksonville's going to have to go punt the ball. Miles says, Roshan or Tutu in the flex. Tutu's safer, but we got a feeling that Roshan's going to ball. I mean, I really do like Roshan Johnson. Of course, hook 'em horns. You know that this is my guy. But still, at the same time, I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to play Tutu Atwell, at least for the time being, my friend. Haas coming out with the donation. Thank you so much, my man. Really, really appreciate it. And I believe we're all caught up on donations here. Okay, Jacksonville goes through and downs the ball inside the 10. I mean, great punt there. I don't know why, but I always love to see a good punt. I don't know. And then Vane says, don't sleep on Tank Dell. I agree. I mean, I think that Tank Dell is a very interesting player. I definitely don't agree that he's like a must-start option by any means. Like, if you look at one of my favorite pick'ems on Underdog this week, one of my favorite pick'ems is actually going to be Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions. But with that being said, I mean, while I kind of like that, it's hard to say that he is a must-start wide receiver, right? He's a must-start guy. Logan says, PBR, Ramondre or Adam Thielen at the flex? We will go with Ramondre. And then we're starting the Cowboys defense. I don't care about that. I mean, don't ever go like, oh, I'm starting this defense, so I can't start this running back. Paul coming out says, a 4-point touchdown league. Who do we start, Fields, Watson, or Geno? So obviously, Fields has been horrendous. I don't necessarily think that Fields is a good real-life quarterback. But ultimately, if you're in a spot where Justin Fields just gives you a ton of rushing upside, and it's a great matchup going up against Denver, you are going to have to go through. You are going to have to take Justin Fields here, my friend. Now, let's move this over. Tresner says, I have Judy as a sleeper this week. I actually don't mind Judy as that sleeper call at all. I mean, if you are looking at Jerry Judy, this is a wide receiver that, I mean, yeah, how to assume that he started off slow coming off the hamstring. And I think that he will get better as the season goes on. And it is a good matchup as well going up against Denver. Like, by no means do I think that Courtland Sutton is still going to be the wide receiver one here. Obviously, Mims has been great with a limited workload, but ultimately he has had a very limited workload. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Juan says, Nico or Rachaad White in a full PBR format. Thank you so much, my man. I think we're definitely going to go ahead and take Nico Collins here. We're going to go Rachaad White. Nico Collins is appealing. Nico has seen a considerable amount of volume so far this season. But Rachaad White's getting 100% of the snaps out of his backfield. He's getting involvement in the red zone. He's getting involvement on third downs. He is a bell cow back, which I was not expecting. You have to play White. Pepe says, Flowers or Adam Thielen? Appreciate you, my friend, and really do like what we have with Adam Thielen over the past few weeks, but that's been in the scenario where you end up getting what? Like 60 passing attempts in a game from the Carolina Panthers. Going forward, I don't know if that will be the case. So I actually think that we want to go ahead and we probably want to be playing Zay Flowers over Adam Thielen, especially if you have no Odell Beckham Jr. and no Rashad Bateman. But Joey says, Wilson, James Cook, Nico, or Elijah Moore. Appreciate you. We are going to go ahead. We will take James Cook. Kind of a similar situation to what you were looking at when we were talking about Rachaad White here, right? So running back that is getting every single touch in his backfield, even if you didn't expect it coming into the season. Like, I thought that this would be a little bit more of a committee. Like, we have to at least give him his flowers as a 3-down back at this point in a great offense. The issue with Cook, you don't have a goal line role, but still, I mean, it is a nice spot going up against the Dolphins, where it should be a super high scoring game. Cammy, thank you so much for coming by. It says, sit to Connor, Jacobs, Moss, Amari, DK, Tank. I'm very sorry. I know you really want to play Tank. Go take the more than 3.5 receptions on Underdog with Tank, but you have to go through and you have to bench him if we're looking at these options. I think you have to play Moss. You have to play Jacobs. You have to play Connor. I think it's going to be, honestly, probably Tank, and I may bench Amari as well if we had to, considering the fact that, I mean, you do have Deshaun Watson dealing with the shoulder injury. Now, Roast Beef says, Amari or Brandon Ayuk? Amari and Ayuk are going to be really close. I mean, we had them ranked at 27 and 30 in our flex rankings, but now you have Watson dealing with the shoulder. You have Deebo Samuel playing as well. So I'm not going to fault you at all. God dang, Bijan Robinson is so good. Bijan Robinson is so good. This Atlanta Falcons offense is horrendous, but still. Honestly, Amari, Ayuk, up to you. I would have said Amari previously, but with the Watson shoulder, I think you can go with Ayuk if you want. Random guy says, sir, for the flex, PBR, Kelly, Rashad White, and Ramondre Stevenson. We are going to go with Rashad White. I am done telling people to play Joshua Kelly. We cannot do it, no matter what this situation looks like. Yeah, you can't tell. I can't tell anybody to do it anymore. Stinbo says, half point PBR. Don't know who to start among the following: Puka, Moss, Waddle, Wilson, Javonte, Sutton, Ayuk, Myers. 100% going to start Waddle. Thank you. Appreciate you, my man. 2 receivers, we're going to be going with Puka, Waddle. And then for our flex, we're going to be going Zach Moss. I think all 3 guys are great options this week. And honestly, I don't really have much hesitation there at all. Haas says, Superflex Dynasty, rolling with Richardson already. With Watson questionable, would you go Pickett or shoot for the stars with O'Connell? You're not shooting for the stars with O'Connell. No, you go ahead and you play Deshaun Watson. Please play Deshaun Watson and Anthony Richardson, my man. I mean, O'Connell looked good in the preseason, but ultimately, like, expectations for a day 3 rookie quarterback, no bueno, no bueno. Now, Trey says, Garrett Wilson or Lockett. We're going to go Lockett. And then Myers or Atwell. If you would have asked me if Jimmy Garoppolo was playing, I would have said Jacoby Myers. With no Jimmy Garoppolo, I think we probably go to Atwell. Michael says, Shaheed or Collins. We're definitely going to go Nico Collins, my man, even if Tank Dell has looked better as of late. Jacob says, full BBR for the flex, Garrett Wilson or Devon Achane. Achane has a super low floor. Like, it's very hard for me to go through and try to figure out what's going to happen. It's a tough matchup going up against Buffalo. Uncertain workload. I probably go with him, though, just because, I mean, it's not like Garrett Wilson is exciting, right? It's hard to say that we're going to be excited about what you're going to get with Garrett Wilson. Horrendous offense. Devon Achane, even if it's a wide range of outcomes, at least we've seen him drop 50 points. Memphis Bear coming out says, we have a super flex full BBR league 3-0 where we have Hurts, Tua, Jones, Sanders, Brian Robinson, Tyreek, Pickens, Mark Andrews, Garrett Wilson, Watson, Pierce, Tutu, Brees, and Saquon on the IR. Any moves that you think we should make? Phenomenal team. In a super flex league, my man, I mean, this is a great squad, especially when we get Saquon Barkley back in. If we could take 2 wide receivers, package them together, just get a slightly better receiver, then yeah, we would definitely do that. But ultimately, I think that's a very strong construction. We have the elite level quarterbacks. We have running backs at the very top that we really like when you get Saquon Barkley back in. Really, we're just going to be sitting on our hands and waiting until we have Saquon Barkley back in. But we're 3-0. So even if Barkley misses this week, no harm, no foul. Francis says, flex, Burrito or Pacheco? So obviously it's nice that Pacheco plays on Sunday night, so we'll possibly get a little more information on this. But I would say that we're going to go ahead and we are going to be playing Pacheco if Saquon Barkley has not been officially ruled out. But if Barkley has been officially ruled out by the time that we make this call, then we will pivot to Burrito. Rolando says Addison or Lockett for the flex. Lawrence tucks it and runs. Lawrence, god dang, Lawrence, you're fast. Rolando, Addison or Lockett for the flex. I'm going to go Addison. Maybe it's a little bit too premature. But ultimately, if you are looking at what we've had with Jordan Addison, we've had more and more route participation over the past few weeks. I mean, I think you can be more excited about Addison. John says 1 and 2, 12-team at BBR double flex format. We have Herbert, Waddle, Higgins, Devon, Montgomery, Higbee, Puka, Addison. On the bench, we have Hall, Roschon, Herbert, Watson, Love. We lost Chubb. Any moves? Because it's a double flex format, I'm going to be a little bit less likely to go through and make a 2-for-1 deal. Depth's going to matter a little bit more in this format, especially whenever we lose Nick Chubb. Now, if we could, the thing is, I don't even want to, we are the one that needs depth at running back, right? So I actually don't think it's an interesting spot. Maybe if you didn't lose Nick Chubb, like going through and moving like Khalil Herbert and Justin Herbert to go get like a top 3 quarterback where you potentially don't have to be worried at all about the Mike Williams injury, that'd be nice. But specifically in this situation, in this format, I don't know if it makes a ton of sense. But Strano coming out with a donation. Thank you, my man. Same thing with Max. Thank you. Okay, so ETN going out there, getting a run up the middle. There's just absolutely nothing to be gained from ETN there. 3rd and 1. Who's in? Is it Bigsby or is it ETN? It's main thing you're looking for, obviously, is just the usage of these guys. And I don't think we've seen anything from Ridley, no? Read option. Lawrence scrambles, is about to take a sack and throws it at the feet of someone, just completely gives up. 4th and 1, I would assume that they end up going for this. Yeah, Travis Etienne, the leading receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bijan Robinson, the leading receiver for the Atlanta Falcons at this point. Yeah, if anybody's asking any questions about Zach Moss is a must-start running back. For the love of God, if you have Zach Moss on your bench or if you're considering whether or not to start Zach Moss, you get Zach Moss in there ASAP. 4th and 1, Lawrence hits Christian Kirk over the middle, extends the change. A nice throw inside a tight window. I mean, everything seemed very bunched up. Like, it didn't seem like the defense gave him much there. But yeah, just found him right over the middle, like right in front of the center there, pretty much. Okay. Greg says, start Gabe Davis or Javonte. Full BBR format, I'm very inclined to go ahead and say Gabe Davis. I think that he does have a very high ceiling. Now, obviously, the issue is the floor is incredibly low, and you're going to see a very volatile wide receiver with Gabe Davis. Can y'all let me know? I'm always interested about this as well. So I watch Hulu Live. Like, that's what we have. That's why I steal it from my parents. So it's not really up to me. If I had to choose something to get, I probably would choose YouTube TV just because I love YouTube. Duh. But it seems like every single time I'm watching a game on Hulu Live, all I see is like the Hulu has live sports commercial. Do y'all get that commercial over and over again? Anonymous says this Toy Story Bowl is lit. Let me look this up. I want to see what this is like. Is anybody watching the Toy Story version? Toy Story. Oh, this doesn't look good. Never mind. This looks like a bad video game. It's cool that they're doing this. I'm just looking at clips on Twitter. It just seems like a video game that you'd play on like a Game Boy or something. It seems like a really old video game. Trayvon says, pick 2, Henry, Kyron Williams, Zach Moss, thanks. Now, thank you, my friend. We're definitely going to go with, if you look at our flex rankings, we have these guys literally ranked back to back to back. I have Henry at 19. I have Kyron Williams at 20. I have Zach Moss at 21. So really, it is up to you ultimately. If it's a full PBR format, I'd probably go Kyron and Moss. If it's a non-PBR format, I'd probably go Henry and Moss. John asking if Evan Ingram was hurt. I did not. I mean, I'm watching the game here. Obviously, I'm live streaming at the same time, so I don't have 100% of my attention to it. I did not see. I mean, obviously, they cut away for something. I did not see that Evan Ingram was hurt. Let me go ahead and just search this on Twitter real quick. Yeah, it looks like Evan Ingram is hurt. Yep. Hopefully you did not go through and start Evan Ingram. Hopefully you did not start Ingram, ladies and gentlemen. Mark says, full BBR, Gainwell, Breece, or Zach Charbonnet. Hate to say it. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Breece Hall. I mean, wide open touchdown. Who was that? Calvin Ridley? Wide open touchdown for Calvin Ridley and Lawrence. Knew the bounce back was going to be there. Didn't think it was going to happen this early on. You love to see it. You love to see it. How did he get? Oh, no, that was Kirk. Never mind. I thought that was number 0. Christian Kirk, back-to-back games with the touchdown, setting up the perfect sell-high moment for when Zay Jones comes back next week. Yeah, really didn't even make any moves. Just literally just ran straight down the field. Found himself wide open in the end zone. Now we have Christian says touchdown potential for Moss with Richardson coming back. Obviously, was it Ridley or was it? Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like Ridley. And then the graphic on the TV, yeah, it was Calvin Ridley. It was number 0. That's what I thought. The graphic on the TV said it was Christian Kirk. Let me rewind that to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. So I was a little confused. Yeah, they put up a graphic, Christian Kirk, 30-yard receiving touchdown. That's funny. When it's clearly Calvin Ridley. Okay. But yeah, so Anthony Richardson may very easily go through and take some rushing touchdowns away from Zach Moss, similar to what you have with Jalen Hurts and DeAndre Swift. But still, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you have Zach Moss, if we have Zach Moss sitting every single snap, you play him regardless, right? So it does suck, and that you may see some of these touchdowns vulture, but still at the same time, you're playing them. The Credit Genius says start Joshua Dobbs or Derek Carr, who is playing. If Carr's playing, we are definitely playing Derek Carr, my man. We are not going Joshua Dobbs against the 49ers. Chronicles of Bannerman says, hey, Mason, just checking in. 3-0, 10-team, 1 quarterback, 1 flex PPR league. We have Lamar, Etienne, Moss, Hill, Higgins, Pitts, Thielen. And then on the bench, we have Hall, Spears, Collins, Deontay. Any suggestions? So down there on the bench, obviously, it'll be nice when we get Deontay Johnson back in the long term. 10-team league where we only have 1 flex format. I mean, we only have 1 flex. Typically, wide receiver depth's not going to matter at all. We are not rostering too many wide receivers here. So yeah, I think it's a great team. I think that the roster construction makes a lot of sense. Really, the thing that you have to hope is you have to hope that Breece Hall continues to expand his role, and hopefully this Jets offense gets better. That way you don't have to go ahead and, have no RB2 if Jonathan Taylor comes back in Indy. But obviously there's that outside chance that while you do have Zach Moss in here, that JT comes back and gets traded to another team, right? And then Zach Moss is viable rest of season. It's just hard to know. Now, Bear Blau says, love the show. Appreciate you, my man. 12-team BBR Super Flex. Who are we going to start? We have Hurts, Daniel Jones, Stroud. We're definitely going to go Hurts, Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, really nice matchup, plus rushing upside. And then Kenny Pickett. Yeah, go Hurts, Daniel Jones. Running back, we have Pollard, Walker. This is a great team. We're going to go Pollard and Walker here at running back. Receiver, we have Ayuk, Evans, St. Brown. I'm assuming that we already started St. Brown, so we'll go Ayuk, wide receiver 2. And then for a regular flex spot, my man, we will go ahead and play Mike Evans. Great, great team. I mean, if a team really needed a quarterback, if you could send them maybe like Kenny Pickett or say CJ Stroud and a tight end like Hunter Henry and get a stud tight end return, I think that would make sense in a super flex league. Now, King Tron coming out says, Pick one, Wilson, Tank, or Addison. Full BBR, thank you. Appreciate you, my man. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Jordan Addison. I probably wouldn't have said this last week. Last week, we would have said Garrett Wilson. But, I mean, now that we are getting the expansion where you have, I believe, Jordan Addison running about 81% of the routes for the Vikings this past week. And obviously, this being an offense that provides you with a lot more overall passing volume, I think Jordan Addison's becoming more and more appealing. Trini coming out. Thank you for the donation. Christian says, thankful I benched Evan Ingram for Sam Laporta. A great call there, my man. Great call. Now, Barrett says, thanks. No, thank you again so much for being a member of the flock, my man. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Now, who was that? I did not see what just happened. Hopefully we get some Kyle Pitts involvement in this game. Obviously, it's hard to say it's ever going to happen when it's Kyle Pitts, but it'd be nice to see, right? Be nice to see some Kyle Pitts here. Scully says Ritter is so bad. My dream this offseason was for Trey Lance to get traded to the Atlanta Falcons. Like, the question is, how is Trey Lance worse than Desmond Ritter? You know? Yeah. Let me know in the live chat. Who do you think the Falcons would have been better off with? Obviously, it's almost impossible to know, but I mean, Desmond Ritter, are you kidding me? So disappointing. Now, Max says, full BBR need a flex. We have Addison, Hollywood, Atwell, and Jacoby Myers. I think, honestly, Myers not too appealing now that you're in a spot where you have the backup quarterback in there. I think you just go ahead and, honestly, my man, I think you play Jordan Addison. Now, Kwame Rivers says, standard 6-point passing touchdown league, Lamar or Russ. So Lamar is going to be a little bit less appealing in a 6-point passing touchdown format where you'd prefer that you go ahead and you probably go through and take the rushing upside quarterback in a 4-point passing touchdown league. We're still definitely going to go Lamar over Russell Wilson, my man, even if Russ has a good matchup. Anthony says, start 2, Andrews, Pierce, Pickens, Sutton, and Puka. We're going to be going with Puka and Pickens. And my man, Andrews is too good of a tight end and has too much value for us to have to leave him on our bench. So, I mean, I would love to go through and, if we could, send Mark Andrews in a package and go get an elite level wide receiver for the flex from a team that possibly needs a tight end. Hospital Mike says, we have Watson. Do we drop a bench to play Daniel Jones? I personally would if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. At this point, Daniel Jones has a little more rushing upside. And at the same time, if you're looking at Watson, not 100% healthy, dealing with the shoulder injury. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are less than 5 likes away from hitting 1,300 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so yet, please go down there, drop a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, and if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you'll be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets this fine Sunday. Okay. Yes. The Ritter-Arthur Smith combo is very bad. FF Explorer says, maybe you could find a trade for Drake London. Are you advocating for people to go through and trade for Drake London, my man? But I don't know. Seems like a very hard spot to trade for Drake London from a team that refuses to throw the ball. And frankly, when they try, they can't throw it. Or it's nice throw to Christian Kirk. Oh, someone asked if London was droppable. It's a very interesting question if Drake London's droppable, right? Because it is a spot where, I mean, you're not able to start Drake London. You would like to trade away Drake London. But frankly, nobody in your league's going to give you anything for him. Obviously, before the season would have started, if we could have got something for Drake London, we probably should have. Hindsight being 2020. I sadly was not going out there and screaming to sell Drake London. I wish I was. But yeah. Let's go through a hypothetical. Rest of season, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Drake London or Jacoby Myers? Spam the chat. Are you going to go London or Myers? Rob says, hey, what running backs can we get for Keenan Allen? If you're looking at a running back in return for Keenan Allen, Allen's a top 5 wide receiver rest of season. You need an elite level RB. The running backs I'd be willing to accept for Keenan would be CMC, Eckler, Pollard, Bijan. And really, that may be the end of the list. Saquon Barkley as well, if you can afford to wait. Okay. Myers. See, everybody would even rather have Jacoby Myers over Drake London. So if you can't even get a waiver wire wide receiver for London, like Hospital Mike says, who to drop on the bench? Calvin. Oh, definitely drop Calvin Austin, my man. Easy call. Not startable with no Deontay Johnson, and definitely not going to be startable when Deontay comes back. I guess one of those wide receivers that, like, I have no hesitation at all dropping because, I mean, if you go through a hypothetical, if Calvin Austin goes out there and say he plays 100% of the snaps this week, he sees 8 targets, he has 6 receptions, 100 receiving yards, and a receiving touchdown. Do you play Calvin Austin next week? Probably not, right? So even if he does that, if we're not going to be playing him, I mean, really not a reason to start him. And especially once you get Deontay Johnson back. It is tough, my man. It is tough. Now, Jared says, pick one for the flex. Dell, Devon, Edwards, Roshan, Gainwell. Roshan is the best matchup. I think we are going to go with Devon, though. I mean, if you're looking at all these guys, my thing is they all have a very low floor. Like, would we be that surprised if Tank Dell came out and gave you 2 receptions for 12 receiving yards and you really didn't get much from Tank Dell? Nope, wouldn't be that surprised. Wait, would we be surprised if Devon Achane goes out, 7 carries, 19 rushing yards, and don't get much? No, we wouldn't be that surprised. I think all these guys have incredibly low floors. If we're chasing the ceiling based off what we saw last week for Devon Achane, based off what we've seen for this offense, based off this most likely being the highest scoring game of the week, I think we probably have to go ahead and take him. So Evan Ingram is out there, ladies and gentlemen. Evan Ingram just got another short crossing route. And now Mr. Field Goal coming out says, full BBR, one spot. We have Connor Jacobs and Zach Moss. So honestly, if you were very worried about this Raiders offense with no Jimmy G, I'd be fine if you wanted to go through and play Kyron Williams. Josh Jacobs does have a very good matchup. It really is going to be up to you with who you go between these two guys. Let me look at the updated Vegas spreads that you have here. So I'm interested to see what the Chargers are favored by now. I would assume it's not going to be a massive move. I mean, losing Jimmy Garoppolo, no. Why is this not loading for me? Because, I mean, all of a sudden, if you are really, really worried. No, yeah, the Chargers are only favored by 6.5 points in this game. If that's going to be the case, I think, honestly, you have to go through and you have to take Josh Jacobs still. Kyron Williams obviously is crushing it, though. Now, Viat Shadow says, great stream. Thank you, my friend. Pick 2 receivers in a flex. We have Olave, Puka, Ayuk, Amari, DK, Zay Flowers, Cup on the IR, and then any upgrades next week. We have CMC, Ramadre, Fields, Goff, Darren Waller, and Breece Hall. I would love long-term to see if we could go through and sell, say, Puka and a quarterback like Justin Fields to go get an elite level QB before Cup comes back in. I think that'd be very interesting. But as it stands for now, we're going to be starting Puka, Olave at our wide receiver slots. And then we may actually end up going with DK Metcalf at the flex now that he is ruled fully good to go, now that Deebo Samuel is playing, and now that Deshaun Watson is dealing with a shoulder injury. I mean, it seems like things, at least in this group of wide receivers, really have broken in favor of DK Metcalf over the past few weeks. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Opium says, Connor or Nico Collins? My man, it's going to be James Conner, not close. Like James Conner, horrendous offense, horrendous matchup. Ultimately, the efficiency is going to be way down. You could possibly say that there's not going to be much touchdown upside in this offense, but it may not matter given the fact that this will be a running back that sees the work in the receiving game. It's going to be a running back that sees every single snap. Probably going to have to play James Conner regardless. Wesco says, O'Connell gonna be better than Jimmy G. If you were going to say O'Connell might be better than Jimmy G, I would say, okay, yeah, maybe. But to say he's going to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo's, like for sure, there's no way now. like maybe it's in the range of outcomes. Now, Trinity coming out says 10-team full BBR super flex, where we have Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Amari, Pollard, Swift, Waller, Cousins. On the bench, we have Kyron, Algier, Zay, Dobbs, Warren, Tank Dell, Hunter Henry. Thoughts and any trades. Super flex format, phenomenal spot to be in. We have Jalen Hurts, we have Cousins. Cousins is the number 1 quarterback in fantasy so far. Jalen Hurts would be my number 1 quarterback in fantasy rest of season. Love to see it. We have Kyron Williams as well. The only thing I'd say is if we could somehow get Kyron Williams in here, that'd be great. And if we are so deep where we can't even play Kyron Williams, I mean, a running back that projects to be an RB1 every week, then at that point, we probably want to go ahead and trade Kyron Williams and Zay Flowers and get back a wide receiver like CeeDee Lamb. Get back a true round 1 wide receiver. Okay. Zach says, Eckler's out. We need a flex option between Alexander Madison and Tank Dell. We will go ahead. We will start Alexander Madison. I mean, Tank Dell is a wide receiver that I am excited to go through and to say that he's going to have more than 3.5 receptions on Underdog this week. But to call him a must-start option, I think, is a little bit too aggressive. And in the case of, say, Alexander Madison, it's a tough spot, right, when you have no Akers in here. It is tough. Now, Shane says, at Will Ford Myers, pick 2 and bench 1 this week. I think we are going to go ahead. We probably will bench Jacoby Myers. Like we said, there is some upside with the quarterback situation in Las Vegas, but there's a lot of downside as well. I probably avoid Myers where we can. Sir Cheesy to Great says, PBR, do we stick with Myers in the flex with no Jimmy Garoppolo? Or do I lean on Jalen Warren or Jerome Ford? I would go with the running backs over Myers with no Jimmy G. I would love to know what y'all think in the live chat. Are y'all still relying on Myers? Please let me know in the live chat. But I just personally have a very hard time getting there. Durant says Pitts standing on the sidelines while Atlanta's trying to get back in this game. I think Pitts, is he not back in? Yeah, Pitts is back in. Pitts is actually out there running. If you look at the amount of routes that are run in Atlanta from a week-to-week perspective, Kyle Pitts is at the very top. Kyle Kyle Pitts has, Ty, I think right now he's leading the team in targets overall. Maybe Bijan Robinson's ahead of him at this point. But yeah, Kyle Pitts does have a very large role. The issue is Kyle Pitts just simply does not do anything with said role. That's the primary issue. Carl says Nico Collins or Jerry Jeudy. We're going to go ahead. We will take Jerry Jeudy here, my man. I think Jeudy will continue to get better as the season goes on. As the wide receiver that's dealing with a significant hamstring, obviously you don't necessarily expect him to hit the ground running. I think it will be a better situation later in the season, my friend. See, 3rd and 6 for Atlanta here. Pitts down at the bottom of this. Actually, no, Pitts wasn't. Was Pitts in there? I don't think Pitts was even in there. Yeah, Jonnu Smith, and instead, Jonnu Smith picks up the first down. Jason says, is Mims due? I would say Mims is due for a bad game. Mims has been great in a part-time role, but ultimately, Mims has been thriving off of just massive plays. Kyle Pitts was actually in there. Never mind. Yeah, Mims has been productive back-to-back weeks based off some big-time splash plays, but in reality, when he's running like less than 50% of the routes for the Denver Broncos, very hard to go out there and say that he's due for anything other than maybe a step backwards. Jared says, is there any part of you that thinks Joshua Kelly is a decent start against the Raiders? Yes, and it is the same part of me that has thought that Joshua Kelly was a decent start over the past 2 weeks, with no Austin Eckler. What I've had to do, my man, is I've had to take that part of me and I've had to bury it deep down where we now ignore it. Desmond Ridder takes a shot to Drake London, who is smothered. Looks like London can't get any separation either. Drake London, I want to believe, is a talented wide receiver if you look at his historical production profile, but going back to USC. But I don't know. He's not looking good at all. At all. Now, Eric says, full BBR, start one at the flex. Stevenson, Sutton, or Dameon Pierce. We will go ahead. We'll take Ramondre Stevenson. I understand it is a very tough matchup going up against the Dallas Cowboys, but still, this is a running back that's getting every single touch in his backfield. It's a running back that also, not every touch in his backfield, but it's getting every single target out of his backfield, and it's a team that does want to run the ball. Timeout Sports, happy to see you, my man. Says, hey, Mason, artist working man in fantasy at BBR, super flex. Need one for the flex, McKinnon or DeAndre Hopkins. We're definitely going to go Hopkins. I know McKinnon had the touchdowns this past week, but really for McKinnon to be viable, you needed 3 running backs scoring. You needed 3 running backs with production in KC. I don't know if we're going to be able to consistently rely upon that going forward, my friend. Anthony says, 5 receivers need to start 3. Lockett, DJ Moore, Hollywood, Michael Thomas, or Joshua Kelly. I think we're going to be going with Michael Thomas, Tyler Lockett, DJ Moore. Hollywood Brown, the thing is, not only do you have to deal with the thumb, but at the same time, you have to deal with the fact that he's going up against the San Francisco 49ers. So ultimately, I'd probably rather avoid Hollywood if we can. And then Joshua Kelly is someone that deep down I want to start, but I told myself I'm no longer allowed to tell people to start Joshua Kelly. I can't do it. Can't do it. Now, Curve Square Story coming out says, have BBR, who to flex? Khalil Herbert, Joshua Kelly, Zach Charbonnet, or Kareem Hunt. This range, I will go with Joshua Kelly. If it's all committee running backs, I'll go with the guy that's not in a committee in a great offense. In Timeout Sports, I think we forgot your second question, my friend. Non-BBR, please. We need one between Connor Palmer or Rachaad White. Definitely going to be down between the running backs. I think that given the matchup that James Conner has going up against the 49ers, Touchdown upside may be a little bit limited. Obviously, touchdown upside will be the primary thing that we are looking for in a non-PPR format as well. So we probably go ahead and we take Rachaad White, my man. I think we take Rachaad White. But real quick, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, hit that like button for us. We have live streamed for about 2.5 hours. Going to live stream all the way until kickoff. We have live streamed every single day for 156 days in a row. And of course, Sunday mornings are our biggest days. So please, if you are ever going to hit that like button, now is the time to do so. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. Find it in the description. Find it in the comment section. Promo code FLUCK. You're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets tonight. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that. Now, Chris coming out saying 2-1, 10-team PPR. We have Richardson in the IR slot. So we have to drop one of Hollywood or Nico. I'm going to go Nico Collins, especially with the expanded role that we've seen from Tank Dell. The team is Cousins. Actually, no. What? Oh my gosh, my man. We can't roster 3 quarterbacks. Can't roster 3 QBs. It's a great team. We will go Cousins over Anthony Richardson, regardless of if our opponent has Jefferson or not. It's a really tough spot. I mean, the thing is with Cousins, Fields, Richardson, none of these guys are good enough to cut. I'm sorry, bad enough to cut. You're not going to get a ton of trade value for them. So if you could, I would possibly throw like maybe Kirk Cousins on the trade block. He is the #1 quarterback in fantasy right now. So, I mean, I think we could get a considerable amount for Kirk Cousins. And see if we can make a 2-for-1 deal where we upgrade another running back slot, where we're not having to worry about what we have when it comes to rostering 3 QBs. Andrew says, with Debo questionable, who do we put in, Puka or Zay Flowers? Debo will play, but I'm going to play Puka no matter what. Puka is still going to be a must-start wide receiver, my friend, with no Cooper Kupp. I mean, you have to put Puka in. He's like leading the NFL in targets. Jordan says, Ayuk or Amari starting. We are going to go ahead, and honestly, at this point, I'm not going to fault you at all if you want to go one way or another. It is going to be up to you. Because the thing is with Ayuk, you have Deebo Samuel playing. With Amari, you have Deshaun Watson banked up. So both these guys I think are a little bit less appealing than they were previously. So I hate to say it. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Amari or Brandon Ayuk? I probably go with Amari, but I think that it is a... I don't know. I think it's a closest call. Got Amari. So the vast majority of people here are saying Amari, my man. I ranked Amari over Brandon Ayuk considerably in our rankings this week. I don't know. I mean, I think it's closer now that Watson's dealing with the shoulder injury. Anthony says, full BBR league, are we going to go Madison or Tank Dell at the flex? I'm definitely going to go Alexander Madison. I think we need to lower expectations a bit for Madison now that we are getting Cam Akers back in. But still, if we're comparing him to Tank Dell has an incredibly low floor as well. Austin says, full BBR, should we start Devon A-Chain over Alexander Madison? Thanks, bro. Keep up the content. Thank you, my man. I think Madison probably has a higher floor. Devon probably has a higher ceiling. Really going to be up to you with this call. I think it's relatively close. Just super hard to know what we're going to get with Devon A-Chain, considering the fact that this is a team that ultimately still has Raheem Mostert as the starting running back, has a very tough matchup going up against the Buffalo Bills rush defense this week. So really, it is going to be up to you, if we're honest. Now, David says, congrats on 200,000 subs. Thank you, my man. Full BBR, we have Kirk, CMC, Walker, Diggs, St. Brown, and congrats on the phenomenal team. We have Olave at the flex. This is a great team. If you were going to do anything, we played Tua over Kirk Cousins just because I want as many pieces in this offense as I can. Outside of that, we keep the team as is. I mean, phenomenal squad, though. Great team. This is Bussin' You Heard coming out. Says, PBR, Adams with no Jimmy G or CeeDee Lamb. Adams is going to be a must-start wide receiver regardless of who his quarterback is. I mean, Adams has shown us over and over and over again that you do need to start him. I'm going to be much more concerned about Jacoby Myers, who's been more so fueled off of volume, which typically is what we want to see. But we don't know if that volume will be there or not whenever you miss out on Jimmy G. So yeah, I think you still go Adams. I think Myers is the guy that we probably look to bench. Now, C. Johnson coming out says, a full BBR. God, Lawrence, why are you taking these hits? Full BBR, need 2 receivers. Chase, Judy, Addison, Godwin, Nico, and Josh Downs. We're going to go ahead. We're going to be playing Jamar Chase, and I will go Jordan Addison over Judy and Godwin at this point. I was hesitant to do this before because typically we want to see the rookie production before we have to actually go through and believe it. But I think that we do have that at this point where, I mean, you have Jordan Addison consistently expanding his role in this offense. Now, Aiden says I started Ridley over DK, start Debo or Saquon. Debo, DK, or Saquon. Saquon's not going to play, my man. So I think, or is doubtful to play. So I think we honestly probably go DK Metcalf if Debo Samuel's coming off an injury. I mean, we don't even know about Debo. Ben Dallas says Brees or Roshan in a half point per carry format. Half point per carry format, I am going to go ahead. We will take Brees Hall. Obviously, you do have a much better matchup for Roshan Johnson, but I mean, I can't really say, oh yeah, you need to go ahead and you need to play Roshan because Brees Hall's in a bad offense, right? I mean, both running backs are in horrendous offenses. Roshan has the better matchup, but I think Brees Hall is the much better running back. Okay. Nolan says Boyd, Higgins, or no, boys, Higgins or Amari. I would probably go Amari. Higgins does have a very good matchup going up against Tennessee. Full transparency, if Burrow was 100% healthy, I probably would go ahead and play Higgins. Just because the matchup, just because who Higgins is, I think he will be better going forward. I just don't necessarily know if we do this until we have a fully healthy Burrow. Jordan says also Javonte and Devon flex any of those over Amari. No, I think you go ahead and play Amari, my man. I mean, Javonte, good matchup, but still. For the time being, you just simply cannot start Javonte Williams. Once like Samaje Perine's faced out, then we can go ahead and do it. I mean, it's slowly but surely happening. Now, the big time issue in what you have with Javante's, not only the split with Perine, but also just how bad this offense is. So we have Kyle Pitts with the funniest motion ever. He essentially just runs under the center and then runs right back to the slot. God dang, Bijan Robinson takes an overthrown pass from Ritter, snags it with one hand. It doesn't do anything. It goes for like 3 or 4 yards, but God. Just putting up a highlight reel. God, the man is so damn good. Now, Derek says, full BBR, Dameon Pierce or Zay Flowers. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Zay. Obviously, like you were saying, the other wide receivers are going to be missing in this offense. I will be honest, though. I mean, I think that Zay is still in a tough spot, considering the fact that, I mean, the Browns' defense has allowed the fewest points for opposing wide receivers so far this season in fantasy. Angus says 1 and 2, 12-team PBR league, where we have Lamar, Bijan, Swift, Ridley, Watson, Addison, Musgrave, Nico, Dotson in the flex. We lost Chubb. We traded Devontae Adams for Ridley and Swift. any moves from here. I think once we make this deal, we're not going to be making any more moves. I mean, we kind of solved the issue that we have at running back depth, but I don't necessarily know if this is something that we love, if I'm going to be honest with you. It kind of is an interesting call overall, though, right? And then, I mean, if you are looking at what you have with Davante Adams, if it's a single flex format, he is one of the very few, like, true difference-making players that there is. Yeah, that catch, that's what I was like. Bijan Robinson just going out there and, like, making highlights for 3 to 4 yard gains. Like, it's funny. If you were just looking at the box score, you wouldn't see how damn good Bijan Robinson looks. But, like, watching him out there, the man is a walking highlight reel. Crystal says, flex, Godwin, Hopkins, Hollywood, or Roshan full PBR. Always appreciate seeing you, Crystal. I think if you would have asked me this earlier in the week, I probably would have said to go through and take Chris Godwin. But now that we have no Treylon Burks, I'd actually be fine going through and starting DeAndre Hopkins instead. Now, Ken Shin coming out says 12-team PPR, where we have Tua, Kyron, Pierce, Jefferson, Waddle, Igby, Kirk. On the bench, we have Richardson, Brees, Lockett, Warren, Gainwell, Charbonnet. What are your overall trade thoughts? I think that this is a team that is set up okay for now. Long term, we are in a great spot whenever we get the combination of Cooper Kupp and Jonathan Taylor back in. What I would also look to potentially do is, if you could, send like Anthony Richardson and Tyler Higbee and go get an elite level tight ends. Go get Hawkinson. Go get Andrews. Like, if that team maybe has Justin Fields and really needs some quarterback play, I think we'd really like that. We're obviously, I mean, if you are looking at what you have with Anthony Richardson, Tua, these are two quarterbacks that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. It would be nice getting some value for them. Carlos says, Nico Collins or Judy in a full BBR format. We will go ahead. We'll take Jerry Judy. And then Sutton or Addison. We are going to go ahead and take Jordan Addison as well, my friend. Now, Ben Bout Dallas says, Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Lamb, Judy, DJ, Andrews, Brees. Benching Eli, Zach Charbonnet, Roshan Downs, Burks, Deontay. Strong team, but I want to dominate any trades. I don't necessarily think that there's anything that we're looking to do right now. Once we end up getting Deontay Johnson back in, then at that point, it would be nice if we can take Deontay and, oh my gosh, Desmond Ridder pick 6. Desmond Ridder pick 6. This game is officially out of hands. The Atlanta Falcons are officially out of it. When do you bench Desmond Ridder? When do you put Taylor Heineke in? God, what is Desmond Ridder's adjusted yards per pass attempt this season? $6.2. Let's play a fun game. If y'all don't know, I mean, at least in my mind, adjusted yards per pass attempt is one of the best statistics that you can use to evaluate quarterback play. Now, of course, with that being said, it is ultimately just a statistic. Obviously, quarterback play is so nuanced that you can't boil it down to one statistic. But if we were going to try to, adjusted yards per pass attempt would be a way to go about it. So I'm going to give you 4 quarterbacks. I want you to guess actually, I'm going to give you 4 quarterbacks. I want you to guess the other guy that's bottom 5 in the NFL in adjusted yards per pass attempt. Justin Fields, Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson, and Bryce Young. Those are 4 of the bottom 5 in adjusted yards per pass attempt. Can you please guess the other quarterback that is in that bottom 5? So there's like the 5 worst quarterbacks so far in the NFL this season with how they played up until this point. Obviously, This is not everything. Obviously, things will change dramatically by the time we get to the end of the season, but this is a very valuable statistic to look at. You have Young, Wilson, Daniel Jones, Justin. We already gave it up. It's Joe Burrow. It's Joe Burrow. It's not Sam Howell. Sam Howell is the 6th worst one. Sam Howell is in adjusted yards per pass attempt to 5.1, which is laughably bad. Yes, Sam Howell is the 6th worst QB in adjusted yards per pass attempt. Then it goes Ryan Tannehill. But Joe Burrow sneaks his way in there. Obviously, it's just due to the Burrow injury. But yeah, going back to your question, Ben Bad Dallas, we would look to go ahead and take Deontay and Breece Hall, package them together, see if we can get a better flex in the long term. You're going to have to wait, though. We just don't have too much depth here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about 1 like away from getting 1,400 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us hit 1,400. And we have live streamed every single day for 156 days in a row, not stopping until 2024. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, now would be the time to do so. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you are going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. But Mason coming out with our next question says, do we start Ayuk or Sutton? Here it's going to be Ayuk, and it's not going to be that close, my man. We have Chase the wide receiver 1, Kyron Williams the flex. Yeah, great team. Go Ayuk over Sutton for sure. I think we did get a step backwards for Cortland Sutton. Now, Xavier says start 2, Connor, Javonte, and Tank Dell. We're going to go ahead. We will be taking James Conner and Tank Dell, my friend, in a full PPR format, that is. Now, X-Chin coming out says, at PPR pick 2, Evans, Flowers, Wilson, Judy, or DJ Moore. We're going to go Mike Evans, even though it's a really tough matchup. We're going to actually go both players in a very tough matchup. We'll go Zay Flowers as well. Horrible matchup that you have against Cleveland. But at this Desmond Ridder, another pick. Almost a pick 6. The guy fumbles it and gets it recovered. Oh my gosh. I got Desmond Ridder is the worst quarterback. I don't know. I don't want to say that out there. This is just crazy. The Jags are going to stop them. This isn't even close. But yeah, we're going to go Zay Flowers as well. I know it's a very, very tough matchup for Zay Flowers, but you have no Bateman and you have no Odell Beckham Jr. Noah Scrim says Moss or Swift for the flex. I actually really like both backs. I'd probably go with Zach Moss though, because I mean, ultimately Zach Moss has to share touches with 0 players. 0. Sierra says, hey, we love your content. Devon or Najee? We're going to go Devon. I think both running backs have very low floors. We've seen the ceiling with Devon. We've never seen any type of ceiling with Najee. And then Debo or Nico. Now that it looks like Debo is good to go, my friend, we are going to go ahead and play Debo Samuel. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Floodgate. Always happy to see you, my man. Says, 1 week into college, finally can watch the GOAT again. PBR start 2. Connor, Thielen, Pickens, Flowers, Rashad White. Need to get my fantasy flag poster in my flag dorm room or something. Love the flag. Appreciate you, my man, so damn much. Hope that you're having fun. I'm going to go with Rashad White easily here for one of these spots with his workload. And then we will go Connor as well, given his workload, even if it is a tougher matchup. And obviously, it would be best for me if you just watch the YouTube channel all the time. But I want to let you know, I know that you've been with us for a very long time. One of the bigger regrets that I have is whenever I was in college, I was so obsessed with fantasy football that I neglected school. I could have done better in school. And I could have gone and had more fun in social life as well. We had fun. We did okay in school. I mean, in 4 years, I graduated with 2 degrees. Pretty good from a top university. But could have done even better. Could have had even more fun because probably focused in on fantasy football a little bit too much. And I was listening to a podcast from like the time I woke up to the time I went to bed every morning. And I would be making fantasy football trades in class. I'd just be looking at my fantasy football teams in every single lecture, all on my computer. I'd be going through and listening to fantasy football podcasts in class. Please don't be doing that. Please, please, please. And make sure that you take some time, do well in school, and have some fun too. Iconic says, full BBR, who to start RB2, Ford or Pierce? You're the man. Appreciate you, my man. We will go ahead and we'll play Jerome Ford. I mean, if you are looking at Damian Pierce, this offensive line is just so damn bad. And obviously, it's a team that really is just airing the ball out. Now, Joshua says, Flowers or Wilson in at the flex. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Zay Flowers here, my man. You have no Bateman. You have no Odell. I think you have to play Zay Flowers regardless of matchup. Mark says, pick one for the flex. We have Devon, Najee, Michael Thomas. We are going to go with Devon, like we've said when we were talking about Devon versus Najee previously. I mean, you have a very low floor with Devon and Najee, but ultimately, I mean, we've seen one of them give us a high ceiling where the other guy just has not. No Instagram says, I'm 0-3, 10-team BBR format, where we have Burrow, Purdy, CMC, Cook, Swift, Moss, T, Watson, DJ, Romeo, Kelsey. What should we do? We should get a better quarterback if we can, my man. I mean, if you could send like Zach Moss and Joe Burrow to go get an elite level quarterback right now for maybe a team that needs a running back, knowing that Burrow will be good in the long term, but in the short term, obviously he's struggling, then maybe something that we look to do on an 0-3 roster so we can actually get some production in here right now when we need it. Okay. Justin says, who should we play? Flowers, Gabe Davis, Kamara, Tutu, Brian Robinson, Pickens, pick 2. We're going to be going in a full BBR format. If you wanted to, we're definitely going to go Kamara no matter what. Full BBR league, I think you can go Zay Flowers. Non-BBR league, I think you can go Brian Robinson. Both guys have very tough matchups. Both guys have nice workloads though. Zach says, not really a question for today, but how much fab are we spending on Jameson? I'm very sorry, my man. I can't give you exact fab advice in terms of the exact percentage unless you let me know how many teams are in the league and at the same time, which player that we are dropping. But with that being said, I will be very aggressive with Jameson Williams. I think you can be very aggressive with him. Sierra says, hey, love your content. Devon or Najee, Nico or Debo. Appreciate you. We are going to go Devon over Najee. Both of them have incredibly low floors. I've only seen a high ceiling from one player so far. And then Nico or Debo, we are definitely going to go ahead. We're going to take Debo Samuel, my friend, now that he is good to go. Okay. And I think, did we just get news? Deshaun Watson's not starting, ladies and gentlemen. Deshaun Watson is out this Sunday. This is big. This isn't the Jimmy Garoppolo news with the concussion for a multitude of different reasons. One, Deshaun Watson is a much better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. The downgrade at quarterback from Watson to the QB2 here is going to be a much bigger deal. Two, if this is a shoulder injury, we don't really know what the timeline looks like. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, we can say, oh, he was at practice. He's probably going to clear concussion protocol next week. We've seen it over and over again. But Dorian Thompson-Robinson to start at the Browns in week 4. Start for the Browns week 4. I don't think Amari Cooper is startable, ladies and gentlemen. That is a big, big deal. Yeah, Deshaun Watson is out. Bench Amari. Those Amari versus Ayuk questions we were looking at earlier on, easily now you want to go ahead and you want to take Ayuk. But Julian says, hot BBR, 6-point passing touchdown. I'm 2-1. We have Cousins, Olave, Puka, Pollard, Goddard. The flex is Gibbs. On the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Dell, Carr, Nick Chubb. Please help. Gibbs is scaring me in any suggestions. Good team overall. We play Brian Robinson over Gibbs. We wait for the long term. Probably drop Derek Carr, pick up another running back off the waiver wire to see if we can be the next person to find like the next Kyron Williams, the next Zach Moss. But ultimately, obviously, it's going to be very difficult at this point. But let's see. Our next question coming out from Miguel says, I made a $100 bet with my friend in this week's matchup. I'm having trouble on who to start in a full BBR league. We need 3 out of 4. Which 3 would you go with? Moss, Barkley, Swift, and Puka. Oh my gosh. Desmond almost had another pick. An interception just dropped here. So 3 picks in 1/2 for Desmond Ridder. I think that we want to go ahead. I think that you want to play Moss, Swift, Puka. No reason to risk Barkley playing or not. No reason to risk the injury here. I mean, ultimately, with these players, they have great matchups, especially with Puka. I mean, you still have no Cooper Kupp. You got to start him. Okay. Now, High and Great says, 12-team PPR. We have Richardson, Javonte, CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra, Devonta Smith, Puka, Musgrave. And the bench is Watson, Amari, Hunt, Quentin Johnson, Damian Pierce. Struggling to get an Amari trade done for a running back. Well, my man, I am sorry. You're not going to be able to make that trade now. I mean, you're going to have to sit here and hope that something changes. But for the time being, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Am I supposed to say, yeah, let's go through and let's trade Amari Cooper for Rashad White? You're not getting anything for Amari Cooper, especially not with this injury. If you wanted to sell Puka for a running back, I think that could be very interesting as well, if we could try to do that. Now, our next question coming out from Sean, who says, need to, sir. Sutton, Madison, Addison, or Javonte? Thank you. No, thank you so much. I think we were going to go with the combination of Alexander Madison and Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison is just going through and continuing to expand his role in this offense every single week. The route participation is way up. I think you have to go through. I think you have to start Jordan Addison this week, assuming it's a full PPR format. If you wanted to go through, if you wanted to play Javonte over Addison in a non-PPR format, you can as well. Okay, a travesty coming out says 8-team non-PBR format, 2-1. Trade James Cook and Waddle/Puka for Chase, Adams, Hill if I can get them. Not with Waddle, with Puka, yes, in a non-PBR 8-team format. Non-PBR 8-team format, we are going for the highest ceiling possible. So let's go ahead and let's trade James Cook and Puka. And if we can get any 3 of those wide receivers, I think we will. Now, Alan coming out, appreciate you, my man, says, yo, Mason, you're not a fan of either of these receivers, so excited to hear your opinion. We need to fill 1 wide receiver slot and 1 flex between Lockett, Nico, Kittle. Go Birds. Appreciate you, my man. I mean, I really like George Kittle in fantasy just based off the value over replacement that he's going to give you over other tight ends at the position. But ultimately, we're not super excited about George Kittle just from his raw points per game aspect. You want to go through and you still want to start the wide receivers at wide receiver and flex. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's get Tyler Lockett and Nico Collins in here, my man. Crime Lord says, hey, Mason, Nico or Garrett Wilson, you're the man. Really appreciate you, my man. And we will go Garrett Wilson. I mean, we can say, oh, okay, yeah, they're going to have to throw the ball over and over again going up against the Chiefs. They'll be down by multiple. Obviously, they're going to. But, I mean, it's a Tough spot in such a horrible offense where there'll still probably be no passing volume. Still want to go with Wilson, though. Moose coming out says, who to play in the flex in a 4-point passing touchdown league? We need the highest upside, down by 35 for Montgomery, and how to play Kyle Pitts. Options are Addison, Sutton, Devon. We can also play Devon over Stevenson at RB2. If you were telling me we're going for the highest upside possible, my man, we are going to go ahead and we're going to be playing Devon A-Chain here. If we're going for the highest upside possible because we are in a big hole right now, probably want to start the guy who dropped 50 points last week, even if his floor is incredibly low. Now, Nor coming out says, a full BBR starter receiver and a flex. We have Jalen Hurts, Debo, Nico Collins, Godwin, Devon, and Cortland Sutton. Wide receiver, we're going to have to go through. We're going to have to play a Hurt, Debo, Samuel. And then for that flex spot, we're probably going to go with a Devon A-Chain as well. I mean, if you wanted to pivot off, and if instead you wanted to go Chris Godwin, you can. I mean, I feel like it's a lose-lose situation for me to go through and try to tell people to play Devon or to bench him, because it's a running back that in his first real NFL game, he goes out there and he drops 50 fantasy points. Like, to go through and bench him seems like a super tough thing to do. But to go through and play him seems like a super tough thing to do when he doesn't have a guaranteed role. And at the same time, it's a spot where I mean, it's a bad matchup going up against the Buffalo Bills. So I feel like it's a lose-lose. We either say you play him and he has a super low floor and does nothing, or you bench him and he has a super high ceiling and he drops 40 on you. On your bench in particular. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Bobcat says, start 2 running backs, Pierce, Ford, or Joshua Kelly. We're to go ahead. We were going to play. Oh my gosh. I'm going to go. Can everybody spam the chat? Who do you bench here? Are you going to bench Jerome Ford, Joshua Kelly, or Dameon Pierce? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Spam the live chat. We had Barkley, but now he's doubtful. How are you liking the 2024 quarterback class dynasty-wise? Obviously, everybody loves the 2024 dynasty class. I mean, they look great. I mean, you have the guys at the top, and you have some depth with the class as well. I mean, it's not going to be like a surprise to anybody saying, oh, yeah, those 2024 rookie quarterbacks look pretty damn good. Bench Kelly, Pierce, Kelly. Looks like most people are saying to bench Joshua Kelly. As someone who has started Kelly over the past few weeks, I probably agree with this. Probably want to go through and bench Joshua Kelly here, my man. Had to learn that lesson the hard way. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Hospital Mike says, RIP Watson. I'm 0-3 long-term. Are we going to go Daniel Jones or Russ? I'm going to go Daniel Jones over Russ long-term just because Daniel Jones has more rushing upside. I'm not excited about either quarterback from a real-life perspective. Joshua says, do you think I could trade Gibbs and Garrett Wilson for Mixon or ETN or someone of that caliber? I think you can. I honestly may not even do it if it's a full PBR format. We're like 3-0 and you have multiple flex spots. I think it's a very fair deal where we can go through and try to make that play. Luger says, PBR need 2 out of 3 because Zeke is the starter. Zeke, Warren, and Kelly. I would go Warren and Kelly over Ezekiel Elliott. I don't know what you're saying about Zeke being a starter. I mean, if you go through and if you look at the underdog pick'ems on what you have this week, you have Ramondre Stevenson, kind of locked into be the running back with these projections. You have Ramondre Stevenson currently sitting at, 13.5 rushing attempts, 76.5 total yards, where you have Ezekiel Elliott, on the other hand, sitting at 38.5 total yards. I would go Warren and Kelly. I think both those guys are the guys that have the possibility of being the starting running backs in their respective backfields. But ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we are 4 likes away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, help us hit 1,500 likes. Go down there, hit that like button. We have live streamed for about 3 hours at this point. Going to live stream every single day until 2024. I've not missed a single day since April. And Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. And also, of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes Special pick'em, more than, less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets this Sunday. Tonight, that is. But Gourmet says, who would you start, Brian Robinson, Warren, or Kelly? I'm going to go Brian Robinson, even though it's a very tough matchup, my friend. Little Isaiah says, Dell, Najee, Tutu, Breida in the flex. We got to pick one. Full BBR format, I'm probably going to go Dell. If it was a non-PBR league, it'd be fine if you wanted to pivot to a running back. Judy says, PBR, we have Hurts, Kyron, Kamara, St. Brown, Tyreek, Frymuth. Can't decide on who to flex between Connor, Nico, Warren, Brian Robinson, Devon, Pierce. Love the vids. Appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR format, we will go James Conner. Brian Robinson, James Conner, kind of in a similar boat, right? These are both running backs that ultimately don't have good matchups. You got one going up against San Fran. You have the other going up against, Philadelphia. Both horrendous matchups. Both of them have guaranteed work, specifically because it's a full PBR format. We probably want to go ahead and probably want to take James Conner, who actually is getting the involvement, getting the cheap receptions out of his backfield. Chris says, full BBR 10-team league, need 2 for the flex. Sanders, DJ Moore, Kelly, Gabe Davis, Hollywood, and Komet or Ertz for tight end. Hashtag flock up. Appreciate you, my man. Probably are actually going to pivot over to Komet, given the matchup, plus the fact that you have no Claypool. So, maybe there's just an extra target or two to go around. And then we are for sure going to go with Miles Sanders and DJ Moore. I think DJ Moore, great matchup against this Denver defense that may have just given up. And then obviously Miles Sanders getting the full workload. Now, David coming out says 10-team half PBR format. We have 2 flex spots, 3-0. Would you trade away Keenan and Zach Moss for A.J. Brown and DeAndre Swift? So Keenan to A.J. Brown looks like a slight downgrade at this point. Zach Moss to DeAndre Swift. Lateral move in the short term, long-term upgrade with Swift. I think it's a fair deal. I think it comes down to what your expectations are when it comes to Jonathan Taylor and if he plays for this team or not going forward. My running backs are Henry, Stevenson, Connor, Sanders, and Zach Moss. So, a running back we're strong as well. I think it's a very fair deal, and it's honestly up to you, my friend. Now, next question coming out from Adam says, 12-team at PBR. We have Myers, White, Warren, Pacheco, Moore. We need 2 flex spots. We're going to go ahead. We most likely are going to be taking Rashad White, and honestly, probably DJ Moore now, given the fact that you have that good matchup, you have no Claypool, and with Jacoby Myers, you have no Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not too excited to play Jacoby Myers with the backup quarterback in here, even if he did look good in the preseason. Okay. But our next question coming out from, I believe, High and Grade, always out here, says, Javonte or Pierce, keep up the grind. Appreciate you, my friend. Probably go Javonte. Given the fact that he does have a good matchup. Pierce, it's a tough spot going up against Pittsburgh. It is a little exciting to see, though, that it seems like this backfield may be changing from a 2-man running back by committee. From a 3-man running back by committee to a 2-man running back by committee in Houston, though, where previously that was not the case, right? Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Andrew says, PBR start 2. We have Jacoby, Roshan, McLaurin, and Tutu. I think we will go most likely with, I hate to say it. Can everybody spam the chat? Am I losing my mind? Am I overthinking this offense not having Jimmy G? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Jacoby Myers or Terry McLaurin? Spam the chat right now. Who are you starting? Terry McLaurin or Jacoby Myers? Let me know. We got 1 vote for Terry, 2 votes for Terry. Jacoby. Terry. Okay, so it looks like we are allowed to go ahead and take Terry McLaurin here. Obviously, Myers, in that 2-week sample that we are looking at, has had an insane workload and has looked very exciting. But ultimately, it's a super small sample, and at the same time, when you have no Jimmy G, you don't know exactly what the split's going to be here. Jared says, full BBR flex spot, Hopkins, Ford, or Rashad White. You go Rashad White, you don't overthink it. Just lost Watson. Should we pick up Stafford, Geno, or Stroud? Really going to be up to you between Stroud and Geno. Not going to be going Stafford until we get cut back in. I personally probably go with Geno Smith and a good matchup against the New York Giants. Now, Sleepy Mo coming out says, full BBR. We need 2 running backs and a flex. We have White, Sanders, Swift, Collins, Addison, and Joshua Palmer. Thanks, Mason. We're going to go ahead. We will be playing Rashad White, Miles Sanders at running back. And then for the flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead. We will play Jordan. No, we'll go DeAndre Swift. Play all 3 running backs, my man. I mean, all 3 guys have the guaranteed work. Now, Pauly OG coming out says, keeper, 12-team 1 flex league. We have Hurts, Bijan, Walker, Stevenson, Olave, Ingram, Kirk. Bench at the moment is Ayuk, Watson, Devon, Charbonnet, Roshan, Bigsby. I'm 3-0. Should we start Ayuk or Stevenson? And any moves that we should look to make? I think it's a very well-balanced team. Not really looking to make any moves at this moment. I mean, maybe next week we can go through and see what kind of value we could get for Christian Kirk. He'll be a sell-high guy for me before we get Jacoby Myers coming back into this offense. And then if we were looking at doing anything outside of that, I think we probably just sit on our hands. And then I will play Stevenson over Brandon Ayuk. I know I'm an idiot. I know it's a tough matchup going up against the Dallas Cowboys. But ultimately with Stevenson, really safe workload. And with Ayuk, you have Deebo Samuel back in. Sebastian says, I'm kind of scared for Deebo. Should we start him, Zay, or Joshua Kelly in a PPR format? I think you can go ahead and you can start Deebo Samuel. I'm not too worried. If Deebo's not 100% cleared, good to go, and you wanted to play Zay Flowers with no Odell, with no Bateman, I'm not going to fault you. It is a tough matchup, though. Big Route says Connor, Atwell, or Palmer in a full PPR format. We'll go ahead and we will play James Conner here, my friend. Gabriella says, need a running back in a flex. We have Kamara, James Cook, and Jalen Waddle. We're going to go ahead and we will be playing Jalen Waddle in that flex spot. We'll go James Cook here as well. I really want as many pieces in this game as we can possibly get. I think it will be the highest scoring game of the week. And I mean, very good offense. We haven't seen Kamara back just yet, even though I do think that Kamara will be in a great spot. Now, Mark's a good lad. Always happy to see you, my man. Says, Morning Mason, 12-team BBR chasing Herbert for the Keenan stack. Herbert owner is asking for Puka. Other players are Geno, Henry, Mixon, Devon, AJ Brown, Keenan, Thielen. My initial reaction was going to be, you know what, man, probably doesn't make a lot of sense to trade for Herbert. I mean, he's coming off of great weeks. He's no longer going to have Mike Williams going forward. I mean, probably we could be better off going and trading for like Jalen Hurts, Mahomes, or Josh Allen, Lamar. But no. I mean, if you are sitting here and you have Geno Smith as your starting quarterback, you have Keenan Allen at wide receiver, and the price point to get Justin Herbert is just Puka the week before Cooper Kupp comes back, I'm completely fine paying that price. I actually thought it would be a little bit more expensive, if I was going to be honest. I figured you would not get that good of a price on him. Now, Sploot says, pick 2 in a non-PPR league. 2 starting quarterbacks, Gabe Davis, Tutu, Najee, Downs. Okay. Don't care as much about the stacks here. I think we're going to plan on going Najee, and then if you wanted to chase the ceiling, we're going to go Gabe Davis. I actually probably go Gabe Davis because it's a non-PPR format, and we're chasing touchdown upside. If it was a full PPR league and you wanted to go with the safer volume and you wanted to go with Tutu Atwell, I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. But in a non-PPR format in particular, I personally probably go with Najee Harris and Gabe Davis. Now, Mike says, 10-team at PPR Superflex League. We have Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. Should we trade away Anthony Richardson for DK Metcalf? Superflex format? Hell no, you need more. I understand we have elite level quarterback, but you need to go through and you need to charge a premium. I play him over Debo this week. DK versus Debo, it's not a massive change in expected points per game. You need someone better. JRK says PBR, Walker, Jacobs, Kyron, or Mostert. We got to bench one. Oh my gosh, I hate it, but we probably bench Raheem Mostert. He is the #1 scoring player in fantasy at the moment. I mean, to say to go through and bench him is a brutal spot. But to be fair, this is a situation where, I mean, you do have Devon Achane possibly expanding his role. It is a very tough matchup against the Buffalo Bills as well. And all these other running backs are true 3-down bell cows where you don't really have too many concerns about their matchups in particular. Now, Michael says Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen, Puka, CMC, Jacobs, Goddard, Raheem. On the bench, we have Higgins, Evans, Lockett, Dalvin, Gabe Davis, McKinnon. Should I change my starting lineup? So down there on the bench, if we wanted to get someone in, it would be T. Higgins. Would I play T. Higgins or Mostert? You can go Mostert. Would I play T. Higgins or Puka or Allen? We'd go Puka and Allen. So no, I think we keep this team as is. I mean, I think it's a great squad, my friend. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe, Brad says, Brees or Roschon? I'm going to go Brees this week. I agree that Roschon has a great matchup. And, Hook 'em Lawrence, I love Roschon Johnson. I'm hoping that he continues to go through and expand his role in Chicago, and this could look like a breakout game. But ultimately, both running backs are in horrendous offenses, and Brees Hall's the better talent. Now, Michael says 1 and 2 in a 12-person league. Double flex. We have Purdy, Tyreek, A.J. Brown, Akers, Breida, Hunter Henry, Dell, Pickens. On the bench, we have Justice Hill, Marvin Mims, Josh Reynolds, Lawrence, Williams, Ferguson. Who do we start and who do we move going forward? Wish we would have started Lawrence over Purdy. This is a team that doesn't have a lot of depth, so I think, honestly, 2-for-1 deals will be very hard to come by. I think that we keep this lineup as is. If you were going to do anything, possibly you look to start Ferguson over Henry, but this is a tough team, my man. Jay Stream says, full BBR, start 2 at the flex. Amari, Garrett Wilson, Atwell, Zay, and Gabe Davis. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play the combination of Amari Cooper and Zay Flowers when Flowers has no Bateman and no Odell, my friend. And I think we still play. Actually, can everybody spam the chat? Help me out with this. Who do you play out of these 3 guys? Now that Amari Cooper has no Deshaun Watson, spam the chat. Are you going with Amari Cooper, Tutu Atwell, or Gabe Davis? Amari Cooper, Tutu Atwell, or Gabe Davis? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. We got still Amari, Atwell, Davis, Amari, Davis, Amari, Tutu, Amari, Gabe. So it does look like it's split somewhat. I think we probably just keep it simple. Start the studs. We probably still go Amari Cooper. But Superstar says, do we trade Geno and Jacobs for Lamb? Hell yeah, I'd go ahead and do that, my man. I mean, Geno, not necessarily someone that's going to make a difference. You could always go to the waiver wire and pick up another QB. Dom says, pick one, Evans, Flowers, or Nico Collins. Both Flowers and Evans have really tough matchups, so I'll go with the guy that's been producing. We'll go with Evans. Jared says, a full point BBR for the flex. Hopkins, White, or Jerome Ford. Don't overthink it. Rachaad White is a bell cow running back at the moment. You go ahead and you play Rachaad White here, my friend. Now, Sacramento coming out says, start 2 in a full BBR format. We have Amari, Myers, Dell, and Puka. We're going to go with Puka, and then between Amari, Myers, Dell, it's close-ish, but we still probably end up going Amari even with no Deshaun Watson, my friend. Okay. Now, Omar coming out says, good morning, Flock, 12-team, half PPR. Double flex, we're starting Cousins, Pollard, Kelly, Keenan, Ridley, Everett, Sun God was in the flex. We have Henry in the second flex, Hunter Henry, that is. Should we start Gus, Calvin, Shaheed, Flowers, or Jake Ferguson? I would 100% play Zay Flowers over Jake Ferguson. Like 99% of the time, you do not want to be starting a tight end in your flex, especially if that tight end is Jake Ferguson, my man. It'd be different if it was like Mark Andrews, of course. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 likes away from hitting 1,600 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, help us out. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. I've not missed a single day since April. And of course, if you want to check out my rest of season fantasy football rankings, if you want to go see any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings, the old 9 yards, and a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game against the Jets. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Ross says, choose 2, Kamara, Hopkins, George Pickens. We're going to go with Kamara and Pickens. I mean, Pickens, okay matchup against Houston. I mean, you have no Deontay, so they are going to look to force feed Pickens, at least what we've seen over the past 2 weeks. Now, Kevin coming out says 10-team full BBR, 1 flex, 3 receivers. 3 wide receivers. What wide receivers and running backs would you start? Lamb, Judy, McLaurin, Ayuk. We're going to go with Lamb, Judy, and Ayuk. Bench McLaurin. Running backs, we have Mixon, Brian Robinson, Pacheco, Breida. We're going to be going Mixon and Brian Robinson. And if we get confirmation that Saquon's out before we have to make the call, I think that you can go ahead. I think that you can play Matt Breida if you want to. It's just hard to do that before we get confirmation. So if we don't get confirmation in a full PBR format, maybe we go McLaurin instead. But Richard says, full PBR, we lost Watson. Should we start Russ, Stafford, or Mac Jones? We can go ahead and we can start Russell Wilson. Great matchup. You have a little bit of rushing upside. I mean, I believe you have Denver favored in this game as well. Trayvon says, how stacked are my running backs? We have Eckler, Gibbs, Madison, Williams, Moss. Oh my gosh. League 2, Henry, this is nasty. If you were stacked like this, my man, where we're not even starting Zach Moss in the short term, I would look to go ahead and trade him and get an upgrade somewhere else. Because obviously long-term upside may be a little bit better elsewhere. Like, you love Zach Moss right now. The question just is, okay, what are we getting when it comes to Zach Moss when Jonathan Taylor comes back? You have a Drake London touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. Drake London TD. Bryce says we have Zeke news. Let me go ahead and see if there's any news regarding Ezekiel Elliott. Saw someone in the chat saying something about Zeke earlier as well. Okay, so David Njoku will play. Okay, so Rappaport says Zeke to see increased role, in quotation, starter reps in week 4. Very interesting. So maybe what you need to do is go ahead and go with the fewer than total yards on Ramondre Stevenson. Yeah, the Ezekiel, if Rappaport's saying that Zeke is going to see starter reps, super interesting. Obviously, this is a game against Dallas here. Really interesting. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Prohibit says, Myers, Addison, or Zay in standard scoring. We're going to go Zay, my friend, with everybody banged up in Baltimore. Tank Tone says, 10-team PBR. We have Allen, Kyron, Cook, Lamb, Metcalf, Laporta, Puka. On the bench, we have Kamara, Barkley. Do you start Kamara over anybody? No, I think we keep the lineup as is. Kamara is definitely going to be a long-term play. I think Kamara is in a great spot, especially when you have no Jamal Williams here. But still, no, I think keep lineup as is. Great team. Margaret says, pick 2, Devon, Amari, Devonta Smith. We're going to go Devon and Devonta Smith. I'll play Devon A-Chain over Amari Cooper. I think both players, now that Watson's going to miss, have very low floors, but high ceilings. Ralph says, pick 2 at PBR, White, Nico, Zay, Gabe Davis. We're going to go with Rashad White and Zay Flowers. I know it's scary going up against this Cleveland Browns secondary, this Cleveland Browns defense in general, but you have no Bateman, you have no Odell. They are going to be able to move the ball effectively. Nathan says, start 2 in at PBR League, Lockett, Judy, and Zay Flowers. We're going to go ahead, we're going to play Zay Flowers and Jerry Judy with Tyler Lockett. I mean, maybe you can make an argument it's a good matchup, blah, 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 but I don't know. I think that these younger options are going to continue to get better as the season goes on. Carl says trade Adams and Anthony Richardson for CeeDee Lamb and Henry. Adams to Lamb, slight downgrade. Anthony Richardson to Derrick Henry. If you need a running back, hell yes, we're making this deal. Hell yeah, go make that deal. Chuck says full BBR, pick 1. We have Evans, Shark, Sutton, and Ramondre Stevenson. We are going to go ahead and can everybody spam the chat? What would you do at this point? When we're getting the report coming out saying that Ezekiel Elliott's going to see an expanded role and he's going to see quote unquote starter reps, would you play Mike Evans or would you play Ramondre Stevenson? Are you going Evans or Stevenson? Evans. Tresner says, I'm not benching Stevenson. I don't care. Evans. Someone says Sutton. We're definitely not playing Sutton. Yeah, it looks like most people are saying Mike Evans at this point. I would have 100% said Ramondre Stevenson before the Ian Rappaport report, my man. Now, Raya says, need one in a non-PPR standard scoring league. White versus the Saints, Breida or Stevenson. Thanks, and I enjoyed the show. Really appreciate you, my friend. Definitely think we are going to go with Rachaad White, who has the goal line role currently, which is the main thing that we care about in a non-PPR format, right? Especially if we get the negative report regarding Zeke. Phil says, full PPR, one receiver and a flex. We have Chase, Puka, Pittman, Kamara, and Palmer. We're going to be going with Chase and Puka. I think long-term, you'll probably be starting Pittman and Kamara over Puka. Short-term, you still have to go Puka whenever we have no Cooper Cup in here. Now, TD Blaze says, pick 3, JSN, DK, Dotson, or Gabe Davis. We're going to go with DK, Gabe Davis, and I'm going JSN over Jahan Dotson. I don't care. I know that JSN doesn't have a full-time role. But this offense in Washington is horrendous. And Jahan Dotson's not seeing consistent target volume. MF Slum says, my running backs are Mixon, Brian Robinson, Alexander Madison. Who do we play today, and who do we flex out of the ones who are left, or Godwin? We're going to be going with Mixon and, oh my gosh, I literally have no idea. Probably Brian Robinson, just because I can't tell someone to start Alexander Madison. And then all of a sudden, we're going to start all 3 running backs. Start all 3 RBs. Tough matchup for Godwin. Michael says, Abby Sunday Mason, Roshan or Kelly. We're going to be going Joshua Kelly over Roshan Johnson, as much as it pains me to say. And something coming from someone who's been crushed from Joshua Kelly as of late. And Gabe Davis or Jerry Jeudy, thanks for all the hard work coming. Really appreciate you, my man. I would love to get Gabe Davis in. Love to start as many guys in this offense we can, but I think we got to go Jeudy. Probit says, if Zeke is getting increased reps, should we sit Stevenson for Madison, especially against Dallas? If it is a non-BBR format, I think you play Alexander Madison. Full BBR league, I'm still a little more inclined to play Stevenson. I'm not going to fault you at all if you want to bench Stevenson for Alexander Madison at this point. You've heard me say it over and over again. I'm just a little bit worried about what we get when it comes to the Cam Akers workload. I don't think that Madison can get there as a committee running back. Marco says, pick 2 at running back. Have BBR. We have Ramondre, Sanders, Brian Robinson, and Roshan. We're going to go Sanders and Brian Robinson or Ramondre, kind of up to you. Full BBR format, we probably go Ramondre. At PBR league, we may go Brian Robinson. Vic says, start Tua or Burrow. We're going to go Tua, not close. The highest scoring game of the week, and at the same time, Burrow's not fully healthy. Steve says, have BBR 10-team 2-1. Start sit. We have Cousins, Sanders, Kyron, Lamb, Ayuk, Ingram, Waddle. On the bench, we have Stroud, Eckler, Ford, Tutu, Dell. Are we good to go? If we were going to get someone in the lineup from the bench, it would be Jerome Ford. I would start Waddle over Ford. I would start Sanders over Ford. I would start Kyron over Ford. So, yeah, I think you are good to go, my man. I think we keep it as is. But Lil Isaiah says, Dell or Thielen? Really, it is up to you. I've gone back and forth with this week. It just kind of depends on what you expect the overall volume to be. I'd probably go Adam Thielen. I could give you 50. If I answered that question 100 times, I'll give you 50 answers for Thielen, 50 answers for Dell. Jay Fred says, love the videos, 10-team BBR format. Who should we start in the flex? McLaurin, Sutton, Madison, or Thielen? Here we'll definitely go Alexander Madison, even with Cam Akers coming in, my man. With Alexander Madison, obviously, he's in the best offense out of this group. And he's a running back that at the moment does have a really nice workload. So thank you so much again, my friend. Now, Anthony coming out says, start Amari, Gabe Davis, or Cortland Sutton. Full BBR format, we go Amari given target volume. Non-PBR league, we'll go ahead and we'll play Gabe Davis given touchdown upside. Bob says, pick 1, Thomas, Jeudy, Nico, Dell, or Joshua Palmer. It's either going to be down between Jerry Jeudy or Michael Thomas for us. Knowing that Carr's going to play and Carr's not at 100% probably does make me want to go ahead and play Jerry Jeudy. Gustavo says, Amari with Watson out, Hopkins or Terry McLaurin. The thing is, Hopkins and Amari are in very similar boats at this point. Both are going to get a considerable amount of targets. Both are in very bad offenses. I do think that it's a fair question. I'm definitely not starting Terry McLaurin. It's up to you between Amari and Hopkins. Phil says, 8-team full BBR format, 2 receivers and a flex. We have Chase, Puka, Lamb, Smith, Waddle, Evans. Should I trade a wide receiver considering we're stacked at running? We're stacked. Running backs are Gibbs, Ford, Aaron Jones, and Walker. 8-team league, yes. Let's go through. Let's sell Mike Evans and Jerome Ford, and let's go get the best running back we can. In an 8-team format, this wide receiver depth's not going to matter, and it's going to be super easy to come by if we ever need it. Pat says, Stevenson or Gibbs rest of season. Full BBR format, I will go Gibbs over Stevenson rest of season if now you're telling me that Ezekiel Elliott's about to pull a David Montgomery. Because if I have to just guess which guy can get better as the season goes forward, my guess would be the rookie, right? It's not going to be the year 3, year 4 player. Barry says, Kyron as my RB1. Who should be my RB2 today? Moss, Stevenson, or Mostert? We're definitely going to be going with Zach Moss. I think Mostert's going to be the better offense, but Moss has the larger workload. And then also at wide receiver 2, we're going to go Lockett, Amari, or Dotson. I probably want to go through and play Tyler Lockett over Amari Cooper at this point, my man. Hunted says, hey Mason, took your trade advice you gave me in Thursday night stream and got Diggs for Montgomery and Ford. Super excited. Thank you for all you do. No, appreciate you, my man. And obviously, David Montgomery is out there crushing it right now. But yeah, I think that is a great move. I think we would rather have Stephon Diggs there, my friend. Now, Fishing Bass coming out says, pick 2, Godwin, Tutu, Addison, Garrett Wilson, Hopkins. Happy BR format. Thanks. So thank you, my man. I will probably go with Jordan Addison for one of these spots as a guaranteed. In the other one, it is legitimately up to you. I'm not going Tutu out well here. I can make an argument for Godwin, make an argument for Wilson, make an argument for Hopkins, especially that you have no Burks. Probably wouldn't have said this earlier in the week, but now that you have no Treylon Burks, we probably go Hopkins as our wide receiver 2. But honestly, they're all about the same. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, it's up to you, my man. Wes says 0-3, 10-team BBR format. We have Love, Richardson, Metcalf, Higgins, Myers, Lockett, Palmer. Running back, we have Bijan, Walker, Ford, Hull, Devon. Tight end, we have Kelsey. Who do we flex in any trades? Wide receiver, we're going to go DK and Higgins. Running back, Bijan, Walker. We're going to be flexing Ford or Devon A-Chain. Depends. If you think you need a high floor, we're going to go Ford. If you need a high ceiling, we're going to go Devon. And then it would be really nice to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade there at either running back or wide receiver when we have this kind of depth in a 10-team league with one flex. Robert says, Ramondre, Pickens, or Devon in the flex. I still go Ramondre Stevenson. I'm still going to go ahead and take Ramondre Stevenson. Can everybody in the chat please spam what direction are you going in? Should we be more concerned with this Ezekiel Elliott role? Should we be willing to go through and punt off Ramondre now? Pickens, Devon. Pickens, Stevenson. Yeah, look, it looks like most people are going Pickens there. It's just so hard when you get one of those reports, right? It's not an injury thing. It's just a usage report coming out from Ian Rappaport before the games. So hard to know how to take it. Now, not Oliver says with the Deshaun injury, are we going to go Amari or Adam Thielen? I will still take Amari Cooper over Adam Thielen. So the thing is, Adam Thielen also has bad quarterback play. It's not like Bryce Young is that great of a QB at the moment. Mario says, awesome show as always. Always appreciate you, my dude. Pick 2 in the standard league. We have Lockett, Sutton, Thielen, Flowers, or DJ Moore. We're going to be going with Flowers and DJ Moore, with DJ Moore having a great matchup. And then pick 3 running backs: Henry, Mostert, Connor, Madison, or Hall. We're going to be going with Henry, Mostert, and James Conner. Once we actually get to see what the Akers workload looks like, then at that point, maybe we can pivot back over to Alexander Madison next week. Okay. Now, Augustin says Dell or Amari. We're going to be going Amari. And then Devon or White. We're definitely going to go Rashad White there, my friend. Grant says, new to your channel, but this is amazing. Thank you. Appreciate you. 14 team, full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We're starting Addison, Tank, Debo. On the bench, we have Tutu, Morg. Are we good to go? Bonus question, JT in week 5/6. I am operating under the assumption that Jonathan Taylor will be back and Jonathan Taylor will be playing football games. Just because if I look at the incentives for all parties involved, I mean, hell, I don't see how it makes sense for anybody if Jonathan Taylor is not playing this year, whether that's Colts ownership, whether that's Jonathan Taylor himself. This isn't like a franchise tag situation. He's on the rookie contract. So I'm going to assume that JT is going to be playing. I'd obviously start him over these guys if he does play. And then for our 2 receivers, we're going to go Addison and Debo. And then for our flex between Tank, Tutu, Moore, it's up to you. If it's DJ Moore, I probably would go DJ Moore, just given the matchup that he has against Denver. Mr. Dice says, God bless the flock. Need to start 1 full BBR. Pierce, Pacheco, or Kelly. I probably go Dameon Pierce now that things are trending to be in a 2-man running back committee rather than a 3-man committee. Whereas previously in the season, Dameon Pierce was in that 3-man RB by committee behind a banged up offensive line. Now, Sploot says Amari, Sanders, Deshaun, or Tutu in a non-PBR format. Non-PBR format, we're definitely going to be going with Miles Sanders. Who sans Deshaun? Oh, without Deshaun. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. God, that's embarrassing. I will still probably be going Amari Cooper over Tutu Atwell, though. God, that's one of the most embarrassing things we've done this week. And we do embarrassing things very often. Now, Kevin coming out saying, pick 2 running backs, PPR, Devon, Ford, Pacheco. We're going to go Devon and Ford. I mean, Pacheco's in a 3-man running back by committee in an offense that doesn't want to run. Luger says, pick 2, Zeke, Warren, Kelly, Gainwell this week, PPR format. We're going to go ahead. We will play Zeke, given the role that we're supposedly getting. And I probably will go Joshua Kelly, even if Kelly versus guys like Gainwell, we go Kelly. Even though I want to be on record saying I told a lot of people to start Kelly over the past 2 weeks, and I've been an idiot for saying so. Ryan says Judy, Palmer, or Amari, then Ford or Javonte. I will go Judy here, and then we're going to go Ford over Javonte, my friend. Pat says trade Stevenson for Javonte. If you think that this will be a consistent trend with Zeke going forward, then you can do it. I mean, I still, in a full BBR format, would rather have Stevenson over Javonte. Reagan says pick 2, full BBR. Sanders, Ayuk, Gabe Davis, Amari Cooper. We're going to be going Miles Sanders and Brandon Ayuk relatively easily now that we have no Watson in this game. Schleep says Watson out. Are we going to go Purdy, Geno, Pickett, or Stroud? We're going to go with Geno Smith. Really good matchup, and you have everybody in Seattle healthy as well, or at least skill positional wise. Zachary says Happy BR bench 1, Debo, Nico, and Palmer. We're going to be benching Joshua Palmer until we actually see exactly what the workload is here. FBZN coming out says, need a quarterback, Jones, Purdy, Stroud, Wilson, 4-point per passing touchdown. We're going to go Daniel Jones, pretty good matchup on Monday night. Plus, if you look at Daniel Jones, you do have a considerable amount of rushing upside, where this is a quarterback that was leading the NFL in rushing yards at the QB position before the San Francisco game. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from 1,700 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Help us hit 1,700. We've been live streaming for about almost 3.5 hours at this point. Going to live stream every single day until 2024. I've not missed a single day since April, so make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems for today's games, you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you are going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting a list of my rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. and a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard for the Jets game tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Now, AG says PBR for the flex, Tutu, Amari, or Joshua Palmer. I'm still going to go Amari here. Obviously, we do need to dramatically lower expectations with Amari, however. Now, next question coming out from Phil says, Evans and Ford, 2 for 1. Who should we target? If we're going to go for a wide receiver, if we can get to the Olave range, the Devonta Smith range, I would really like that. Kyle Pitts showing up. Hell yes. Hell yeah. Come on, Pitts. Steve says, we need a running back, wide receiver, and a flex in app PBR format. We have Puka, Kyron, Connor, Mostert, Devon, Amari, Lockett, Gabe. Love your content. You're my main source for info, Flock Rules. Appreciate you so much, my man. We are going to go Kyron Williams at running back. If you just look at the volume that he has seen as of late, I think we go Raheem Mostert as well, even though it's a very tough matchup. Have BBR format. We're chasing a little more touchdown upside, which clearly he does have. He's leading the NFL in touchdowns at the moment, I believe. And then also for wide receiver, we're going to be going ahead. We're going to be playing Tyler Lockett now that you have no Deshaun Watson. But we definitely want to be playing a running back in that flex, even if you want to go with someone else other than Raheem. Now, Bodie says, full BBR, should we play in the flex? Brian Robinson, Hopkins, Miles Sanders. We're going to go Miles Sanders with Robinson having a really tough matchup. And should I be looking to trade Higgins? He's been scaring me. My other receivers are Amon-Ra and Debo. I would say no. If you're selling T. Higgins at this point, you're going to be selling at a very low price given what happened on Monday. And I think it will be better as Burrow gets healthier. Randall says Adam Thielen or Mike Evans. Definitely going to go ahead and play Mike Evans here, my friend. I know it's a really tough matchup, but still, you got to go Evans. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Vic, who says, PBR, we have Saquon, Pollard, Javonte, Charbonnet, Hunt. I also traded 4 Jacobs. Wide receiver, we have Godwin, Higgins, Judy, Palmer, Hopkins. Thoughts on upgrading wide receiver or maybe tight end? We have Lamar at QB. I think long-term, upgrading wide receiver will be something that's very advantageous. Short-term, we're probably going to be looking to wait just because we're going to be waiting until Saquon Barkley's fully healthy. But then maybe next week, if you wanted to go through and send one of these running backs, someone like Javonte Williams, especially if he crushes the Bears this week, I think it would be interesting. Then at that point, is package him with a wide receiver like Judy and go get a stud wide receiver. Okay, Jay Stream says Stafford or Stroud. We are going to go Stroud. A. Chris says double flex 12-team BBR format. We have Hurts, Eckler, Kamara, Olave, AJ Brown, Henry, Waddle, Tank. Should we start Tank or Flowers at the flex? Great team. I'll say I think that we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Zay Flowers. Tank Dell is a little bit of a better matchup. I mean, both guys going up against very tough defenses. But in the case of, Zay Flowers, you just have significantly less target competition, where really the only thing that you're going to be dealing with is Mark Andrews. Whereas in the case of what you have with Tank Dell, you have a bunch of different players in that offense seeing targets. You have no Odell Beckham Jr. and at the same time, you have no Rashad Bateman for Flowers in Baltimore, my man. Now, Travis says, hey, go pick 2, Devon, Sanders, and Javonte. We're going to go with Sanders and Devon. Javonte, good matchup, high ceiling, but low floor. And we can say the same thing with Devon. I mean, low floor, high ceiling, but we at least saw the ceiling last week at 50 points. And it's a super high scoring game. Evil Skittle says, should we still start Amari without Watson? Would it be better to start Palmer or Tank? Keep it up, brother. Really appreciate you. I don't think it's going to be that much better to start Amari Cooper, but I think we will still go ahead and play Amari Cooper here, even though it will be a little close. Lightning hockey coming out. If you don't know, my man, I actually lived in Tampa a couple years ago and loved going to Lightning games. But pick 2, full BBR, Pickens, Stevenson, White, DJ Moore. Full BBR format, you're for sure going to go with Rashad White for one of these calls. I mean, based off what we have seen in the live chat, seems like the majority of people are going to be taking George Pickens over Ramondre Stevenson as well. So let's go ahead and let's go get George Pickens. Jacob says, start 1, full BBR, Ramondre, Ford, Devon. I'm 0-3. This is brutal, my man. Can everybody help out Jacob? Who do you go with? Who do you go with out of these 3 guys? Before we got the report saying that Ezekiel Elliott was going to see starter reps, it would have been easy to go through and take Ezekiel Elliott. I'm sorry, it'd be easy to take Ramondre Stevenson. But now who are you going with? Please spam the chat. Let me know out of these three guys. Tresner says Ramondre. Expert says Ford. Ford. Keep in mind, you have no Deshaun Watson with Ford as well. This may be a very bad offense. You got another Ford vote. Looks like everybody is saying Ford, my man. I don't know, but the live chat thinks Ford, and the live chat typically does know more than I do. Phil says that Evans Ford trade is the upgrade at running back. It was an 18 league with stacked receivers. So if we're going to go like Evans and Jerome Ford, if we could go get someone like, say, Jonathan Taylor in an 8-team format and take a lot of risk with obviously a low floor, but a massive swing for the upside case, and an 8-team league where typically the only thing that matters is the highest ceiling possible, I think we would go ahead. I think we would look to make a play like that. Now, Sebastian says start 2, Lockett, Devon, Gabe Davis, and Zach Moss. We're going to be going with Zach Moss for sure, and then I think we probably go Devon A-Chain. I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen. If you really can't afford to take a 0 or you can't afford to take a 3-point performance, I think Lockett has a higher floor, but I just have such a hard time telling people to bench someone who dropped 50 points in their first NFL game. Corey says, revenge game in the flex. Happy BR, Zeke or Thielen. I think we're going to go with Zeke. At this point, I think you probably have to go Zeke, right? Now, Twisted Folk says, love your content, picking 2 receivers in a flex. Appreciate you, my friend. We have Chase, Higgins, Pittman, Thielen. Obviously leaning Chase. I'm leaning Pittman, Thielen this week. What are your options? I think we're going to be going with Chase, Higgins, and Pittman. Obviously, it's very frustrating whenever we have, a banged up Joe Burrow, where we've had, subpar play from this entire Cincinnati Bengals offense so far this season. Now, this matchup specifically against Tennessee is a defense that, they are really good against the run, but against the pass, they're, I don't want to say Swiss cheese, but they're not good. They're not good at all. So I would go through. I probably would start both Cincinnati Bengals here, my friend. Christopher says Ayuk or Stevenson in the flex. Ayuk is wide receiver 2 and then drop Amari out of it. I would go ahead. I would play, if it's Amari, Ayuk, Stevenson, if I had to figure out one player to bench, I would bench Amari. If I was going to rank these guys, I would go Ayuk, Stevenson, then Amari. I don't know exactly what we're asking. Greg says, who do I bench, Moss, Puka, or Madison? We're going to bench Madison with the outside chance Akers has a decent role here, my man. We just don't know what this role is going to be like for Akers right now. Now, Max says start 2-2 or Flowers. They're definitely going to go Flowers. Everybody banged up in Baltimore. Danny says I'm 0-3 and just traded Evans for Kupp. Oh, beautiful deal. Obviously, we take on some risk, but we get all the upside here. And on a 3-0 roster, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the upside. Love to see it. Ryan says full BBR pick 1, Judy, Tutu, Atwell, and Devon. We are going to go ahead. We probably take Devon here. If you are afraid of the super low floor, then we go Jerry Judy. Achane is a running back that, or Achane, I called him Devon Achane all offseason. So you're going to have to excuse me now that all of a sudden his name's changed. We're calling what he used to be. It's been melded into my mind. He's a running back that has the widest range of outcomes of any player this week. Legitimately no idea what to expect. No idea. Ed Beeson says, need a serious boom, down 20 points from Thursday. Need 2. Puka, Chase, Brees, Palmer, Pierce, Kelly. Super easy to go Puka and Chase. We'd prefer if it was a full BBR format, but still, even in a non-PBR league, you have to go ahead. You have to make this call, my man. Junior says, Alvin Kamara, Mike Evans at the flex. We're going to go Kamara. Or sit Mixon and put in. No, we would go with Kamara and Joe Mixon here over Mike Evans. Tough matchup for Evans. Greg Film Stuff. Always happy to see you, my man. Says, sup, Mace. Starting Richardson, AJ Ridley, Stevenson, Kyron. Started Musgrave and flexing James Cook. Should we start Stafford for Richardson? No, please go Richardson. And should we start Kamara for Stevenson? 100% please start Alvin Kamara for Ramondre Stevenson. You have no Jamal Williams in this game. On top of this, you have that Ezekiel Elliott report saying that Stevenson's going to be a little bit less appealing than previous. But start Richardson and start Alvin Kamara, my friend. Larry says, happy BR Lockett or Tank Dell. I personally am going to go ahead and take Tyler Lockett. Tank Dell is a wide receiver that's exciting, right? But you just can't view him as like a must-start wide receiver yet. I mean, if you want to get some like realistic expectations of what Tank Dell's projections are coming into the week, right now on Underdog, they have Tank Dell at 3.5 receptions. Like, this is one of my favorite pick'ems this week on Underdog is Tank Dell 3.5 receptions. But still, it kind of gives you a sense of what you are looking at there. Gives you a sense. But B says we have Saquon, but going to go with one, Dell or MT. We'll go with Michael Thomas. We're going to go Michael Thomas, my man. And then real quick, of course, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. We have live streamed for almost 4 hours at this point. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you are doing it on this one. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Jets later tonight. So make sure you take advantage of that ASAP. But our next question coming out from, I believe, is it from Austin or Toxic? It's from Toxic, who says, full BBR, Elijah, Joshua Kelly, or Tyler Boyd at the flex. Elijah Moore with no Deshaun Watson is not startable. You legitimately just cannot do this, my man. You have to go through, you have to play Joshua Kelly. It sucks. Obviously, Kelly's burned us over the past 2 weeks. But I mean, these wide receivers are just not exciting. Now, Austin says Ford or Roschon with Watson being out. And then we go forward. I agree. I think Deshaun Watson being out inherently is not a good thing for Jerome Ford, as this offense just may be worse overall. But still, Roschon, even though he's a good matchup, just doesn't have the guaranteed workload. But Evan Ingram just out there dominating, making sure that this does not turn into an interesting game at all. Let me go ahead and see. I mean, what's the box score here? How many receptions does Evan Ingram have? Seems like every time I look over there, Evan Ingram is grabbing something. Kirk's actually leading the team in receiving right now. Calvin Ridley only has one big play, which was that touchdown. Evan Ingram, 5 receptions, 31 receiving yards. I figured he'd actually have more involvement than that. ETN giving us nothing. Bijan Robinson putting on a show per usual. God, just gross. Come on. Can we not get something exciting going? Katie says, have BBR pick 2. Brian Robinson, Kelly, Gabe Davis, Michael Thomas. I think we'd probably go Brian Robinson and Michael Thomas. If it was a non-PBR format, I think you'd convince yourself to go Kelly. Abe says PBR double flex, Javonte, Nico, Elijah, and Joshua Palmer. We're going to go ahead. We're going to be playing Javonte Williams and Nico Collins. Can't play Elijah Moore with no Deshaun Watson. And at the same time, I mean, I would rather just see what the workload looks like for Joshua Palmer before we have to go through and get him in. But take him says Richardson or Lamar. We're going to go Lamar, my man. We're going to go Lamar even if it's a tough matchup. And then need a flex between Breece, Pierce, or Josh Downs. We are going to go ahead and take Dameon Pierce over Breece Hall. I mean, it's crazy to say, but obviously the Houston Texans have a much better offense than the Jets at this point. Much better offense. Now, Brutus says, who to start? We have one flex, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 1 wide receiver, and 2 flex. James Cook, Walker, Kamara. I'm feeling we're starting all of these guys. And Josh Jacobs. Wide receiver, Wilson, Godwin, Palmer, Elijah. We're going to go with Garrett Wilson at wide receiver. And then we're going to be starting actually only 3 running backs. We're going to go Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs, and then between James Cook, Alvin Kamara, it is somewhat close, but we will go James Cook until we at least get to see Alvin Kamara on the field. I mean, I do think that Kamara is going to do well this week, though. It's just when these guys are obviously solid options. Now, Muskendall coming out says Ramadre, Amari, Myers, Sanders, 1 flex and 1 running back. We're going to be going Miles Sanders at running back now that we've had the Zeke report. And then for the flex, I'll still play Ramadre over Amari with no Deshaun Watson. Rock Bottom says full BBR, Addison or Ford. Probably Ford. And then Swift, Madison, Sanders, Mixon. We're going to be going with Swift, Sanders, and Mixon. I'd rather not play Madison until we get to see what the K-Makers role is going to look like. Colty the Cow says full BBR, start 2. We have Pacheco, Ramadre, Kelly, and Jalen Warren. We're going to be going with Ramadre and Joshua Kelly, as much as I hate to say it. Honestly, that's what I would do with my team based off me going through and telling a bunch of people to play Joshua Kelly over the past 2 weeks and obviously seeing how that turns out. I mean, if I'm going to say it out loud on the live stream, it's not exciting. Maybe we would say Pacheco. The thing is with Pacheco, he's in a 3-man running back by committee where this team doesn't run the ball, you know? So I don't know what the realistic upside is for Pacheco. Now, Brandon says Zeke over Madison. No. I'm still going Madison. 6-point passing touchdown format, Richardson or Lamar. I'm still going to go Lamar over Richardson, even though I agree that they are close. Chris says we need 1 for the flex. Kelly, Palmer, Hollywood. I want to tell the majority of people, bench Kelly, bench Kelly, bench Kelly, bench Kelly. But if it's like Hollywood, an injured Hollywood Brown going up against the San Francisco 49ers, this is the range where you probably play Joshua Kelly, as much as it pains me to say. Joe says, go flock, 14-team BBR format. Godwin or Hopkins? If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I probably would have told you to go ahead and take Chris Godwin, my man. But now that I think when we have no Treylon Burks, we probably instead want to be pivoting over and taking DeAndre Hopkins. Now, full transparency, these guys are extremely close. I think it is your personal preference, and I think you could go back and forth. Alex says Amari or Kelly. Full BBR format, I'm still going to go ahead and take Amari Cooper here, my man. Non-PBR league, maybe we can think about it a little bit more. But Simp Rob coming out says Evans, Tank Dell, or Garrett Wilson for our wide receiver 2. We're going to go Mike Evans, but he does have a very tough matchup. Now, Patrick says my running back 2 spot is in shambles. We have to go with either Najee, Warren, or Breida in a full PBR format. I'm probably going to go ahead and take Jalen Warren in a full PPR league. If you look at Najee, he's had legitimately no involvement whatsoever as a receiver so far this season. I believe Najee right now is sitting at like 2 receiving yards total on the year. Mr. Filthy Wub says 1 and 2, 10-team BBR format. Start up the 5 wide receivers. Regular scoring. Pick 2 for the flex. Devon, Ford, Dell, Judy, Flowers. I personally probably go with the running backs. I'd probably go Devon and Ford. If you wanted to have a player with a higher floor, you could pivot off Devon Achane and instead go Zay Flowers. Devon Achane is a super tough call to start. I think we take the running backs and don't feel great about it. Ian says, trade Mostert for James Cook, 3-0, only at Pollard. I'd be fine making this deal. I mean, with Raheem Mostert, you possibly have to worry about, you going through and seeing Jeff Wilson Jr. come back next week. Not only Jeff Wilson Jr. come back next week, but also at the same time, obviously, Devon Achane expanding his role. Now, Fong says, full BBR start to Connor, Achane, or Madison. Oh, my gosh. James Conner must start running back even if it's a horrendous matchup and a horrendous offense. At least in this range, you are going to be starting James Conner. If you look at my flex rankings, I have these guys literally back to back to back. I have Devon Achane, Jerome Ford, Alexander Madison back to back to back. So I hate to give you this answer. I know it's a horrible answer. I wish I could be more help. But it is truly up to you, and I have no idea. I think Devon has a higher ceiling. Madison has a higher floor. Now, Shark says, PBR start to Kyron Cook, Devonta. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. We already go with Kyron Williams and Devonta Smith in a full PBR format, given their respective workloads. I would love to start James Cook if we could, though. Now, Coco Mark says, Kamara, Evans, Tank, Amari for the flex. We're definitely going to go through and take Alvin Kamara. Amari not really going to be in play here with no Watson. Now, Miri coming out says, full BBR, can still start Ramondre with the Zeke news. I don't really have anyone else to put in except Kareem Hunt. If Kareem Hunt is your backup plan, then obviously you go ahead and you play Ramondre Stevenson. It really depends on just that other option that you could get into your starting lineup. I'm going to be less worried about Ramondre Stevenson in a full PPR format and more worried about Ramondre Stevenson in a non-PPR league. And we do have, somebody coming out says, breaking news, Zeke is washed. Obviously, Ezekiel Elliott is washed. Nobody's coming out here and saying that Ezekiel Elliott is some phenomenal running back, right? But at the same time, it doesn't matter. Running back is primarily just driven from usage. If the coaching staff decides we're going to get Zeke involved, it doesn't matter how bad you think Ezekiel Elliott is. It's not good for Ramondre Stevenson. It doesn't matter if Zeke's the best running back in the NFL or the worst running back in the NFL. If Ramondre Stevenson's on the sideline, Ramondre Stevenson's on the sideline. Matthew says flex Kamara or Addison. We're going to go Kamara. Ali says pick 2 at BBR. We have Sutton, Wilson, DJ, Nico, and Elijah. We're going to go with the combination of DJ Moore and Garrett Wilson. Not going to have to think about this one too much. Obviously, I'm not a big DJ Moore guy, not a big Chicago Bears fan, but I do have a great matchup going up against Denver. Now, Ayub says Devon or Brian Robinson. I think Brian Robinson has higher floor. Devon Achane has higher ceiling. I probably do go Brian Robinson, though, my man. Bidmoon says, throw the effing ball to Pitts. Great show. Appreciate you, my man. And yes, Pitts is out there running routes. Pitts is getting involved. Really, the only issue is Desmond Ridder is just horrendous. You have Drake London with the receiving touchdown, obviously saving London's day. But if you look at the receiving volume as well for Drake London, it's not like London's getting anything. It's just so weird that it seems like not only is Desmond Ridder really bad, but these guys like Drake London and Kyle Pitts that we want to believe are talented. I don't know if it's just Desmond Ridder missing the reads, but it seems like every time he throws to someone, they are smothered. These guys are generating no separation. Okay. Now, next question coming out from Sigmo says, pick 2 for the flex. Hopkins, Godwin, Ford, or Tank Dell. We're going to go through. We're going to be taking Jerome Ford, and I will go Hopkins now over Godwin when you have no Burks. Now, Dilly G says, 10-team full BBR start 1. Hollywood, Quentin, Brandon Cooks, Tank Dell. I'm going to go Tank Dell over these guys, my man. This is about where we would start Tank Dell. Colty the Cow says, a full BBR start 2. Palmer, Myers, McLaurin, and Hollywood Brown. We're going to go with McLaurin and Joshua. You have to play McLaurin. Can everybody in the chat let me know where you go with the other side of this? Obviously, pretty tough spot whenever you have, Joshua Palmer. We haven't seen what he looks like with no Mike Williams yet. Hollywood Brown going up against the 49ers with a thumb injury. And Jacoby Myers with the backup QB. Can you please let me know, outside of Terry McLaurin, who are you starting? Pitcher Indian says Palmer, I guess. Hollywood, it is such a tough spot. I don't know, my friend. Just make sure you go through and make sure you play McLaurin, and outside of that, it really is up to you. Now, Ferganda coming out says, start 2 at running back, 1, full point PPR. Swift, Connor, Rashad White, Javonte Ford, Devon. We're going to go with Swift and Rashad White. Not going to think about this one too much. They have the great workloads. Rashad White's getting targeted out of the backfield. Really, no red flags with those respective players. Rick C coming out says, full BBR 1 flex. We have Lamar, Sanders, Pierce, Waddle, Thomas, Kelsey, Addison. On the bench, we have Kelly, Charbonnet, Dotson, Downs, JSN, Brandon Cooks. Sitting at 0-3, where should we upgrade and who should we trade to do so? We have the elite tight end. We have the elite quarterback. We're not rostering quarterbacks or tight ends down there on the bench. If we were going to do something, we're looking to go ahead and take the long-term future value that you have of Jackson Smith-Njigba, trading that with a package of Michael Thomas to get a better wide receiver in the short term. I love Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think long-term he does have a lot of upside, and if I was a 3-0 roster, I'd be happy to go through and trade for him. But if we're 0-3, we probably need to be avoiding him if we can. We probably need to. Now, our next question coming out from Alex says, Amari versus Tank. I'm going to go Amari over Tank. And then Elijah versus Downs. Oh, my gosh. Probably go Josh Downs over Elijah. I mean, Josh Downs had double-digit targets last week. Sim says, is Adam Thielen a must start? I don't think so. I think Adam Thielen is definitely intriguing. Do they have an underdog pick him up for Adam Thielen right now for us to get some? This is the expectation with Adam Thielen, 49.5 receiving yards. If you think Adam Thielen's a must start, I'll just go through and take say that he's going to get 50 receiving yards. It's just hard to assume that the volume is going to be there whenever you're looking at a team that threw the ball 60 passing attempts last week, but that can't keep up. They have to come down. And then 420 Gall says, Hollywood, Michael Thomas, or Addison this week. I'm definitely going to go Jordan Addison, expanding his role. Great offense as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all want to check out any of those pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. Find it in the description. Find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets tonight. But Nick says, what's up, bro? Zay, Tutu, or Godwin in the flex? We are going to go ahead. We will take Zay. I think at this point, I don't want to say he's a must-start player because how bad the matchup is, but I really do want to start Zay where we can, given the fact you have no Bateman and Odell, like we've said. Cal says, at BBR, flex 1, White, Madison, Palmer, Dell. We're going to go Rashad White, not close. Mr. Philly Webb says, regular scoring, Kelly or Tyler Boyd. I will go Joshua Kelly over Tyler Boyd. I want to tell 99% of people to go through and... Oh, Drake London almost had a second touchdown. I want to tell 99% of people to go through and bench Joshua Kelly, but the Tyler Boyd range is where we probably have to start him, even if he's been disappointing. He is the starting running back for one of the best offenses in the league. Now, Captain Insano coming out saying 3-0, happy BR, Herbert, Moss, Madison, Lamb, Higgins, Ertz, Dell. The bench is Pierce, Kirk, Algier, Hill, Stroud, Eckler. How should we trade to upgrade running backs? I think Christian Kirk is going to be a sell high guy for us if we can get some value for him. If you want to go like Christian Kirk and Alexander Madison, or Christian Kirk and Zach Moss to go get a long-term upgrade at RB, I think that would be very interesting. The reason being is while Christian Kirk's been very good over the past few weeks, that's also been in a situation where you've had no Zay Jones, right? So if you've had no Zay Jones, it makes sense why Christian Kirk's expanded his role in this offense. Whereas with the healthy Zay Jones, you've had Kirk and, exclusively only in 3 wide receiver sets. Now, Devin says Lamar or Stroud. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Lamar Jackson here, my man. Devon or Breida, we're going to be going with Devon. We have Eckler and Barkley and starting Zach Moss. Definitely going to start Zach Moss. But yeah, I understand that Lamar Jackson's in a bad matchup. I understand why people want to avoid him. You still need to go through and you still need to play Lamar Jackson where you can. Now, Ollie coming out saying, pick 2, full BBR league. We have Ford, Dell, Lockett, DJ Pickens, Judy, and Johnston. We're going to be going with George Pickens and probably Jerome Ford. George Pickens, until you get Deontay Johnson back in, is a must-start guy every single week. Even though Pickens may be a sell-high guy for us if he has another great week after this week. We had him as a buy-low guy after week 1 just because, no Deontay Johnson, there are targets available in this offense. Thomas coming out says, in an ugly spot out running back 2 in a 12-team PBR format, choosing between Kelly, McKinnon, Chuba. Rest of the team is Mahomes, Sanders, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Keenan, with Addison and Judy on the bench. Any trade ideas for the future? Not necessarily. I just want to be rostering as many running backs as we possibly can. That way we can hopefully solve, find the next Kyron Williams, right? But yeah, we want to go through. We want to play Joshua Kelly over Jarrett McKinnon and Chuba Hubbard. If Miles Sanders were to miss, then at that point, I wouldn't fault you at all for pivoting over to Chuba Hubbard over Joshua Kelly. But as of now, it does look like Sanders is going to play. Roman asking if we should still play Amari. Probably not. I think Amari falls down to be in like the Tank Dell range. He's like an intriguing wide receiver 3 with some upside. Sam coming out says, 2 QB league, Watson out. Are we going to go Bryce or Mac? We're going to go Bryce Young, much better matchup. Could possibly be a shootout. Now, PK says, flex, full PBR format. We have Amari, Gabe Davis, or Alexander Madison. Thanks. So thank you. We are going to go ahead and play Alexander Madison, even with the possibility that you have Cam Akers seeing a larger role here. Still, I mean, Alexander Madison is a starting running back. We don't have to worry about, like, I mean, a day 3 rookie quarterback being a starter. Now, Sam says, have BBR Kamara or Evans for the flex. We're definitely going to go Kamara over Evans. Tough matchup for Evans. Sean says, have BBR start Rashad White or Zach Moss. Really like both RBs. I'd say in a half BBR format, we're probably going to go ahead and take Zach Moss in a slightly better matchup. Now, Scott says, full BBR single flex, Mixon or Judy in the flex spot. Really tough spot for Mixon going up against Tennessee. Obviously, this is a tough rushing defense. I mean, yeah, Ford got there last week, but it was more so just based off of the touchdowns. He ultimately had 10 carries for 18 rushing yards. Still think we go Mixon, though. Now, Debro says, full BBR, pick 2 out of 3, Ramondre, Zeke, and Courtland Sutton. We're going to be going with both running backs. We'll go Ramondre and Ezekiel Elliott. Really tough spot. If we didn't have the report saying that Zeke was going to get starter reps, I probably would have gone Ramondre and Sutton. Ollie says, 12-team full BBR format, no tight end, double flex. Rate the trade, Lamar and Andrews for Allen and Garrett. Oh, great deal. Like points per game, there's no real difference between Andrews and Wilson rest of season. If you needed to start a tight end, this would be a horrible trade. But if it's just like Andrews for the flex versus Garrett Wilson for the flex, they're about the same. So, yeah, if we're able to go get Josh Allen and pair him up with Stephon Diggs, really like that. Alex says, Pitts blocking on a must-convert 4th and 3. I know. They did get a good look, obviously. It was close. It was close. Antboy says, Zay or Hopkins or Amari. I'm going to go Zay Flowers over these guys. If you would have asked me earlier this morning if Deshaun Watson was playing, we go through and play Amari Cooper. But no, I think right now we are going to go ahead and play Zay. Gloom says, I'm straight on this Drake London lower than Pick'em. My man, the game's pretty much over, right? I mean, if Jacksonville can pick up a couple first downs, I mean, the game's for sure over. It's 7:20, 4 minutes left. Jags have ball, but I don't necessarily know how many more passing attempts Atlanta's actually going to get to have. You really need to pick up a first down here. So I really like the Drake London fewer than 50 receiving yards on Underdog. That was the pick'em that we were really looking at. And what is he at now? He's at 28. You're my man, he would need another like 22 yards. Not even close. Lucas says Amari, Nico, Judy, Javonte. We got to pick 2. We're going to go with Amari and Jerry Judy in a full PPR format. If you were really worried about the quarterback play, I would not fault you if you wanted to bench Amari, though. Now, Roger says full BBR pick 2, Hopkins, Palmer, Moore, or McLaurin. We're going to be going with DeAndre Hopkins with no Traylon Burks. So we're going to go DJ Moore in a good matchup. Caleb says 12-team BBR format, single flex, Puka or Pittman. We're definitely going to go Puka this week with no Cooper Kupp. Once Kupp comes back in, then at that point, we probably pivot over to Michael Pittman, my friend. And then we have Adams and Allen wide receivers. Oh, great team. Great team. Dustin says full BBR, start 1 wide receiver, Judy, Tutu, Thielen. Really appreciate you, my dude. And honestly, I think you have to go ahead. You have to play Judy. I know he's been worse than these other guys over the past few weeks, but another week removed from the hamstring. I expect Jerry Judy to get better as the season progresses. And it's a good matchup going up against Chicago. Danny says Montgomery RB1, start Kelly, Warren, Hunt with Saquon out. I would go Joshua Kelly over Warren and Kareem Hunt. I mean, definitely over Hunt. I mean, if you wanted to go Warren over Kelly, not going to argue with you in the slightest. I mean, I want to tell 99% of people to bench Joshua Kelly, but that's about the range where you may have to play him. Daniel says Evans or Jerry Judy. We are going to go ahead. We will take Mike Evans in a tough spot. Ginger says flex Waller or Hollywood. Already started Laporta. Well, my man, thing is we need to go through and we need to trade one of these tight ends and get an upgrade somewhere in the starting lineup. Go get some of these, go get some value out of these guys. I mean, really tough situation for you to have to be, I mean, going through and like benching Darren Waller and really getting no value here, right? I think we probably play Hollywood Brown, but definitely not excited about it. Now, Anthony says pick 2 running backs, a wide receiver, and a flex. We have Pollard, Walker, Kamara, Adams, Waddle, Metcalf. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Adams, even though you don't have Jimmy Garoppolo. Less concerned about Adams than I would be like someone like Jacoby Myers. Running back, we're going to be going with Pollard and Kenneth Walker. And for the flex between Waddle, Kamara, and Metcalf, I'm going to go Waddle in what should be a very high-scoring game. I think we'll be fine. David says, Mason, start 2, Devon Dell, Brian Robinson. We're going to go with the running backs here. I mean, I really like Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions on Underdog, but I just don't necessarily view him as like a must-start player right now. Definitely someone to roster, and I like the long-term upside with. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,900 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we are going to live stream every single day until 2024. I'm not taking a day off since April. And also, Sundays are by far and away the most important days for us. So if you were ever going to go down there and hit that like, now would be very much appreciated. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets tonight. But Jacob says, Amari or Zay in a non-PBR format. I understand that Zay has a very tough matchup. I 100% agree with you. It's not a defense that we want to attack, but I do think we probably still have to play Zay over Amari with, I mean, just really bad quarterback play. I think there's more touchdown upside in Baltimore right now. Vic says, Gabe Davis, Devon, DJ Moore standard. We need one. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Devon here. I think all these players have a very low floor. I think we've seen Devon possibly as the highest ceiling. Dan says start Nico Collins over Amari with Watson out. Appreciate you. I still probably go Amari Cooper over Nico Collins, even though I agree it's definitely an interesting question. It's something that we can consider. Okay. Now, Anthony says I'm 3-0, full PBR down 25 points from Thursday. We're going to go Jalen Hurts over Anthony Richardson, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex between Najee, Ford, Jefferson, Lamb, Pittman, Pickens, Brian Robinson, and Adam Thielen. Our 2 wide receivers are going to be Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. Our 2 running backs are going to be Brian Robinson and Jerome Ford. And our flex, we will play Michael Pittman, my man. Phenomenal wide receivers. If we could go through and trade like Pickens and Jerome Ford and get a better running back, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Now, Velocity Goat coming out saying, traded Puka and Pitts for JT. Long term, I like it. Especially with how Pitts has played so far this year. But Nathaniel says, full BBR, who do we flex? Tank, Flowers, or Dotson? We're going to go with Flowers, even in the tough matchup. Big Route says Connor or Carr at the Superflex this week. We're definitely going to go Derek Carr. Not super excited about it, right? I mean, with Derek Carr dealing with the shoulder injury, you don't know exactly what we should expect, but James Conner at the same time is going up against the 49ers. He's on the Arizona Cardinals offense. I mean, rule of thumb, obviously, we are always starting a tight end in our Superflex if we can. Nicholas says, is Calvin Ridley a buy low? Should we trade Tank Dell for him? I would say if Calvin Ridley's a buy low, it's going to be dependent on the price point that you are going to see. Now, would I rather have Tank Dell or Calvin Ridley? I think we are for sure going to go through and take Calvin Ridley. So if this is the price point of Calvin Ridley going forward, I would say that not only is Calvin Ridley a buy, but he's possibly the biggest buy in fantasy. Connor says, hey, Mason, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing great, my man. Have BBR, Elijah or Sky Moore? We're definitely going to go Sky Moore now that you have no Deshaun Watson. I think that we have to be avoiding this Cleveland Browns passing offense any way that we can. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy week 4. Now, I hope you have a great week 4, my man. And yeah, with Sky Moore, obviously you're not super, super excited, but you probably have to play him. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Antboy Spice, who says, Zay, Hopkins, or Amari. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take Zay here, my man. We're going to take Zay. Okay. Now, Freezy Breezy says, pick 2, Derrick Henry, Ford, or Kyron Williams. We're going to go with Kyron Williams and Derrick Henry. I understand, yes, that Derrick Henry is very scary. Derrick Henry is trending in the wrong direction. You still do need to start Derrick Henry here, though. Elite says, do we start Joshua Palmer or Matt Breida at the flex? If Saquon Barkley is ruled out by the time we make this decision, we will go ahead and we will start Matt Breida over Joshua Palmer. If Saquon Barkley is not ruled out, you may end up having to just play Palmer. Jawan says, Saints or Chargers defense? Probably the Chargers defense, right? I mean, the Chargers don't have a good defense. But you're favored by about a touchdown. You're going up against a rookie quarterback that we haven't seen anything from. Yeah, I think we go with the Chargers defense. As crazy as that sounds. Now, Justin goes, Ambra, always happy to see you. My man says, standard format, we firing up Anthony Richardson or Justin Fields. Can't make up our mind. I think that Justin Fields has a great matchup. In this, like the last week you give Justin Fields, right? Like, I would understand if you wanted to go through and play Fields here just because he is going up against Denver, a team that looks to have just completely given up. I still probably go Anthony Richardson, though, where Anthony Richardson has been on pace to be like a top 5 quarterback every week that he's played. Nathan says, love your work, man. Traded Kyron Williams for JT and Mixon. Was this a dub? 100% it was, my man. Have a good Sunday. No, thank you so much. Yeah, I think you make an argument, Kyron, yes, over Joe Mixon rest of season. But to get JT for essentially free is just an absolute no-brainer. No-brainer trade. Now, Phil out again says, start 2 receivers in a flex. Chase, Puka, Lamb, Smith. Oh my, how the hell do you have this wide receiver? I mean, we already looked at this team. It's an 8-team format where we definitely are looking to go through and sell Evans like we were talking about. But yeah, we're going to play Chase and CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver. And then between Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, and Puka, really it is up to you. You can go in any direction that you want. Oh my gosh. If you look at my flex rankings, these guys are relatively close. I mean, at least Devonta Smith and Jalen Waddle. Love the matchup that we have with Waddle. I have Waddle at 15. I have Smith at 18. We probably go Waddle, saying that this can be a game where you just get, I mean, a ton of points scored overall. Now, Country Connected coming out says, just traded Mostert for Jacobs. Great deal. Other league pick 2, Ramondre, Mostert, Mixon, Daniel Jones or Stafford. We're going to go with Mostert and Mixon now that we get the Zeke report about his usage in New England. And then we're going to go Daniel Jones over Matthew Stafford, where with Daniel Jones is a quarterback that currently, I mean, has a ton of rushing upside and a great matchup on Monday night. Now, Ishmael coming out says, what's up? Lost Mike Williams in my flex. Do you have a tip on who we are going to look to start here? Ramondre, Mostert. No, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I have Dotson, Palmer, or Breece Hall. Oh, that is tough, my friend. I think we're probably going to go ahead and play Breece Hall. If you look at the underdog pick'em, he definitely has the highest pick'em out of these guys, almost closing in on 60 yards. Obviously, it's a horrendous offense. I mean, no, we've been saying to go through and sell Breece Hall if you can for quite some time now. It's a matchup going up against KC where you assume that they're not going to be able to run the ball because they're going to be trailing the entire game. I still think that we take Breece Hall. I mean, maybe you could make an argument to go through and take the Breece Hall production. I'm sorry. I don't know. We really need to see Palmer before we start him over Hall. I think you start Breece Hall, my man. Now, Goda's coming out, says, have BBR. Do we start Kamara, Ayuk, or Higgins in the flex? You definitely go ahead. You definitely play Alvin Kamara. Noah says, trade ideas. Got offered Brian Robinson and Puka for Olave, Jalen Hurts, Travis Kelce, Travis Etienne, Brian Robinson, Javonte, Breece Hall, Charbonnet, Justice Hill, Jeff Wilson Jr., Devontae Adams, Puka, Wilson, and Johnson. I would rather have Olave over Puka and Brian Robinson, if I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, looking at this running back room, we don't have much depth, but maybe Javonte Williams expands his role in Denver. So, yeah, we're going to want to go ahead and we are going to want to take Chris Olave. Get the best player. Great team. But you just had another Ritter turnover. This time a fumble. A game over in Jacksonville, game over in London. Now, Josh says full BBR start 2. Amari, Zay, Tank Dell, and Jordan Addison. We're going to go Jordan Addison and Zay. I would have started Amari over Addison if Deshaun Watson would have played. Jonathan says Lockett or Sutton in a non-PBR format where we have Gabe Davis, Tutu Atwell, Tank Dell, also Brian Robinson or Kareem Hunt. We're going to go Brian Robinson over Kareem Hunt. And then we are going to be going with Tyler Lockett over Cortland Sutton, my man. Not a super big Cortland Sutton guy. I mean, never have been. No, probably never will be. I mean, I think you can see Jerry Jeudy expanding his role as he gets healthier. And at the same time, you may be in a spot where Marvin Mims begins to see more in this offense. Now, Jake says Richardson or Lamar. We've had this question a lot, and I understand why. I mean, Richardson obviously has been crushing it. Lamar Jackson does have a very tough matchup. I think we probably want to go ahead and take Lamar Jackson still, however. And then out of Thielen, Sutton, Nico Collins, I'm probably going to be going with Adam Thielen and Cortland Sutton, but they're all right there. I think you have to play Thielen, and then up to the other two. It's really up to you. Jesse says PBR start 2, Kamara, Addison, and Joshua Palmer. We're definitely going to go with Kamara and Addison. Palmer has upside, but I mean, I at least want to see the production of what it looks like with no Mike Williams before we go through and start him. Now, Sivon Bond says Ayuk or Olave. Olave, not even close, especially now that Deebo Samuel's playing. Good luck today, fellas. Yes, good luck, everybody, today. Hope that y'all are able to go out there and crush it. Rock Bottom says PBR Mostert or Miles Sanders. We are going to go Mostert, even though it's a very tough matchup. And at the same time, you may end up seeing Devon Achane expand his role in this offense. And then Stevenson or Ford. Ooh. Can everybody spam the chat? Now that we have the report saying that Ezekiel Elliott's going to see more involvement, Ezekiel Elliott's going to see quote-unquote starter reps in this offense. Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Jerome Ford or Ramondre Stevenson? Can you please spam the chat and let me know? I think it's a very interesting question here. Ford, Stevenson, Ford, Stevenson. Looks like everybody's going through and taking Jerome Ford, my man. Very interesting spot. Now, CTE out again says, rate this team, 1 flex league, 12-team format. Burrow, Pollard, Ford, Keenan, Kupp, Kittle, Ayuk, Sutton, Jameson, JSN, Johnson. Also, which wide receiver group is better? Chat to vote. Keenan, Kupp, Ayuk, or Chase, Waddle, Flowers. We'll do that in 1 second. I think it's a great wide receiver room. Wait, Eckler tweeted out a picture of him suited up. Is he playing? There's no way Eckler's playing, right? I mean, let me go ahead and see if we can find any updated news. How crazy would it be if Eckler ends up playing? I don't see anything. Yeah, never mind. Ignore me. But I think it's a great wide receiver room in the long term. Obviously, I can see how it struggled early on. But once we get Cooper Kupp back in, we have JSN breaking out later on. We have Jameson Williams coming back in this week as well. I think this will be a really good squad, my man. Again, everybody in the chat spam, what would y'all rather have? Would you rather have Keenan, Kupp, and Ayuk, or Chase, Waddle, Flowers? Keenan, Kupp, Ayuk, or Chase, Waddle, Flowers? I'm going Chase over Kupp. Or let's go Chase over Keenan. Waddle versus Kupp, up to you. Flowers versus Ayuk, kind of up to you. I probably prefer the Chase and Waddle side if you just want to play it safe, but really it's close. Now, Boomer Nation says Thielen, Rachaad White, or Palmer at the flex. Oh, we're definitely going to go with Rachaad White. That's not going to be close, my man. Now, Turin says, should we pivot from Ramondre with the Zeke news? Yes. Only available running backs are Kelly Hall. Okay, never mind. No, we still play Ramondre Stevenson in a full PPR format if these are our options. But I will say we're definitely going to be more concerned about Ramondre Stevenson than you previously were, of course. Jesse says, Kyron Williams, James Cook, Devon Achane, Joe Mixon, pick 2. We're going to go Kyron Williams and honestly, probably James Cook. Joe Mixon does have a very tough matchup going up against this Tennessee Titans rush defense. Now, Ravinder says Stroud or Tua this week. Definitely Tua. I know it's a good Bills defense, but at the same time, should be the highest scoring game of the week. And then Dell or Breece Hall. Ooh. Really up to you. I think everybody in the chat would say Tank Dell, but Breece Hall is right there. Like, if you look at Underdog Pick'ems right now, they have Tank Dell at 45.5 receiving yards, 3.5 receptions. I really like the more than 3.5 receptions. Whereas you go over and look at Breece Hall right now, they have Breece Hall at, 63.5 total yards. They have Breece Hall projected for more points than what you get with Tank Dell. Full BBR format, I think we for sure go Dell. Anything less, I think it's up to you. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 100% deposit match up to $500, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em more than less than half a total yard going up against the Jets. And we're only about 1 like away from 2,000 likes. So we get it 2,000 likes on the stream if you go down there and hit that like button. And Sunday morning is by far and away the most important day for us, and it's not even close. So if you ever were going to hit a like button, it'd help it if it was for today. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Mr. Filthy Wubbs, who says 2-1, 12-team regular scoring, Sutton or Addison. I'm going to go Addison, expanding his role consistently, really like the passing offense. Now, Jack says, running back choice, full BBR start 2. Sanders, Mixon, Ramondre, Mostert. We're going to be going with Joe Mixon and Raheem Mostert here, my friend. And then also, should we package them with Puka for Debo? No. I think Puka and Debo, like if you want to send Puka for Debo, you do you. I'm not going to send Joe Mixon to get the deal done or anything. Daniel says Lamar, Purdy. We're definitely going to go Lamar even in a tough matchup. And then Debo or Dell in the flex. We're going to go Debo with him looking like he's good to go. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Jake says Flowers or Ford for the flex PPR format. We're going to go ahead. Honestly, I think if you want the ceiling, you go Flowers. The floor, you go Ford. Now, Keegan coming out saying Deshaun out has me scared to flex Amari. Should we start Tank Dell, DJ Moore, JSN's also on the waiver wire? Cut Tank Dell, pick up JSN. JSN has more long-term upside, and start DJ Moore this week in a very good matchup. And hopefully we have, Deshaun Watson good to go next week, and we can pivot back over to Amari Cooper. Now, Lewis says, hey, man, love the content. Thanks for all your hard work. Madison will lock it. No, thank you so much, my man. Probably go Madison. Super close, or I'm not super excited to start Alexander Madison this week, knowing that you will have Cam Akers in here, and they probably will split this backfield. Probably go Alexander Madison, but it's going to be damn close. Now, Felly Plays coming out, says, at BBR, pick a running back, receiver, and a flex. We have Madison, Sanders, Stevenson, Ayuk, Evans, Pittman, and Nico Collins. We're going to go with Sanders at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Ayuk, and we're probably going to go Evans at wide receiver. Madison, I'm unsure about the Akers usage, and Stevenson, I'm unsure about the Zeke usage. Jonathan says, start 1 in a full point format. We have Stevenson, Amari, Nico, Hollywood, and Jameson. Amari loses Watson. Stevenson, we get the report saying Zeke's going to see a larger role. Nico Collins is Nico Collins. Hollywood Brown deals with the thumb injury. I probably go Ramondre Stevenson in a full PPR format and send up a prayer that he sees 6 receptions. Now, Trevor coming out with our next question. This one is my weekly running back question, LOL. Have PPR format, we need 2 running backs in a flex between Sanders, Swift, Mostert, Najee, Stevenson, Pickens, Dell, Thomas. 2-1 right now with most points scored. You the man. Appreciate you, my man. Congrats on that. I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take DeAndre Swift as a must-start running back alongside Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert is actually number 1 in the NFL right now in fantasy points scored. And then for our flex spot, Pickens would be the best wide receiver out of this group, but I probably would rather just start a running back that's going to get the guaranteed workload. Probably would rather just start Miles Sanders over Pickens in a half PPR format and bench Stevenson, with the Ezekiel Elliott report. Now, Otrobik says start Dell, Collins, or Mims, Chuba, Hull, or Condra. Okay, Dell at wide receiver. And then at running back, we are going to go Breece Hall. Nate says Thielen, Sutton, or Tutu in the flex, full BBR format. Thanks. So appreciate you, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead and we will play Adam Thielen here, even if I'm expecting Adam Thielen to take a step backwards compared to what we've seen in the past. Now, VK says full BBR, Nico, or Jacoby Myers in the flex. I'm going to probably go ahead and take Nico Collins over Jacoby Myers now that you have no Jimmy Garoppolo. I am worried about Myers, even if it's a good matchup. Octavio says start Flowers, Collins, Najee, Garrett Wilson in the flex. Full BBR format, we will go ahead and we'll play Zay Flowers with nobody else in Baltimore at wide receiver. Non-BBR format, you could go ahead and you could take Najee Harris if you really wanted to. Now, Super says Ayuk or Kamara for the flex spot in a full PPR league. Now that Deebo Samuel is good to go in this 49ers game, I think that we're probably going to go ahead and take Alvin Kamara with no Jamal Williams in New Orleans. And obviously, you like Kamara in that full PPR format, we'll have the receiving usage. Gabriel says start Amari Pickens or Jacoby Myers. I'm actually going to go George Pickens now. I would have gone Amari Cooper if Deshaun Watson was going to play. But now that you have Watson out this game, I think you have to pivot to George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. Mark says, why is Sunday the most important day to leave a like? Because we got football, my man. We got football and it's not even close. So if you have not, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And like we said, go check out these underdog pick'ems. I really like the Alexander Madison for fewer than 75.5 total yards this week just because you have Cam Akers active. And of course, promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $500 on new accounts, plus our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings. And on top of that, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Gavin says, a full BBR, pick one running back and one flex out of Connor, Ford, Madison, and MT. Running back, we're going to go with James Conner. For the flex, we probably do end up going Jerome Ford. I mean, if you wanted to say, Mason, come on, this offense is going to be horrendous, you have no Deshaun Watson, then it'd be fine pivoting over to Alexander Madison. I definitely think we go with 2 running backs here, though, and bench Michael Thomas. Okay. Lucas says PBR, Elijah Johnson, Hunt, or Matt Breida in the flex. We will go Matt Breida. Assuming that Saquon Barkley is officially out, I think you have to play Matt Breida over these guys. There's no way in hell you can play Elijah Moore with no Deshaun Watson. Patrick coming out says, is it crazy to start Tutu Atwell over T. Higgins and Mike Evans? It is freaking nuts, my man. But I'm looking for consistency. Evans has been great, but he's going against the Saints that he always struggles against, who starts today. 100%. I understand. Yes, I agree that it is a very tough matchup for Mike Evans to go up against the Saints. And for that reason, if instead you wanted to play T. Higgins going up against the Tennessee Titans in a very good matchup, I'd be completely fine with that. But please do not play Tutu Atwell over these receivers. Now, Kika Savage coming out says 12-team PBR. Who do we flex? Warren, Hunt, Shark, or Gainwell? We will play Jalen Warren, who's now seeing 50% of the backfield in Pittsburgh. Daniel says it's bad. Pick 2. Madison, Hunt, Mixon, Tajay Spears. It's not even close. We're going to go with Alexander Madison and Joe Mixon, my man. Easily bench Spears and Hunt. Now, Jaquil says pick 2. We have Dell, Myers, Waddle, and Tutu Atwell. We're going to be going with Jalen Waddle for damn sure with one of these wide receiver slots. That's not close. Then Tutu, Tank Dell, Jacoby Myers. Really up to you here. I'm not going to fault you if you want to go in any direction. And honestly, I don't even want to give you an answer. I'd probably go Tank Dell. But if you would ask me, who do I go with between Tank Dell, Jacoby Myers, Tutu Atwell? I mean, 100 times today, I'll give you 33 answers for Tank Dell. I'll give you 33 answers for Jacoby Myers, maybe 34 answers. Who knows? They're going to be split about equally. Obviously, it'd be easy if we had Jimmy G playing. We'd just go Myers. But please make sure you play Waddle. Gregory says Walker for DK in Sutton or Tank. Hell no. Please keep Kenneth Walker here. Not close. Please keep Kenneth Walker. Now, GP says Devon Achane or Ramondre Stevenson. We are going to go ahead. We will. Oh my gosh. I'd probably still go with Ramondre. Can everybody spam the chat? God, I'm sore. Are you going to go with Devon Achane or Ramondre Stevenson here, ladies and gentlemen? Please let me know in the live chat right now. You have Ezekiel Elliott supposedly getting quote-unquote starter reps. That's what Ian Rappaport's saying. I hate to break this news to y'all, but Ian Rappaport is a significantly smarter individual than I am. I understand Devon Achane's name just got changed on TV, blah, blah, blah. All offseason it was Devon Achane. So I'm going to keep on calling him what we have been. Maybe eventually we can change. Achane, Achane. It does seem like it's kind of split. I do not know, my friend. I do not know. Legit. That's the honest truth. Shot says Mostert, Swift, or Kyron Williams to start at running back. Full BBR format, we'd probably go Kyron Williams. I mean, Kyron was just crushing. Mike says Warren, Hunt, or Kelly in a non-PBR format. Non-PBR format, we're probably going to go ahead and play Joshua Kelly, my friend. Joe says trade forward for Kyron Williams. 100%. Yes, we would. Najee, Etienne White. I think we would. I mean, with Kyron Williams, he is one of the true bell cow running backs in the NFL right now. You have no added in competition unless they trade for JT. Whereas, I mean, obviously you could see maybe a slightly larger role for Hunt this week. Burrow or Russ? I'm going to go Russ. I'm going to go Burrow over Russell Wilson, despite Russ having a pretty good matchup this week. Now, Turo Doro coming out says full point BBR. Who do we start in the flex between Madison, Moss, Pittman, and Raheem Mostert? We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Zach Moss. Raheem Mostert would be interesting if you did not have to worry about Devon possibly expanding his role in Miami. And at the same time, obviously, he does have a pretty tough matchup overall. Mr. Filthy Webb says Fields or CJ Stroud. We are going to go with Justin Fields over CJ Stroud, my friend. Gerald says start Stevenson or Chris Godwin in a full PBR format. Probably Godwin in a full PPR league. I don't know. I mean, it's a tough matchup for Stevenson. And if you're telling me he doesn't get the work, it is hard for me to continue to go through and say, oh yeah, you still got to play Stevenson. No, it's like there are real reasons to be concerned. Mark says pick 2, Cooks, Johnston, Shark, and Shaheed. We are going to go with Brandon Cooks and DJ Chark. Johnston's the guy I want long-term, but I don't know if we want to play him until after we actually see him. Edgar says full BBR, Hopkins or Connor in the flex. We're going to go Connor, even though it's a horrible matchup. Start Burrow or Geno. We're going to go Burrow, even though he's not 100% healthy. I'm going to start Dell over Amari without Watson. Dell, Amari are going to kind of be back-to-back for me without Deshaun Watson. I still probably go Amari Cooper, but it's damn close there, my man. It's damn close. Now, Ethan says Breida or DJ Chark with no Mingo at the flex. If Saquon Barkley does not play, we go Matt Breida. Trustlog says McKinnon, Hubbard, Gus Edwards, Singletary, Hunt, pick 1. We are most likely going to go ahead and send up a prayer and play Jarrett McKinnon. I mean, really, with McKinnon, you're just hoping that, okay, it's KC. There's going to be touchdown volume to go around. Gus Edwards, you have Justice Hill good to go. Like, it's not like we can go through and say, oh, yeah, Gus Edwards, no-brainer. No. You have Justice Hill good to go, and I think Melvin Gordon may be active. Andre says, at BBR, we need a flex. White, Dell, or Atwell. We are 100% going to go ahead and we're going to play Rachaad White. Not even close there, my man. Ryan says, at BBR, pick 1. Godwin, Dell, Warren, Sutton, Hunt, and Roshan. We probably end up going ahead and playing Chris Godwin. If you wanted to pivot to someone else, it would be Jalen Warren. It's either Godwin or Warren. Up to you on that call, though. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Jason says, choose 2 at BBR format where we have Kamara, Achane, Moss, slight underdog. As of now, we have 45% chance of winning. 45% chance of winning, 55% chance of winning, pretty much the same exact thing. R2 here, we're going to go with Zach Moss and Alvin Kamara relatively easily, just because I can confidently say what their volume is going to look like. Devon Achane has upside, but the same time, we don't really know what the workload is guaranteed to be. Cristobal says, have BBR 0-3, Alexander Madison or Derrick Henry. We're going to go Derrick Henry, even though he has been obviously really disappointing. Dipset Us says, you to the man, Mason, have BBR Myers or Rashad White. 100% you go Rashad White. With no Jimmy Garoppolo, it'll be harder to rely on Myers, my man. RJ Colo says, is Ridley just a deep threat at this point, or is he playing on the outside more because Isaiah's out? So the thing is, when Zay comes back in, Ridley's still going to be on the outside, right? Because Christian Kirk's going to be that guy operating in the slot. So honestly, I mean, it's hard to say for sure. I think with Calvin Ridley, a lot just hinges on, can Trevor Lawrence be better? Clearly, this week, he did look like he was primarily just a deep threat. Looked like they were, I mean, primarily feeding Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram. How many targets did Calvin Ridley end up getting? Let's pull this up. Calvin Ridley walked away from this game with a total of 2 targets. Christian Kirk, 12 targets. Evan Ingram, 8. Really tough spot. Really tough spot. I think you just need Lawrence to be better. I mean, Lawrence in this game, 207 passing yards. Ronnie says, Parham or Hunter Henry? I'm going to go with Hunter Henry, even though I know why you would want to go Donald Parham. Manny Fresh says Tua or Cousins. I mean, Cousins actually the QB1 right now in fantasy at the moment. But, I mean, given the matchup that you have with Tua going up against Buffalo, I'm personally expecting this to be the highest scoring game of the week. So I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tua here, my friend. Andrew says, full BBR pick 1. Nico, DJ Moore, DJ Chark, Devon Achane, Breece Hall. Thanks. So thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my friend. I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to go Devon Achane. I think all these players have a very low floor. We just saw the ceiling for Devon Achane. I think his ceiling's higher than anybody else's. Now, Nico says, our BBR 10-team league, are we going to start Atwell, Javonte, or Joshua Palmer? I'd probably go Joshua Palmer. Ethan says, Moss, Dell, Collins, Atwell, Palmer. We need one. We're going to go Zach Moss, completely different tier than these other guys. Andy Visual says, Javonte or down to the flex. We will go Javonte in a plus matchup. Dipster says, 18 full BBR double flex. Judy, Ford, or Tutu Atwell. We will go ahead if you're chasing the floor, you go Jerome Ford. If you're chasing the ceiling and you're worried about no Deshaun Watson, then you could pivot over to Jerry Judy. But yeah, I think most likely you're going to go ahead and play Jerome Ford here, my friend. Okay. I got to refresh this so we can keep on pulling up these questions. So as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We live stream every single day. I've not missed a single day of live streaming since April. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024 as well. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, would really appreciate it if you did it today. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick-ins for the games tonight over on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a Patrick Mahomes special pick-em. More than, less than half a total yard. Only going to get all that with promo code FLOCK. But Dave says, need one for the flex at PBR. Ford, Palmer, Amari, or Jordan Addison. I think we are going to go ahead and play either Jordan Addison or Jerome Ford. Up to you. Probably Ford. But yeah, I don't think you can go Amari anymore now that you have no Deshaun Watson. At least in that range. Bobby says 2-1, 12-team PBR format. We have Mahomes, Swift, Charbonnet, Allen, Lamb, Amari, Everett. The bench is Dell, Evans, Reynolds, Spears, Akers. Any trade ideas? We got offered Jerome Ford for Amari Cooper. I mean, obviously, this is a team that needs a running back too. I think if you were going to look to do anything, I'd rather sell Mike Evans. Like, if you could go like Mike Evans for a running back, I think that would be a little bit better. With Amari, still like the long-term outlook. Evans has been great, obviously, which is why I think that we can pull off a trade where we sell Evans for a running back. But ultimately, Evans has had 75% of the touchdowns in Tampa. I mean, from Baker Mayfield this season. I think that does come down. Riley, happy to see you, my man. Says, hey, Mason, congrats on 200K. Start 2 at PBR format. Godwin, Sutton, Addison. We're going to be going with Godwin and Addison. I do expect a small step backwards from Cortland Sutton as we get Jerry Jeudy healthier and Marvin Mims expands his role. Chase says, full PBR start Addison, Thomas, Collins, or Kelly in the flex. I think we are going to go ahead. We are most likely going to be playing Jordan Addison. In a full PBR format, let's go ahead and let's play Jordan Addison. I mean, has consistently expanded his role in terms of his route participation in this offense. Pitcher Rainen says, can't bitch Amari again. Amari over Jeudy. Am I dumb? I'm going to go ahead and play Jeudy over Amari. I mean, with no Watson, it's just so tough. Brandon says, need one for the flex PBR format. Addison, Hall, Ford, and Garrett Wilson. I think you're probably going to end up going with Jerome Ford. If you didn't want to do that, I would go with Jordan Addison in a full PBR format. Evan O says 0-3 full PBR league. Brian Robinson or Justice Hill. We're going to go Brian Robinson for damn sure. And then wide receiver 2, we're going to go Atwell, Jeudy, Godwin. This one's going to be much closer. Really going to be up to you. I personally would go ahead and take Jerry Jeudy, expanding that he continues to improve as he removes himself from that hamstring injury. iSnap says, with the Ramondre news, do we start Ramondre, Zeke, Brian Robinson, or Matt Breida? I think we probably go ahead and just take Brian Robinson, even if it's a tough matchup. I mean, both New England backs have a tough matchup as well, right? And ultimately, I mean, Brian Robinson at least has the guaranteed workload. Jason says, Zeke or Brian Robinson at the flex. We will go Brian Robinson over Zeke. Joe says, Palmer or Rashad White at the flex. 100% we're going to go Rashad White. I understand that Mike Williams is out. Jaden says, hey, Mason just traded Keenan Allen in a second for Olave. In a dynasty format, that is an absolute no-brainer, my man. Sean says, Lamar, Anthony Richardson. We've gotten this question a lot. I understand why. Lamar does have a very tough matchup, and I love Anthony Richardson going forward, but I think you still have to go with Lamar Jackson over Anthony Richardson, at least this week. Mason says, James Conner, Zach Moss, Gabe Davis, Devon Achane. We got to pick 2. We're going to go with the 2 running backs that we know what their workload's going to be like. We're going to go Zach Moss and James Conner. Jack says, George Pickens or Tank Dell. We're going to go with Pickens. You have no Deontay Johnson in this offense, my man. So I think you have a very safe target projection for Pickens. Trailer Park Boys, always happy to see you, my man. Says 10-team full BBR format. We got to pick 1 between Kyron, Rashad White, James Cook, Damian Williams, and Isaiah Pacheco. So really, it's going to be Kyron, James Cook, Rashad White. They're going to be in their own tier out of this list. Full BBR format, we probably go with Kyron Williams, as he is literally next to CMC if you look at running back usage that you've had so far this year. Austin says, happy BR, Khalil Herbert or Tank Dell. I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Tank Dell. If it was a non-PBR format, we could go Herbert. David says, Fields or Richardson. We're going to go Richardson, even though Fields is a great matchup. And then Palmer or Addison. We're going to be going with Addison as well. Damian Pierce, not Williams. Okay, Damian Pierce. Yeah, no, still that doesn't change our answer. I think we go Kyron. Banana Man says, start 2 between Atwell, McLaurin, Palmer, and Zay Flowers. We're going to be going with Zay Flowers there at wide receiver. And then I think our other slot between McLaurin, Palmer, Atwell is going to be super close. Not going to fault you if you want to go in any direction. I probably go Terry McLaurin, but it's damn close here. Aaron says Fields or Brock Purdy in a full BBR format. We're going to go Fields in a great matchup, but it's the last week that we're doing it. Nick says Frymuth or Hunter Henry in a half PBR league. We're going to go ahead and we probably take, oh my gosh, Henry going up against a really tough Dallas Cowboys defense that just shut down Zach Ertz. We probably give Frymuth 1 more week, especially with no Deontay Johnson. Sir Drop says, who to start, Kelly or Roshan? I will go Joshua Kelly over Roshan Johnson, even though I want to tell the majority of people to bench Joshua Kelly today. Garrett says, full BBR for the flex, Myers, Hollywood, Palmer, DJ Moore. I think we're going to go ahead. We will play DJ Moore now that Jimmy Garoppolo is missing. I don't think you can be as excited about Jacoby Myers, and it's a great matchup for Moore. Jose says, Alvin Kamara or Mostert for the flex. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be, oh my gosh. If you look at my flex rankings, we have these guys very close together under the assumption it's a full PBR format. We still probably go with Raheem Mostert until we at least actually get to see Alvin Kamara. I mean, obviously, it's a really tough matchup for Mostert, though, and Devon Achane may end up expanding his role. Now, Keon Kibanat says, pick 2, full BBR. We have Sanders, Connor, Moss, an extra running back, Nico Palmer as a flex. I mean, we're going to go through and we're going to be playing, all the running backs. Play Sanders, play James Conner, throw Zach Moss in there at the flex. Easy calls over those receivers. A great team as well. I really hope that you're saying that. Okay, never mind. I'm assuming you're meaning that we don't have Quentin Johnson in the starting lineup. I mean, obviously, 2-1 team that you're going to be getting JT and Kupp back in the long term. Phenomenal squad. Ho coming out. Always happy to see you. Says at BBR, pick 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Puka, Addison, Jeudy, Sutton, Elijah, Sky Moore. Running backs, we have Henry, Kelly, Saquon, Najee, Ford. Different league, Downs or Dotson. We'll go Dotson over Downs, but it's close. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Puka and Jordan Addison there relatively easily. Running back, we're going to be going Derrick Henry. And then between Jerome Ford, Joshua Kelly, Najee, we're going to go Ford. And then for the flex spot in a happy BR format, will be a little bit tougher. I probably do end up starting Jerry Jeudy, however, over guys like Joshua Kelly and Najee Harris. I mean, I don't know if Najee's startable at this point. RM says, hey, Mason, hope your day's going well. It's going great, my man. Do we change anything in the lineup? We have Diggs, Olave, 2 flex spots with Pittman and Kyron. On the bench, we have Dell, Mims, Gabe Davis. Nope, 100%. Keep it as is. If you really wanted to do something, you could get Tank Dell in, but I'm not starting Tank Dell over Diggs, Olave, or Pittman. Wishing you the best of luck, my man. Always happy to see you. Now, Double Eyes coming out says, happy BR, Joshua Kelly or DJ Chark. I think we are going to go ahead and we're going to play Joshua Kelly as much as it pains me to say. Now, Adu says, with Watson out, would you still start Amari? Hopefully not. Hopefully we have a better option. iSnap says, Ramondre, Zeke, Amari, Hollywood, or Breida in the flex. Now, this is a very, very tough call. I think we probably still go with Ramondre Stevenson here. Yeah, you hate to say it, but we still probably go Ramondre. Noah says, PBR, we need one bench. James Cook, Ramondre, Dell, or Debo. Dell is going to be the easy guy to bench. I mean, go through and throw him down. I mean, I really like the upside of Tank Dell is like a wide receiver 3, but by no means is he like a must-start player. Like, if you look at his underdog pick'em right now, and it is one of my favorite pick'ems of the week, I like Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions or maybe more than 45.5 receiving yards. But ultimately, that's where the projection is. Like, you're projecting him out as a low-end wide receiver. I mean, a mid-wide receiver 3, maybe high-end wide receiver 3. So you're not starting him over guys like James Cook, Ramondre, or Deebo Samuel. But of course, if y'all want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets. Now, Chris says Pickens or Amari. I'm going to go George Pickens now that you have no Deshaun Watson. Jalen Hula, Hulu has live sports coming out saying, start for the flex PBR. Dell, Pierce, Lockett, or Myers. I go Tyler Lockett. I know a lot of people in the live chat go Tank Dell. Anthony says full BBR, Richardson or Burrow. We're going to go Richardson this week with Burrow not at 100%. And then wide receiver 2, Pickens, Ayuk, Flex, Swift, Lockett, Flowers, Kyron. Should we trade Ford and Pickens for DeAndre Swift in the other league? I'd be fine with that trade if we are, currently sitting pretty with our wide receiver depth. I would say it would be really nice to get Kyron Williams into the starting lineup if we can. David says, hey, Mason, at BBR, need 2 out of Devon Achane, Tank Dell, Brian Robinson. I think Tank Dell will be the guy that we cut. Not cut here, but we bench. Like I said, really like Tank Dell for more than 3.5 receptions on Underdog, but tough. Now, Bashir says, half point per carry, PPR league, Tua or Anthony Richardson. Half point per carry, you go Anthony Richardson. Keep in mind, if Anthony Richardson has, say, 12 carries in this game, that's equivalent to another like 125 passing attempts, not even including the 100 passing yards, not even including the rushing yards. And then Ramondre or JSN. We're still going to go Ramondre over JSN, my man, especially in a point per carry league. Always flex a running back. Sean says, 3 running backs, 3 receivers, 2 flexes. Sanders being banged up. Should we flex him or swap him out for Dotson or Gibson? No, 100%. Still play Miles Sanders. I agree. Maybe we have to lower our expectations a bit. Bad offense, but it is what it is. CMC says Justice Hill, P. Ryan, or Breida in a half PBR format. We're going to go Breida, assuming Barkley does not play. Deion says trade Etienne and Puka for Eckler and Waddle. Hell yeah, we'll go ahead and do that if you're looking long term. Jacob says, playing my bro this week, Madison or Moss for RB2. Definitely have to go with Zach Moss, my man. Uncertain of volume that you're going to get with Alexander Madison with Akers. Brian says Smith or Pittman in Mostert or Kyron. We're going to go Kyron over Mostert, and we're going to go Smith over Pittman, my friend. Sean says Evans, Swift, Lockett, Samuel, Devon Achane, 4 double flex spots, full PBR. We're going to go ahead and we're going to play DeAndre Swift as a must-start guy. Then if that's Deebo Samuel, probably go Deebo Samuel as well. If you wanted to pivot over to Evans or Achane, you can. They just have tough matchups. Chris says, at BBR, who at the flex? Pickens, Gabe Davis, or Tank Dell? We are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking George Pickens here, my friend, relatively easily. Deion says trade Etienne and Puka for Eckler and Waddle. 100%. And real quick, please never think like, oh, Mason missed my donation. I need to donate again for him to see it again. I'm not going to miss it. We just go in order. So please just give me a little bit of time. I feel bad when you see someone that donates twice to get one question answered. D-Dub says Calvin Austin or Marvin Mims in the flex. We're going to say F it. We're going to roll with Marvin Mims. Obviously, we need him running more routes, though. B. Jordan says Rashee Rice or Brian Robinson for the second flex. We're definitely going to go Brian Robinson, even in a very tough matchup against Philadelphia. Freezy Breezy says flex spot for DK, Pittman, or Evans. Can't go Evans in his matchup. It's either going to be DK or Pittman. I'd probably go ahead and take DK Metcalf here, though. Jan says PBR, one flex, Javonte Lockett or Nico Collins. We will go ahead in full PBR format, take Tyler Lockett. Non-PBR league, you can maybe go with Javonte Williams. Now, Noshio coming out says, have PBR Pierce or Pacheco over Amari. If you really wanted to go Pierce over Amari, you can. Definitely risky. Bin Moon says, Kyron Williams or Mostert, full PBR. Appreciate you, my man. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take Kyron Williams over Mostert. Love Mostert, but Kyron Williams getting 100% of the snaps in his backfield. Mostert probably not going to happen going forward with the Devon A-Chain usage. In the case of what you have with Kyron Williams, also a better matchup where he's not going up against Buffalo. Steven says, a full PBR for the flex, Stevenson or Addison. Close. Really up to you. And maybe it's so close, it's up to you. Keyshawn says, start Dell, Zay, or Rachaad White. Rachaad White, not close there. You 100% go White. I know it's not a great matchup, but the role that you have is just so damn valuable where he has everything as a receiver and everything at the goal line as well. Now, Cole says, pick two, Pacheco, Ford, and Pierce. We're going to be going with a Ford and Pierce. Don't love Pacheco, given the fact it's in a three-man running back by committee on a team that doesn't run the ball. Big fan of your work says, give Puka Tutu to get Swift, Gainwell. We need a running back bad. Completely fine with the steal. Tutu, Gainwell, no value. It's just Puka for DeAndre Swift. If you need a running back bad, go get Swift. Matt says, do we still keep Amari in the lineup or Judy? I would pivot to Jerry Judy over Amari Cooper, considering the fact that you have no Deshaun Watson here, my man. Okay. Now, Jason coming out with the donation. Thank you, Colby, for the donation. Our next question, though, coming out from Bryson says, Ramondre Devon A-Chain. We asked everybody to spam the chat this earlier. It was split damn near 50-50. And I have no freaking idea how to answer this. It is 100% up to you. If it wouldn't be for that Ezekiel Elliott report, it would have been easy to go through and play Ramondre Stevenson over Devon A-Chain. But now that Stevenson's going to go, I have no idea. My man. Hillbilly Buck says, full BBR, Godwin or Hopkins. Earlier in the week, I would have said Godwin, but now that you have no Burks, I'm going to go Hopkins. Livin says, sup, Mason, hope you're having a good day. Great day, my man. The lineup today is Lamar, CMC, Jacobs, AJ Olave, Laporta, triple flex, where we have Montgomery, Nico, Tank Dell. The only bench I can play is Madison, Ford, CJ Stroud. What are your thoughts? And of course, appreciate you, my man, so damn much. I mean, if we were going to change anything, I think we take out one of the Houston receivers. I think we actually take out both. I think you take out both Nico Collins and Tank Dell and put in both Alexander Madison and Jerome Ford. I mean, these running backs are just going to get the guaranteed looks in their respective offenses. I understand. I mean, Stroud has been great so far, but would it be the most surprising thing in the world if Stroud came back down to earth just a little bit and the passing volume came down? Joseph says, trade idea, Puka for Ridley. Really up to you on that one, my friend. Obviously, Ridley only seeing 2 targets today is a little concerning. Darius says, Kamara, Mostert, Zach Moss. Who am I leaving out? We also have Hawkinson in the flex. Should we move him? I would start all 3 running backs over TJ Hawkinson here. Love Hawkinson, but fundamentally you like him because of his value over the rest of the tight end position, not his value at the flex spot. So I'd look to sell a tight end if that's our situation. Now, Tim says, Devon A-Chain or Devonta Smith in the starting lineup. We're definitely going to go Devonta Smith there. I mean, Smith is a must-start wide receiver every week. But ladies and gentlemen, we're only a few likes away from 2,300 likes on the stream. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And obviously, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Jets this Sunday. And you'll be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, so make sure you take advantage of that. Now, Jekyll says, Thielen, Zay, Kamara, who are we going to look to sit? I think that we're going to go ahead and we're going to look to sit Adam Thielen, my man. It's a tough matchup for Zay, but you have no Bateman. You have no Odell. Fisher says, hey, Mason, hope you're doing good. Doing great, my man. Traded Hurts, Kenneth Walker. Okay, thank God. Okay. Very worried when we saw this. So you said trade Hurts and Kenneth Walker. I was going to say we need a massive package in return. Getting Mahomes and Bijan is a no-brainer deal. Lateral move at quarterback, massive upgrade at running back. Love to see it. Hook 'em horns, my man. Anthony says, who to start at wide receiver 2, Ayuk, Lockett, Flowers, or Pickens? We're going to go ahead. We will be playing Brandon Ayuk. A little bit less appealing now that you have Deebo Samuel good to go in this game. Still someone that we can play, though. Now, Nicholas says, Courtland Sutton or Michael Thomas for the flex. We're going to go Michael Thomas. I honestly maybe would have rather had a fully healthy Jameis Winston from a fantasy football perspective over Derek Carr than a banged-up Derek Carr, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I think we're still going to take Michael Thomas. Now, Nick says Myers or Flowers. This one's going to be easy for us. You want to go ahead and you want to take Flowers over Myers based off the Jimmy G injury and based off the injuries to everybody in Baltimore in the receiver room. Charles says, Flock, Akers is warming up with the ones. So we have said this before, but I mean, I'm not going to read into this too much. I'll pull up Cam Akers on Twitter real quick to see if we get any realistic news here. But Alexander Mattison is not some must-start running back, which is why if you go and look at those underdog pick'ems, we have this highlighted for y'all. It's one of my favorite pick'ems this week. Alexander Mattison for fewer than 75.5 total yards. We're looking to get anything that we can. I'm sorry, not anything that we can, but I do think that there's a realistic shot that this is a committee backfield where you're not excited about starting Alexander Mattison. You can do it if you're desperate, but you're not excited. Colby says, should we start Amari Ford or Devon Achane at the flex? Probably Ford now that we have the Watson news. Luke says, at BBR flex, worried about Debo, maybe a decoy. Play him, Kamara, Thielen, Judy, or Dell. Appreciate all the work you do, my man. You're awesome. No, appreciate you. If you're worried about Debo Samuel, Alvin Kamara is right there. You can just play Alvin Kamara. Ben says, full BBR need to. Devon Achane, Dell, Amari, Ayuk, or Myers. We're going to be going with Ayuk and honestly, Devon Achane. I mean, I think we go Achane over Amari with no Deshaun Watson. And we also have some other news as well. So, Deebo Samuel officially playing. Austin Eckler officially ruled out. The Vikings are going to ride the hot hand at running back. Vikings are riding the hot hand. Colts have no offers on the table for Jonathan Taylor. Alvin Kamara bracing for a full workload in week 4. Bears looking to trade Chase Claypool. They're asking for a 5th or a 6th round pick in return. And that's everything that we've had in the past 5 to 10-ish minutes. But yeah, if you have Alexander Mattison, you can play him, but like we've said all week now, he is not some must-start running back. And with Akers, he is viable as well. If you were desperate for like a long-term bench hold. CDE says, Cup versus Waddle. Chat, you vote. Said it's a wash earlier. Can everybody spam in the chat? Would you rather have Cooper Kupp or Jalen Waddle rest of season? Let us know in the chat. And also, ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes till kickoff. So if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog, now is the time to go hop in there. Promo code FLOCK, link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on new accounts. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that ASAP. It's also the #1 way that you can support this channel. Not even close. And we're also giving away Flock Fantasy ads for people who do just that. And it looks like Cup Waddle's kind of split. Mark says, give Bijan more than 14 carries. I know, my man. I know. With Bijan Robinson, he looks so damn good every time he touches the ball. So good. So good. Okay, so Dat Ratchet says, need help, Stroud or Fields? Please go Fields over Stroud, my friend. See if we have anybody else. Pitcher Rendon says, I'm starting my studs. Amari over Judy, baby. Wishing you the best of luck, my man. Wishing you the best of luck. Pablo says, Palmer or Gabe Davis. I'm personally going to go Gabe Davis for the upside in that game environment. And I want to wait till we see what Palmer looks like in this offense. Dominic says trade Puka for Pittman. I would assume that you get a little bit more. I would probably hold on to, if we want to do this week, next week, whenever we have Cup officially back in, then at that point we would. I think Cup is going to be worth trading for if you are like 3-0, if you are a team that you're thinking long-term upside, but you understand that you're not going to be getting much in the short term. Julio says Robert Woods or DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins, not close, especially when you have no Treylon Burks. Derek Carr, yes, is playing. Derek Carr will be good to go. Obviously, it doesn't seem like he'll be at 100%, but Mark says Derek Carr is out. Wait, what? Am I missing something? Asian Artifact says, what's a realistic yearly expectation for Bijan Robinson? He's a top 5 running back in the NFL in targets and carries. But of course, I could be wrong. Let me see if Derek Carr is playing. I thought Derek Carr was playing. We're going to go Kyron Williams over Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon having a tough matchup against Tennessee. Yeah, no, Derek Carr is playing. Hey, do not worry about it. And 2,000 yards for Bijan. Of course, I'm the worst person to ask for a realistic expectation. But Hector says, Devon Achane over Alexander Madison. Already have Mostert starting full PPR. Can everybody spam the chat right now for Hector? Devon Achane or Alexander Madison? I think it's up to you. I think maybe Madison has a higher floor. Devon Achane has a higher ceiling. That's what we've been saying all weekend. But please, everybody spam the chat. Help out Hector ASAP. Devon Achane or Alexander Madison today. Looks like everybody's saying Devon Achane, my man. I think it's close. I think both running backs will be in committees. I think it really is up to you. I think Madison has a higher floor. Devon Achane has a higher ceiling. So maybe it depends, did we go up against Montgomery? Did we play Montgomery? What are we doing there? But thank you again, everybody. Really, really do appreciate y'all. Wishing you the best of luck in your games today. Of course, I'll be putting out a video the second that Sunday Night Football ends, recapping everything that happened. So if you want to check that out, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you want to go check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Not too late. Still, go use promo code FLOCK. Get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, get a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em more than less than half a total yard later tonight against the Jets. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. My favorite place for pick'ems. Also, my favorite place to just get into fantasy football drafts in general. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all. Really hope you have a great day. And really hope we get to see you out in the live stream later tonight.